All right. What's up, everybody? We're live. We're live. Tears and Pistols. I'm going to start off on a great note. Thank you so much for the, I believe, 10 gifted. Thank you so much. We'll start off with a Don DeMarco. You didn't hear that. I'll do it again. What's going on, everybody? Good to see all of you. We're live. We're live. We're rolling. So much complaining in the chat. Hey, I'm getting the show ready for you. Damn. No, but it's good to be back. Last time I was live was I think Thursday, right? Yeah, Thursday I was live. Wednesday I was live. We went over a lot of the kind of micro developments in Iran, and we were also talking about the situation with Trump being in China. I think we've kind of exhausted those topics. However, all of the journalists now are raving about what they can take away from the meeting, what to follow up with. So, we'll see what comes of that. But there's really not much there. Look, Trump went there. He postured. He had all of his CEO, big tech billionaires alongside with him from Apple and Elon Musk and all the others alike. However, the biggest thing here is what was the conversation, or at least what did it look like in regards to the conflict in Iran currently? What did China bring up in regard to Taiwan, obviously with us trying to fund them and everything like that and give them weapons? What did that conversation look like? Obviously, Trump kind of alluded to the fact that they may have spoke about it when he was answering questions as he got back to the United States, but he never really gave the full scoop. And obviously, he's not going to drop all of that kind of information. However, opposed to what you would think, Trump has actually leaked sensitive information quite continuously or consistently in the last 4 or 5 weeks. If you've been paying attention, there was an instant where Marco Rubio gave him a note and he wasn't supposed to read it, I think. And there were a couple other times where he was speaking about rescuing the fighter pilots after the F-15 jet was shot down out of the sky right outside of Isfahan, I believe, or in Isfahan, I can't remember. And when he was talking about the operation to rescue the pilots, he mentioned something that John Ratcliffe didn't seem like he was happy about, who was the director of the CIA and all this stuff. So, Trump is always leaking sensitive information. However, we haven't gotten too much to work with in regard to the whole China summit, but we'll see. I mean, there's some things here, but I don't want to waste too much time talking about that because there's a lot that's happened since Wednesday. Obviously, as you can see by the title, Russia has hit Ukraine with its hardest attack since the beginning of the war in February of 2022. And that sounds crazy for me to even say we've been at war, or Russia's been at war with Ukraine for a long time now. So we'll get into all that stuff. Ukraine just responded, I believe, today with their own drone strike. I think 4 are dead in Moscow. So unfortunate turn of events. There's a lot of civilian casualties, and that's kind of been the theme with that war, unfortunately. And, we'll get into the NATO expansion and how that war ever started. I don't know how much time we'll have. We'll cover that. We'll also talk about Trump threatening Iran literally today again for the millionth time. But I'm starting to see through the grapevine, not that I have a exclusive source, but I'm starting to see through the grapevine, and kind of the idea that everybody's hinting at is that there will probably be a restart to the war this week. I'm not saying bank on that. I'm not saying take that to the bank. There's times where I'll give you guys a prediction and I'm so much more sure about it. I'm not that sure about this one. But again, I do think at this point, it seems like the ceasefire talks have stalemated to the point where it makes no sense to continuously talk over and over again over the next God knows how many weeks. We've already had a ceasefire for about 50 days at this point. The war has lasted, or 40 days. The war has lasted about 70 plus days, almost 80 at this point. And so to me, it seems futile. And that's because what Iran is asking for and what the United States are asking for are two completely different things. Completely opposite, and it doesn't seem like either side is willing to capitulate whatsoever. And expectedly so, no one ever thought that Iran would let the United States seize the uranium, or that the United States would actually give Iran reparations for our war that we started with Israel on February 28th. So it all makes out, it all tracks, it makes sense. But we'll talk about that. I think there may be a strike at some point this week, maybe tomorrow. We'll see what happens, but it seems like the United States has gathered its marbles, kind of recollected itself, maybe prepared its Gulf allies for a second start to the war. As you know, every single time we strike Iran, the Gulf is hit as a retaliation. And so that's probably going to continue to be the case. The U.S. Patriot missile systems, which are the missile interceptor systems we supply to these Gulf nations, were running low at one point, and I know the BBC reported on that as well as NY Times, and we read through that previously, but I think at this point they're likely replenished. During the war, the United States was taking THAAD systems from South Korea and other countries in order to aid or kind of fill the void or the gap that was missing in the Middle East, because we were stretched thin and wide trying to defend 7 or 8 countries that were attacked by Iran simultaneously in that first week leading into March. So we'll get into all of that. We'll see what the speculation may be. We'll see what Al Jazeera and Axios are going to say. Those are the articles I'm going to read with you guys, and then we'll watch some videos on it. We'll talk about the Ukraine thing briefly, and then we will also get into Thomas Massie and his election, the primary. And it seems like he's a little bit behind against Ed Galrine, and this is the largest attempt to unseat somebody, I think, ever, unseat a representative in Congress. So we'll get into all of that. Of course, you know, Massie and I think it was Fitzpatrick are famously known for opposing the big, beautiful bill. And I think he's out of Pennsylvania's 1st congressional, right? I can't remember. But, you know, Massie is not against the MAGA movement, but he's an America Firster, and he's a congressman out of Kentucky's 4th congressional district. So he's always been the kind of America First, somewhat vague anti-Israel guy in Congress. And of course, he's been paraded as this hero against this MAGA base that has now pretty much sabotaged the GOP and completely turned it against the United States and for Israel. You know, you've got the Epstein scandal, you've got all the issues in regards to the Iranian conflict, you've got the corruption with the insider trading and all the other stuff that's making MAGA fall, and the ship is sinking. It's pretty obvious, and everybody is predicting that around November, maybe seats will flip, and it's going to be a lot harder for MAGA to pass further legislation moving from November into 2028 for the presidential election. Who knows who will come out of the GOP to run? Either be Marco Rubio, or J.D. Vance. I was saying the other day, I think Rubio may have the better chance. That's just what I'm seeing recently out of the news. It seems like he is more favorable. It seems like the donors are leaning his way. I know Vance in the tech lore, so that also could happen. It's all speculation. It's really early, so I don't know. I feel like Rubio may edge ahead, but pause. We'll see. I know I have some chats, so let's get into, or I had one chat, I think. I'll read these chats, and then I'll get into the articles. But yeah, we'll get into everything. We'll get into everything. Long time no see. Good to see all of you. What are they saying? Volume low? The volume can't. I maxed out my. I don't even know what you would call it. I'm not a tech person. My sound bar is hitting the red on OBS because I see low audio all the time. Audio's low. You might just have shit headphones. I'm talking loud. The mic is in my face. Because every time Myron's on, Ryad, your audio's low. No, it's not. My sound mixer is hitting the red every time I utter a word. And then I'm like, oh, am I too loud? Yeah, I see a lot of you guys now saying it's fine. No, I know it's fine. I don't know, people are baiting, or I don't know what it is. It's working. Shut up. Audio's low. You know what? If my audio's cooked, just turn your volume up, nigga. What you want me to do? So... trolling? They're trolling me? Yeah, because I watch it back. No, I get like every stream. I guess this is something every streamer goes through, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Every stream, at least like 4 or 5 people are, yo, can't hear you. Audio's low. Myron's way louder. Nigga, like, please, bro. Enough. Goodness, bro. Audio's loud, right? It's actually slightly loud. I know it's too loud. But God forbid I turn it down. No one's going to hear me. So, yeah, please no audio trolling. Unless it's really low, you're just going to be timed out of the chat, like One Chess said. Because it does actually disrupt the show, because I want to make sure you guys can hear me. You know, I'm new to the space. Everybody thinks it's funny to bully me. Low audio. Like, all right, bro, very funny. Aaron Angus says, why does your hair look like that? We want the waves. Do you not like this? Thank you for the 5. You don't like the, I don't know, curls? Voice crack. Curls? You know? It's not bad. I went to work and everybody loved it. So I was bored. Bro, you get tired of the same haircut every day. You know, like, everybody thought that I intentionally try to get waves, and I'm not trying to flex. I haven't brushed my hair in years. Swear to God, years. I don't even know where my brush is. I just comb my hairline forward so it's not all messed up, and that's all I do to my hair. And everybody thinks that I'm like waving hard and wearing a do-rag. I'll wear a do-rag to like compress it so my hairline's clean, but I don't even care for waves. But I was just looking in the mirror. I'm like, yo, I have a lot of hair. So I combed it back and I'm like, don't look that bad. You know, I wet it a little bit and then I got a line up. I got a little taper. I like it. I kind of like it. But it's different. It's different. I'm getting mixed feelings. I'm getting mixed emotions. Some people are saying they like it. A lot of people are saying go back. I don't know. What do you guys think? We like the curls. We like the waves. What do you guys think? Yeah. No, I know. Maybe you're used to the low haircut. We'll see. We'll see. I'm growing my shit out like Sneako. Sneako shit is long. Sneako shit is long. Me and Sneako had a really good conversation the other day on stream. Shout out to him. We spoke about Chud the Builder and all that stuff. So all that silly drama. So if you didn't see that video, it's my most recent one. Go check it out and let me know what you think in the comments. All right. Yeah, but hopefully you like the hair. Hopefully, I know I'm dragging it, but I like it. I really like it. It's something, you know, I haven't changed my haircut since freshman year of high school. I actually had a really big afro when I was young. Then I cut it, and I never stepped away from that. And, like, you know, you just get, it's monotonous, you know, like, same thing every single time. I'm going to the barber. It's like I'm just paying the barber for no reason because I look exactly the same. So maybe a little texture, you know? I'm not relaxed. I'm not going to grow it out any more than this. I don't think I will. I don't think it'll look good. Because I'll be honest. I'm not to be like, whatever. I don't even need to preface this. It'll probably make it worse if I preface it. I look less professional. Let's just say that. With this haircut, I look less professional. I think it's, like, I feel like if I put a suit on, I wouldn't look right. But I'm young, nigga. I'm 24. Let me be a bad boy. You know, this is a leather jacket haircut. Okay? Or a Nike Tech ski mask haircut. But I like it. My mom likes it. My mom said it looks good. So, yeah, all right. Anyways, Tears and Pistols showing love 07. Thank you so much, man, for the 30 and the 10 gifted. Shout out to Tears and Pistols. W's in the chat for him. Appreciate you, man. Always showing support, ongoing supporter for the show and the stream. So I really appreciate it. All love. Antonio Cortez says, thanks for the super chat. He says, yo, Ryad, how has it been calling your brother Myron instead of Amru? And is Ryad your stage name or your real name? Now, Ryad's my real name, so I'm cooked. And so people don't, thanks for the super chat. I'll explain this, I guess, while you bring that up, because I always hear, like, I think Mark Levin said this one time to him on Twitter or somebody, I can't remember, all of his detractors, people who hate him, but they say, oh, he's this Sudanese Arab who hides his identity, and then his real name's not Myron, it's Amru. It's like, you guys know that hasn't been a secret. His real name has been doxed now for like 3 years almost. And even before that, when he started doing the debrief, which was previously Fed Reacts, it was his true crime show. Like, I think he made that public. And if you look at my brother's streams, his government name is on a name tag right behind him on his setup. It literally says his full name. And then everybody's like, his real name's Amru. It's like, no. The reason why he came up with his stage name, actually, I don't even know if he's ever given the reason, so I won't give the reason. But it had to do with his former occupation. But you know, you can't drop that stuff. That's the reason. But you know, people don't get it. It's from like the lifting era where, you know, get it? Myron gains, like you're looking at my gains, Myron, my gains. Like no one ever gets that. So it's very funny when people, I know you're not, you're just asking me a question. Yeah, that's not even what you asked me. What do I call him? I call him I call him which is short for Amru. I call him I don't call him Myron. I call him Myron on stream, but I don't call him, because in Arabic it's Amr, but I'm too much work to get the throat involved. Pause. So I just say but it's Amr or Amru, but it's really Amr. That's the real Arabic name. Anyways, all right. Punisher541 says Ryad's real name is Pedro. Yeah. I mean, Ryad is a crazy name to fake. And that's also why I didn't even care to do like a stage name, because my name is like, when you have a unique name, it's just, you're not going to hide it. So, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, Ryad's the real name, or Ryad in Arabic, whatever you want to say. Everybody who I know calls me Ryad. In English, I just always hear Ryad. However, Ryad is like what my family calls me, because Ryad. Yeah, I'm yapping. All right, we'll get into like all the good stuff. Let me make sure I'm caught up here. Okay. Okay. I'm like a less unhinged version of my. Yeah, I am. I am. I guess I'm calmer. I guess. Join the Discord. Look in the chat. One Chest just sent my Discord link. I have a Discord group now, and obviously I want to build a little bit of a community with you guys, but I want to try and have you guys upload clips in there, and then I want to react to those clips on stream. You know, if you guys have stuff that you want me to see, then I'll go ahead and like run through them and take a look. But, you know, it looks like there's some clips in there right now. So I think we'll have time to just quickly go through this tonight. And of course, yeah, there's just a few. So we'll look at this, but join the Discord if you haven't already. And yeah, we'll get into everything right now. So let me pull this up, put my headphones on. Good to see everybody here, though. It was a beautiful day today. It was a really nice day. I don't know if any of you guys live in the East Coast, but it was like 75 today. It felt like it was 80. It was hot. Really, really gorgeous day. It's been a nice weekend overall, honestly. So I think summer is finally approaching. You know, we're going from the end of spring to the beginning of summer. Yo, it's the end of May almost. We're in the middle of May. That's scary. It was just January. It was just Thanksgiving. It was just Christmas. And I know everybody says that, but like the time is really, whew. As time progresses, it just gets faster. It's exponential. So that stuff is scary. All right, anyways, all right, nigga. Enough. But yeah, really nice day. Gloomy day in Cali? Good, that's what you get. You niggas get nice weather every damn day. You'd be all right one gloomy day every here and there, you know? You'd be all right. You'd be all right, buddy. You'd be fine. Sorry, I was muted. This is Al Jazeera. This is one of the more honest outlets of news to kind of get your Iranian war information from, I guess. And I'm looking at all the sources, right? You know, I'm looking at Fars. I'm looking at Iranian news. I'm looking at American news. I'm looking at CNN, Fox, all the good stuff, BBC. But, you know, Al Jazeera seems to have the best grasp of the picture, whether you like it or not, for better or worse. That just seems to be the case. So we'll run with them for this story because this was kind of breaking news today. Obviously, Donald Trump let out a Truth Social post, and he said there pretty much that we're going to resume this war immediately. He says, for Iran, the clock is ticking, and they better get moving fast or there won't be anything left of them. Time is of the essence, President Donald J. Trump. And here's the post right here. So, and then, you know, you got the boomer supporters. Finish the job, Mr. President. Like, all right, bro. So let's read this article. Let's see what we got here. Won't be anything left. Trump issues threat to Iran amid stalled talks. So it says here, the U.S. President Donald Trump has reiterated his threats against Iran as negotiations to end the conflict between the two countries continue to flounder. In a Sunday morning post on his platform Truth Social, Trump warned that time was running short before a fresh wave of U.S. military action might be launched. And then it shows the post here that we just read. Trump wrote in the short two-sentence message, time is of the essence. The post was the latest example of Trump using violent rhetoric against Iran and his administration struggles to achieve its goals in the war. Just a day earlier, Trump had posted an AI-generated image of himself atop a military ship labeled, "It was the calm before the storm." Now, I don't want to interrupt too much here, but like, if you haven't been on Truth Social, which you probably haven't because you're a normal human and not an alien, Trump has been schizo posting. Like, what is this, bro? What is this? It's like these sloppy, cringe AI photos. And I get it. He's like 80. But it's like, what are you doing? Space Force. Like, what are you... Like, he's manning this control ship, the American flag, explosions in the background. It's just so boomer-esque. Like, it's perfect. Like, it's literally... This is the embodiment of what I'm constantly trying to steer you guys away from every single day when we unfortunately are attacking the president. And when I say attacking, I mean just going against his stance, going against his policy, which has been pretty much shit since the beginning of the administration, really. There's been some goods, there's been some bads, but the bads have certainly outweighed the goods. And the goods of the GOP currently since 2024 and when it started were kind of bare minimum things like, oh, we have a closed border now. I hear all these Republicans, these bleeding heart Republicans saying we have a closed border now. It's like, the border should have never been opened. Like, why is the bar so low? So I always hear these like funny talking points like, oh, kids can't mutilate themselves anymore. It's like, yeah, that's good. But like, any Republican's going to get you that. Almost any Republican is going to get you that. So why are you giving Trump credit for something he was already supposed to do? Like, that's a baseline requirement or expectation of any political candidate from the right. You know what I mean? So, but anyways, yeah, Space Force. There's more. It gets crazy. He's mocking the Illinois government here. It just gets crazy though. Let me see. There's like a spree of AI slop. Look at what they do, what we do. Hakeem Low Jeffries in his district. Like, it's okay. Some of this is actually funny. Yo, okay, this is kind of funny. This is in response to the whole issue in the South with the redistricting of zones and the voting rights of minorities, if you haven't been seeing that out of the news. And I got to cover that at some point. And it says here, democracy, it's showing Obama. And this is him walking with an alien. Like, I don't get this. Wait, was this because of the UFO thing that was declassified? Like, this is just straight boomer vibes. You know, this guy is running the country. You know, here's Gavin Newsom in like a mental room, one of those soft pad rooms, whatever you call them. And he put him in like the schizo fit. So it's just like slop. Venezuela, 51st state. Like, bro, like, I could do this all day, you know, buy fast boats. He's making fun of Iran. By the way, those same fast boats drove Navy destroyers out of the Strait. You know, we entered the Strait for this escort mission of letting these oil vessels pass out safely without the threat of the Iranian military imposing itself upon these vessels, which had been the threat since the beginning of the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Trump launches Operation Freedom, and we got ran out of the Strait. We also didn't have the firepower or manpower that we needed for the operation because Kuwait and Saudi Arabia did not give us their airspace or air bases to utilize during the conflict. And then after they said, oh, now it's open. Well, now it doesn't matter. We needed it 2-3 days ago. We don't need it now. So, you know, that was funny. And that's a part of our prediction, right? In regards to our severed ties in the Middle East, we're not going to have the same autonomy that we once were. These buffer states are going to start to realize they're buffer states. And I'm referring to the Gulf as a whole. Empty oil tankers are sailing to the U.S. to load up on oil. 159 boats, Iranian boats. Obama, Biden, Trump. It's like slop. It's like who's liking this? Who are the 9,000 people liking this? You know, and I'm not trying to like shit on Trump. I really don't. I'm not. But it's just like what is it? Like, he's so old. Like, who gave him AI? Please take it away. Democrats love sewage. All right, it's kind of funny. California new scum. Like, somebody take his phone away. Don't worry, we'll react to this third-rate Congressman Thomas Massie post as well. I have that ready. But yeah, it's just slop. Anyways, all right, let's get back to the article. So that's Trump's Truth Social. Where were we? The conflict began on February 28th when Israel and the United States jointly attacked Iran. Since then, Trump has put forward a range of objectives for the resulting war, including dismantling Iran's missile arsenal, severing its relations with regional allies, and ending its nuclear enrichment program. On April 7th, Trump coupled those demands with a social media post suggesting wholesale destruction in Iran. Critics have likened the post to a call for genocide. Quote, a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again, end quote. Or no, he keeps going, actually. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. Within hours of the post, the United States and Iran agreed to a ceasefire that had been in place ever since, though both sides have accused each other of violations. The United States president had previously threatened to attack the country's civilian infrastructure, including its power plants and bridges, which legal experts warned could amount to a violation of the Geneva Convention. Separately, in a May interview with Fox News, Trump said Iranian officials will be blown off the face of the earth if they attack U.S. vessels. Iran has denounced such rhetoric and rejected Trump's demands as excessive. Mehr, a news agency sponsored by the Iranian government, issued a statement on Sunday saying that the United States had offered no tangible concessions in its latest proposals. It also accuses the United States of seeking to obtain concessions that it failed to obtain during the war, a strategy that, quote, will lead to an impasse in the negotiations, end quote. Separately, a spokesperson for Iran's armed forces, Abulfazl Shakarchi was quoted as warning the United States against the further threats. Repeating any folly to compensate for America's disgrace in the third imposed war against Iran will result in nothing but receiving more crushing and severe blows, he told Mehr news agency. Reporting from Tehran, Al Jazeera correspondent Al-Migdad Al-Ruhayd, these names are nuts, said that the Iranian government has indicated that violent rhetoric from the United States will not be tolerated. From what we understand, this kind of language is not acceptable here in Tehran. They are projecting defiance rather than giving an immediate response to this kind of rhetoric, Al-Ruhayd said. He added that increasingly hostile remarks from both sides signal that the ceasefire could be at imminent risk of shattering, and that's what we were speaking about just a moment ago. Behind all of this rhetoric, there is awareness that diplomatic window right now is narrowing. We do know that there is hard language, hard messaging from both sides, that the finger's on the trigger on both sides. But Adam Clements, a foreign policy analyst, told Al Jazeera there could be a domestic element to Trump's hardline rhetoric, including his latest flurry of messages. Of course, Iran would have to take it seriously, which they won't. At the same time, as well, President Trump is known for his bombastic tweets, his bombastic statements, perhaps for domestic audiences. Clements added that it will be critical to watch whether Trump's statements are echoed by his officials in the coming days and whether they are also matched by increased military activity. The White House press office has been known to post these types of strange memes or AI-generated memes and cartoons in the past, he explained, as we just went through. So, that's the whole thing. We got another article here out of Axios. There's a couple more details. Maybe I should have read this to start because it's a lot more simple and straightforward, not quoting all of these officials and stuff, but it quickly reads, and I'll go through this very briefly. U.S. officials say Trump wants a deal to end the war, but Iran's rejection of many of his demands and refusal to make meaningful concessions on its nuclear program has put the military option back on the table. So, behind the scenes, Trump met Saturday with members of his national security team at his Virginia Golf Club to discuss Iran, a source with knowledge said. Attendees included Vice President J.D. Vance, White House Envoy Stephen Witkoff, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and CIA Director John Ratcliffe. Pakistan's Interior Minister visited Tehran on Saturday and Sunday for talks with senior Iranian officials or leaders about the deal for ending the war. Pakistan is the official mediator between the United States and Iran. Qatari Prime Minister Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani, who is also mediating, spoke Sunday with his Pakistani counterpart and with the Iranian foreign minister. Trump told Axios he still thinks Iran wants a deal. Yeah, no, they don't. And he said he is waiting for an updated Iranian proposal, one he said he hopes will be better than the last offer given several days ago. Trump declined to give a specific deadline for the negotiations with Iran, obviously. So, here's the thing. I'll just show you guys the demands from both sides, and then you'll quickly see why this war is going to restart. But formally, I want to make sure I go through the news with you. So here we have the points from both sides. This is from Rerun, but he got it from Fars News Agency, and this has been confirmed by several verified outlets at this point. So U.S. versus Iranian demands as per Fars News. U.S. demands consist as these, or they're listed this way. No compensation for war damages. Transfer of Iran's 400 kilograms of uranium to the United States. Iran to maintain just a single nuclear facility in the entire country, likely above ground, by the way. No release of Iran's frozen assets. Ceasefire conditional on the success of U.S.-Iran talks. A permanent ceasefire is not guaranteed. Now, on the contrary, these are Iran's demands. Ceasefire on all fronts, including Lebanon. That's tough. You got Israel there to agitate that at any point if they decide so. Lifting of all sanctions on Iran. That's tough because then they'll fund the proxies and Netanyahu will complain like he did in 2015 and 16. Release of all frozen assets tied to the Iranian state. That's tough because then you can't go at Obama for giving them their money back. War damages compensation. That's expensive. Recognition of Iran's sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz. That's also very expensive for the U.S. economy. That can't happen. That will make Iran a fourth world power, coupled with the fact that they will have a nuclear weapon at some point in the future because hedging was not enough. Now they're actually going to have to get a bomb. So all of these things are predictable outcomes of the war thus far, and to me, this kind of speaks to a larger point. We can probably see an attack in the next few days. I suppose, maybe there will be concession on some of these points, but neither side is willing to really work with the other or capitulate. And this has been the story. We've told this story several times before, and maybe we have new viewership, so I'm not going to get into it too much, but I want to make sure I graze over the whole idea of it. This is maximalist demands from the United States. The more ridiculous thing that sticks out to me, a transfer of 400 kilograms of enriched uranium to the United States is nuts. It's absolutely nuts. Whether it's enriched or not, I'm not sure. The details are not listed here. And that's how it is with these plans and these demands from both sides. It's always kind of vague as to what the specific stipulations are under each point that we just read. But it's safe to say Iran is never going to capitulate or agree with that. And this is the whole thing. We don't have to worry about that. The real concern now, and I think this makes more sense, especially for U.S. interests and all of you at the gas pump who have likely been suffering, as well as groceries and any other goods that you're purchasing, is the Strait of Hormuz. That vital choke point responsible for a fifth of the world's oil, now that it's blockaded, it has put immense pressure, not only on the U.S. economy, but really more so Europe and Asia. Europe with the LNG and oil as well, and then of course Asia for the oil, India and several of these other countries, Indo-Pacific. So, they are going to enter, and they've already kind of started the beginning stages or the phases really of an energy shortage, and as a result they're going to have to pay the Iranians lots of money to get these vessels through. And Iran is allegedly charging about $2 million per ship. Who knows how true that is? Who knows what ships they're charging? Of course, it's likely that they pick and choose Chinese vessels versus non-Chinese vessels, and they have these designated shipping lanes for that purpose as well. And so they have complete control over the strait, something that they did not have prior. The United States has to wiggle that out of Iran. That's going to prove to be difficult. However, I don't think it's impossible, but we cannot ask for Strait of Hormuz, and then we also cannot ask for the nuclear side simultaneously. I feel like we kind of have to pick one. And the reason why is because both of these elements of Iran and what they possess are vital for their existential future, really. Right now, Iran is fighting for their existence. And I get it, there's this issue of nuclear proliferation if this war continues on, and if Iran gets a nuke, then every other country in the region may try and race to a nuke. I understand that element, but really, I think the biggest concern is the Strait of Hormuz. And if we want to move forward with more of a permanent ceasefire, or, who knows, it's far-fetched at this point, but a complete peace deal, well, then at that point, it'd make sense to at least start with the Strait of Hormuz. We have something to work with. And then from there, hopefully, we can get Iran to concede on the nuclear topic. However, it's just really not likely. Now me and my brother, we went through like our dream plan if we were to fly over to Tehran and have a deal with Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister, and all these other guys. And I think the most sensible thing is to allow them to have this enriched uranium. Just don't enrich it anymore. Make a deal where they have to pause the 60%. They've got to freeze there. And previously, before the whole situation that we saw in the Strait of Hormuz about 2 weeks ago now at this point, Iran had proposed a 14-point plan to the United States, and Donald Trump responded on Truth Social and said, this is unacceptable. And in that 14-point proposal was a nuclear stage, and in that nuclear stage was them agreeing that they themselves would pause their enriched uranium at 60% for a long period of time. I saw some reports saying 10 years, 15 years, and the only thing that would bypass them or allow them to enrich further would be a violation of the peace deal or ceasefire. But again, that's really difficult and a narrow line to tread because, of course, Israel always or possesses the ability to attack Lebanon or southern Lebanon and as a result, attack an Iranian proxy, and then Iran may be charged up and let go of the ceasefire. And that's the real problem there. And tensions have flared in southern Lebanon ever since the war had started. And we saw in the beginning of the ceasefire on April 7th or 8th, literally the first day of the ceasefire, Israel launched like 100+ strikes on southern Lebanon and Beirut as well, and killed several people as a result. They said the ultimate goal, like they always say, was to target high-ranking Hezbollah officials, in which in certain instances, I guess, in this back-and-forth bombing campaign, or really the bombing campaign on southern Lebanon, they have killed notable Hezbollah officials, but nothing that's really going to move the needle long-term. And we know this because all of these proxies have what is now effectively this kind of like mosaic defense. And so really the need for ultimate leadership is helpful, but it's void of being really that critical or necessary for the existence of the Iranian government or the group as a whole. We know that because a testament was on February 28th. We killed the supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, or Khamenei, however you want to pronounce his name. And after he was killed in the U.S.-Israeli joint strikes, his son succeeded him, and his son is far more extreme than him. And the funniest thing now is Marco Rubio and Donald Trump have been parading the fact that they killed Iranian leadership, and now a more viable, sensible leadership has taken the place of previous leadership. That's not the case whatsoever. Actually, there have been several spokespeople in the Middle East who have always stated we cannot let the supreme leader's son succeed him in power because he is far more extreme than him. He is now the leader. And so we are doing all of this work in the Strait of Hormuz and asking for all of these demands. Whole time, we're not even dealing with the original leader. We're not dealing with Ali Khamenei. We're dealing with his son, Mujtaba Khamenei, which is far more extreme. So when the United States tells Pakistan to tell Tehran that they have to give up the uranium, what do you think this guy who has a dead father for the last 3 months is going to respond to that with? He's going to say, absolutely not, go F yourself. And matter of fact, we're going to control the strait, you're going to give us reparations, and you're going to lift sanctions. So if you want to end this conflict, we're going to make sure the only political off-ramp available to the Trump administration is an embarrassing one. And that's kind of effectively what they're forcing us to do. And so, any sensible person would realize that a kinetic war is back on the table. Strikes will have to happen. We're going to have to damage Iranian infrastructure far more than we previously have in order to get them to capitulate to some degree. How far are we going to go? I don't know. Maybe Trump will hit bridges. Maybe Trump will hit the energy plants like he threatened to do in the beginning of the war. We know that would be catastrophic for the Middle East. We know that Iran, in response to those strikes on their energy plants and their energy infrastructure, would likely hit Gulf countries and hit their energy infrastructure, or better yet, hit their desalination plants, which is what they explicitly threatened to do. And they loosely already did that when they hit Kuwait. They hit a desalination plant in Kuwait and partially took it out of operation for allegedly a few months. And so these desalination plants, by the way, are responsible for converting the ocean water into fresh drinking water. As you know, these Arab countries, all of these Gulf countries are desert really biome. And so the only viable thing that they can salvage is these desalination plants. Agriculture is not the biggest thing there, as I'm guessing you would all know. So, it's just completely unrealistic that any of these demands will be met with some sort of obedience. Again, Iran has been charged up, They're a charged battery ready to fight back. And by the way, we spoke about this the other day as well. New York Times had reported that Iran's stockpile of missiles is back up to like 75%, 80% according to U.S. intelligence. And then Iran themselves said it's 120. And I mean, who would you believe? I don't want to believe Iran because I'm pro-Iran. I want to believe Iran because they have no reason to lie. And we've given them 50 or 40 days now to replenish whatever they lost in the war against the United States and Israel and all of these other Gulf nations as well. And so all of the rubble that was covering the entrances to these underground missiles that were responsible for missile production have now been uncovered by Iran. They've been spending this time in the ceasefire, likely excavating all of this rubble, all of this destruction, getting back in, getting these missiles ready, getting their mobile launchers ready, and they're fresh and they're ready to go against the coastline or across the coastline. And now it's like Donald Trump has two options. These are the realistic two options that at least I see right now. It's either you capitulate and you agree to allow Iran or the Strait of Hormuz to turn into really the Strait of Iran. You agree to that, or you fight back and you weaken them until they can actually concede to some of your demands, especially regarding the nuclear. However, the consequence of starting the war back up and saving yourself from embarrassment, which any smart person knows he's not saved from embarrassment at this well, but for the American base, really, the consequence of starting the war back up and posturing like you're strong is, well, the Gulf is going to get destroyed. So it's tough. And this is what I have been saying ad nauseum for the last 4 or 5 weeks, and really the entirety of the conflict. Donald Trump has trapped himself. Before this conflict started on February 28th, there was potentiality that some of these U.S. demands could have been met with some sort of, at least maybe semblance of submission. I suppose maybe some transfer of uranium could have been possible. Some talks of the nuclear situation. They've been willing to do it before. I'm sure they would want to do it again. And maybe a release of sanctions or something. But now we've added the Strait of Hormuz element, as Iran has now utilized it for its own defense. And that's something they're not going to let go. And if the war continues, prices of goods will continue to go up. And that's another challenge that Donald Trump has been facing these last 70 days. The U.S. base has been constantly complaining about gas being through the roof and groceries are going up, and gas is at an average of almost $5 nationwide. In California, I think it's north of 6, almost 7. So, you have all of these issues, and in between it is Unfortunately, a narcissistic, arrogant old man who seems to be in cognitive decline, who cannot make the better decision for the betterment of his people, for his country people. And it's so sad because the 180 is insane. We had the America First ideology in 2016, and now it's a full-blown war for Israel, as we all know. And what's Israel doing? Well, they're just sitting ducks waiting for the United States to strike. And every time Donald Trump is maybe reluctant to hit the big button and start strikes again or whatever, you can bet that Benjamin Netanyahu is feeding him all the talking points and intelligence to make him confident that this will work a second time. And I mean, somebody may say, oh, he won't fall for it again. He saw it was a failure. You know, the last 5 presidents refused to strike Iran. And Trump was the guy to do it because Netanyahu is obviously, and also Israeli intelligence, all of them as a whole, are phenomenal salespeople. I think it's pretty easy to restart the war. You tell Donald Trump, look, there's no way out of this war. I won't do the impression. It's too much gesture right now. We're too serious right now. He's probably telling Donald Trump, if you don't restart the war, Iran will continue to control the Strait of Hormuz. They are cocky now. And you have the issue that they could be racing towards a bomb. That's an element that no one's talking about. And I think that's more important. I think it's understated than anything. More than the Strait of Hormuz, Iran could be, as we're speaking now, trying to race and enrich uranium at a weapons grade level, which would be around 90%, and then make this dirty bomb that the whole MAGA administration has been raving about for God knows however long, really since 2016. And if that's the case, well, then we're cooked, because now we can't just attack or threaten to hit the energy grid of a nuclear capable country. That's off the table. If Iran gets a nuke, we hit their energy structure, what do you think they'll do with said nuke? You know, this is an existential threat they're facing in the United States and Israel. This is for their existence. So it's a country of about 90 million people. You hit the energy grids, you got problems, and you got problems fast. So maybe in the restart of the war, which seems imminent at this point, and I hope it's not, but it seems imminent. I'm saying this week, it could be next week, I don't know, unless the United States capitulates, which that's a dream scenario. You know, in this restart of the war, is there a ground element? Are we going to try something different? Are we going to hit bridges? And I think that's more likely. Maybe we'll start with bridges and we'll see if we have to go far enough to really hit energy infrastructure. Bridges are extreme as well. Can't transport any goods. People can't get from A to B. You know the whole deal. But I suppose that would be the first step before actually hitting energy grids. Maybe that would be a little bit more sensible. That would be a little bit moral, I suppose. But I mean, the whole crux of this war has been immoral because it served the purpose of Israel. And Iran never posed a threat to the United States in the last God knows how many years, decade, really. And that's why Pete Hegseth, when he's talking out of his ass from the Pentagon, he's saying, well, the Iranian IEDs that hit us in Iraq. And it's like, hey, bro, that's not true. And even if it was true, that was 20 years ago in the first Gulf War we should have never been in. So your point is narrow. Your point is empty. It's a mute point, really. Makes no sense. You know, it's like, hey, the first stupid war that we should have never been in was actually a ton of Iranian involvement was involved in it. And so, you know, these people are bad people. They're terrorists. And it's like, you're an idiot. You know, you're not making a good point here. And they've been running with it, but it's not working. And increasingly, the attack against the GOP has become more consistent. It's become more linear and parallel. A lot of people have now turned their back on MAGA. You know, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, to name a few. So it's really just like a sinking ship. You know, I suppose Trump might as well try and do what he can before November, right? He's still got some time. November's going to roll on us really quickly, but he's still got some time. Let's see if, you know, he can make Iran wiggle out some sort of concession. But it's going to take a very brutal and aggressive military campaign before they even come close to that, because they're fighting for their existence. And this is a war of regime change. And by the way, interestingly enough, now I'm using Patrick Bet-David to make my points. Patrick Bet-David is even acknowledging this as well. Iran may have found the world's biggest weakness. It says 97% of global internet traffic runs through 750,000 miles of undersea cables. And Iran is now threatening to play with or touch or potentially even cut off those cables, which will cut internet supply, cables, which will cut internet supply to countries like India and others in Asia. And so now they're playing with these underground internet cables. By the way, a lot of internet is derived from these cables underground, these like whatever, maritime cables, whatever you would call them, these fiber optic cables that are responsible for transferring data, owned by Meta and all these big tech companies. Now Iran is saying, hey, these cables run under the Strait of Hormuz. That's our backyard. That's our territory. Those are our waters. Who's to say we can't touch those cables as well? And so they're going to make things even more difficult for the world. And maybe that's not something they will exercise now as an option because of the ceasefire, and they've had some breathing room. I get that. But if the war restarts, why would that be off the table? And that's increasingly concerning. India without internet is going to have an economic backlash on the United States. There will be some sort of ripple effect against the entire world and us as well. And we've already been suffering enough. So there won't be a shortage of oil in the United States. I get that, but the price won't go down. And, you know, since we're talking about it, let's see where oil is currently. Hopefully it's down. All right, so we're around 103. No, 111 actually. Seems like we're at 111. Is that correct? Is this website updated? Yeah, Brent crude, we're at 111. Crazy, crazy stuff, huh? So it's up about $4 or $5 since the last time I was live. And remember, we were hovering around 107, 108. Trump would say something on Truth Social that wasn't true, would go back down. It'd go back to like 110, 115. Again, he would do that. But now it's at 111. And this is another sign the war is about to restart. The oil's at 111. And Trump is saying on Truth Social, we are going to hit Iran again. So there's like no plan or effort to really calm the global oil market. Oil's at 111. And you say, for Iran, the clock is ticking. They better get moving fast or there won't be anything left of them. Time is of the essence. And so oil, in response to this, would likely go up. But also Donald Trump doesn't seem to have any thought about the oil price. He doesn't seem to care anymore like he did previously. So maybe it's time. Maybe it's actually time that the United States gets back into this war. And hey, 4 or 5 days, what do you know? It's May 17th. Did we not tell you so? Did we not tell you so? So gases went down. Yeah, because they did something to make that happen. I forgot what it was. They did some, I can't remember the article. If somebody remembers in the chat, let me know. Anyways, okay. But yeah, that's kind of the situation. They're more or less the same, right? Like no major difference. No major difference. It honestly gets tiring seeing this. And I like the ceasefire because I don't want the war to persist. I don't want it to continue. But at the same time, it's like, yo, the strait is blocked. Something has to happen. Something's got to give. And Iran, maybe inadvertently, I admit, is provoking the United States to start the war up again. Key word is inadvertent. I don't think they mean it, but they don't seem to be worried about the fact that closing the strait is a provocation against the United States to get back into the war. If Iran opened the strait, I don't think we'd be nearly as desperate to start this war back up. You know, and I say that because, you know, people say, oh, the nukes. The nukes are an afterthought. The nukes are an afterthought because, again, we knew they weren't going to make one. The director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, just a year ago, that wasn't that long ago, just a year ago, said Iran is not making a nuclear weapon. There is no imminent nuclear threat coming out of Iran. And everybody in the IC says the same thing. So it wasn't about nukes. Trump knew that. Of course, Trump knew that. It was for regime change. People say, oh, it's strategic purposes against China. China gets their oil from Iran. They will continue to get it for super cheap. Yeah, they did get some from the Gulf, but it could be rerouted. Also, these ships that are responsible for delivering to any country that's beneficial for China or China as well may be let through the strait for free. China runs on coal anyways, really, for the most part. The Venezuelan oil cutoff didn't make much of a difference, maybe 3 to 4%, negligible. These are like small chinks in the armor. You know, this is like throwing pebbles at a tank. This is not how you take China off of being the front runner for power against the United States. It's not. And anybody who thinks that has no understanding of the way the world works. Starting a forever war in the Middle East against Iran, Persia, a country fortified by mountains, 90 million people, 250,000 armed guards on the ground, with an almost nuclear weapon ready to go at any point if their sovereignty is threatened, which it has now been threatened. That's to deter China? I'm sorry. How did you piece the two together? Where did you find that connection? Let me know. Let me know. And these guys try to explain it. They sound retarded. They sound retarded. This is the last thing. This is not a last-ditch effort to throw China off of this power scale. Just shut up. You have no clue what you're talking about whatsoever. And that's evident if you try to make that connection. This is not to weaken China. Some say that may be a benefit that wasn't intentional. It's going to be a byproduct of the war. No, it won't. No, it won't. And China's giving Iran whatever they need to stay in this, by the way. China wants this to end, but they need Iran to stay in it. And so they've given Iran satellite. They've given Iran radar technology. They've given Iran missiles that allegedly, I read this out of Reuters in the beginning of the war, Reuters, missiles that are allegedly made to hit amphibious assault vessels, big U.S. Navy destroyers, USS Gerald R. Ford, that had the fire, although we read it was potentially an Iranian drone. I mean, China's helping. Russia is also helping. Obviously, Russia's got their own battle, but it seems like Russia's starting that back up as well. So they've got their own problems to face with NATO and Ukraine and all this stuff. They got to be the number one supplier of gas in Europe. They can't let that be threatened by any capacity. And obviously, that's some of the motivation for the attack in Ukraine, right? Ukraine was going to access tons of oil or real gas supply, natural gas supply in the Black Sea, just westward, I believe, of Crimea. And that was something else that threatened Russia a lot. And so that's why they formally annexed it or informally annexed it in 2014. And then also Luhansk, Donetsk, all these other provinces, the Donbass as a whole now belongs to Russia, at least most of it. So, you know, it's like people say, oh, Russia, China. It's like, bro, that has nothing to do with nothing, bro. That has nothing to do with anything. This is for Israel, okay? It's like, I don't want to go so crazy here. You know, we're on this platform, but why do you think Mark Levin was jumping for joy when the war started? Mark Levin was jumping for joy. Yes, President Trump, this is the best thing you've ever done. They were all so happy. Ben Shapiro has always been critical of Trump. I know he was pro-Trump, but Ben Shapiro will be honest. If a Trump policy is good or bad, at least domestically here at home, the moment the Iran war kicks off, this is the best thing that we've ever seen. Like, they all love this, you know? So, brother, wake up, brother. Braza, wake up, braza. Antonio Cortez, $2. Sneako's money hit as long? What? Sneako shit is long. Oh, pause. Hey, get your mind out the gutter. Come on.
Haram!
I meant his hair. What was wrong with you? Gay. Get your mind out the gutter. Aaron says, your haircut gives off stealing someone else's girl from them. Really? That's kind of the goal. Bro, yo, all right. I'm not going to divert, okay? I'm not trying to derail the show. But I do feel like I look a lot more immature with the hair. Yeah, that's true. But speaking of a girl, my parents are watching. I shouldn't say this because they're going to get mad and call me. Or not mad, they're going to get excited, actually. I need like a wife, bro. You know, super off topic. I'll be so fast here. Yo, bro. Doing laundry is the worst thing in the world. I think I'd rather grab a gun and go fight in Iran. If Trump drafted me and said, hey, nigga, we need you on the front line, nigga. We need you to fight these niggas. I'm like, all right, you know what, bro? That might be better than doing laundry. That's a joke, obviously. I'm being funny. But so, like, bro, I can't. Like, my clothes sit in the dryer all week. I'm picking from the dryer, these rations. I'm like, these drawers, these pants, all right, this will do for a fit. And I folded everything and put it away the other day. It's so annoying. And then dishes, cleaning my room, cleaning my apartment. I cannot bear it. It's the worst thing in the world. Mind you, I'm a clean person. Like, this isn't LARP. My room is usually in pretty decent shape. I'm not LARPing, but like, you know, sometimes I do yearn for like female companionship. It's natural in men. Like, I'm bored and alone. I'm like so bored. I'm with my niggas. I have a lot of friends, thank God. But like, you know, sometimes I need a girl. I'm like hanging out with my friends. I'm like, nigga, get out of here. I'm sitting across from the table with my boy. We're getting pizza. I'm like, nigga, I don't want to look at you. Like, I want I want a wife, you know, I want a wife. Like, sometimes you do want, I'm not getting married no time soon. Please don't, like, think I'm serious. But, bro, it just gets a lot. It gets a lot being by yourself, you know? It's nice to have, like, a mom who does your laundry and dishes and stuff. Whatever. I deserve a wife? Yeah. I feel like I do. Prince Lai says, Wallahi, you deserve a wife. No one deserves anything, man. No one deserves anything. If you don't want your shit wrinkled, take it out in time. Hey, it's too late for that, bro. That shit's wrinkled. You know. Yeah, that's not, when you get with your wife. When you get a wife, you're not gonna be with your boys, or you're gonna want to be with your boys. No, I get it, bro. Look, like please don't misconstrue. Like those. Why is this side popping out less? Those are like the benefits. Okay, I'm well aware of the cons. I don't want to do like the whole red pill misogyny thing right now. I'm trying to steer away from that. Be a little bit more careful, given my sensitive position. However, like don't get it twisted. But sometimes, you know, like, you know, it's a nice day out. I see couples sitting and getting food, and I'm like, you know, if I had a wife and I enjoyed some food with her, and we came home and she just like went that way, that'd be nice, you know, that'd be nice. But it's fine. It's fine. I really derailed. I apologize. We'll get back to everything. We'll go over this Thomas Massie thing right now. Aaron says your haircut gives off early 2000 B2K. Okay. Yeah, it's curls is going though. Curls are going. Kind of struggle curls, but they're there a little bit. If I wet it, it looks better. NHK says, Ryad, do you think that if Trump restarts the war, Iran would just get tired and block not only the Strait, but also the Red Sea? Yeah, well, that's what I brought up before. Thank you for the 5. Yeah, so, I mean, look, if Trump restarts the war and Iran is no longer capable of blocking the Strait, which is unlikely, it doesn't take much for them to really block the Strait. They just need to hurl threats that they'll launch drones into the water. But let's say, or the speedboats, whatever, let's say that Iran stops doing that. Well, then the Houthis can just mobilize and exactly like maybe the Red Sea or the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, Suez Canal situation. I think 12% of the world's oil rolls through there, and that's a direct passageway up into Europe. That's why it's a man-made pass. That's why it was created, to make that export and import easier. So that can happen. Yeah, that can definitely happen. Houthis in the Red Sea, we saw that before during the Gaza conflict. It can happen again. They're just waiting on the go. They're waiting on the go-ahead, I suppose. But yeah, that's a possibility. The scribed voice is, what's Trump's best bet, even though it sounds bad? Good question. I haven't given that deep thought. I guess I just said it. You know, for Trump, I guess the best decision is to stop the war. Like, if I'm speaking in pure terms of like non-likelihood, just what would work, even though it's completely unlikely, it would be for Trump to completely just exit the war, stop completely. And hopefully then Iran would become reasonable with the Strait of Hormuz. You've got to realize that Iran is able to exercise plausible deniability to being a tyrant against the earth by blocking the Strait of Hormuz. So long as the United States is attacking them, they can say they're blocking the Strait for their own defense. If we stop the war, well, then maybe Iran doesn't have so much bragging rights to continuously block the Strait anymore. Then they would just be blocking the world's oil supply, or at least 20% of it, for no good reason. Then they would actually be the aggressor, right? Then they'd be the tyrant. Then they'd be the problem. Then NATO and the EU and everybody would go, all right, the United States is out. What are you doing now? And they will continue to control it, but to block it, to charge ships, to congest the already tight, I believe, 21-mile passageway at its narrowest point, you know, I don't think they would do that, but who knows? But exit the war and leave it on Iran to open the Strait up, which hopefully happens very quickly. Cease military operation, and that's it. You know, that's it. It's going to have to be a situation where we suffer an optical loss, which is that we stop the war before we achieve our goals. That's an optical loss. That's a strategic loss. Militarily, even, that's somewhat of a loss, because we've lost soldiers for what? Not to attain any goal. You can argue that with Iraq, I suppose. So, you know, couple options, but we've got to capitulate in some degree. And it's only fair we started the war. hey, hey, we started the war. So we have to be gracious. We have to be a little bit extensional. We don't have to overextend too much, but we have to be fair. We have to be reasonable. And it just really doesn't get any more complex than that, People think it's like 5D chess. It's like, nah, nigga, just stop the war. Not saying you are. Thank you for the super chat. But, people like try to, what Trump has to do. No, Trump just has to stop fighting, actually. It's that easy. So, okay. Let's see. Here, well, I just want to get some water and turn the AC on. I'm not going to lie. I always do this. It's hot. Play this quick video while I'm doing that. Give me one moment. I'll be right back. Okay.
Out the very latest comments from President Trump as you were hearing him answering questions pertaining to the Iran war. And this morning he posted this on social media saying for Iran, the clock is ticking. They better get moving fast or there won't be anything left of them. Time is of the essence, signed President Donald J. Trump. We're also following some developing news out of the Middle East right there. And this comes as there was a drone strike that targeted a UAE power plant. A little bit more information on this, all of this happening this Sunday. A drone strike targeted the United Arab Emirates' Seoul nuclear power plant earlier today, sparking a fire on its perimeter. There were no reports of injuries or radiological release, but this did highlight the risk of renewed war as the Iran ceasefire remains tenuous. Now, no one immediately claimed responsibility, and the UAE did not blame anyone. It has, however, accused Iran of launching drone and missile attacks in recent days as tensions rise over the Strait of Hormuz. The vital energy waterway is still being held in control by Iran, which is under a U.S. naval blockade. The UAE...
Block the blockade, they say. Hold on, I think Myron just called us on Discord. Let's go. 1 second, guys. 1 second. Bear with me. Yo.
Yo.
Yo, what's good?
Yo, not much. Let me
Did you fire up stream?
Yeah, I'm on live right now. I've been on
bet.
for like an hour.
Oh, what? Oh, I didn't even know. Okay.
Hold on 1 sec. I'm gonna move some stuff around and then we'll be able to do this. Right? Let me turn my camera off. All right.
There you are. Yeah, I see you. What's up?
Here we go. Not much, man. Not much. All right. So, what were you? I saw that you were watching news or whatever. Would you? Because I had a couple clips here that we can look at as well. I know NBC did an interview with Marco Rubio yesterday on the China summit. CNN went and looked at the Iranian bridge. Xi Jinping offers to end the war with Iran. You want to cover some of that stuff?
Yeah. We can go into it. I skipped over the China stuff, so that's actually perfect. I went straight into the United States and Iran's demands against one another. There's some fresh ones that have just released out of Forest News about 2 days ago or so.
You want to really recap it for my people real quick? Because I was going over a red pill clip with clavicular.
Sure. Yeah. Here, let me screen share very quickly. 1 second, because I have the tweet right here. Let me get this set up. What's going on, man? What were you talking about before? Larry Wheels?
No. I was covering clavicular. I was talking to some 304 at a party.
No.
But go ahead. I'll be right back in 1 second.
All right, bet. All right, let's see. Let's get this clip up. 1 second, guys. Bear with me. I got to rearrange this so that my stream can see it as well. Okay. W Myron in the chat. Okay, so screen share here. Hopefully this is big screen on Myron's end. Let me pull up your chat, by the way, actually. So if you guys didn't see on X, we had the update as to what the demands were for either side in regards to a ceasefire that will hopefully lead to a permanent ceasefire, i.e. peace deal, hopefully. Pretty much unlikely at this point. But regardless, we'll take a look at it. And this is why I think the war is likely going to restart very soon. Let me pull this up for all of you. So, are you able to see that?
You minimize the application that says sit tight.
Here. One sec. Yeah, I don't know why the screen share is being weird. That's fine. So, U.S. versus Iranian demands.
I might pull it up.
Yeah, it's on Rerum. Rerum posted it yesterday at 7:45 a.m. Or today, this morning, actually. Sorry. And
okay, I have Rerum open up right here.
Yeah. As you're pulling it up, I'll read it. So, U.S. demands versus Iranian demands. We'll go to the U.S. first. No compensation for war damages. That's what the United States is asking for, as well as a transfer of Iran's 400 kilograms of uranium to the United States. Okay. Yep, keep scrolling. You'll find it. It was, nope, too far. Or actually, you might, yep, right there. Okay. Transfer of Iran's 400 kilograms of uranium to the United States. Iran to maintain just a single nuclear facility in the entire country, maybe above ground as well. No release of Iran's frozen assets, and ceasefire conditional on the success of U.S.-Iran talks. A permanent ceasefire is not guaranteed. And I think they also, actually, no, that's it. Iranian demands ceasefire on all fronts, including Lebanon. That's tough. Lifting of all sanctions on Iran. That's also tough for us to do because then the proxies get tons of money. Netanyahu's going to cry. Release of all frozen assets tied to the Iranian state. We can't attack Obama no more for doing it in 2016. War damages compensation. That's going to be expensive. And then also, and this is the final one, recognition of Iran's sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz. That's probably going to be, or prove to be, the most difficult one for the United States to capitulate on. So I was telling my stream that I think there's probably going to be a restart at some point. And the reason why, I don't know if you saw Trump's Truth Social post, but this has been going viral all day. He tweeted this at noon today. He said, the clock is ticking for Iran. So they got to make a decision. They got to make it fast, AKA he's kind of loosely hinting at the fact that he's going to start strikes back up soon. There's also a meeting that happened on Saturday, including the envoy, Stephen Witkoff, and Jared Kushner, I believe, and then J.D. Vance. And who knows what they were speaking about. But there's been some word through the grapevine. Yep. Yeah, and so the grapevine kind of is saying the war is going to start back up. Here's the thing. Brent crude is at 111 currently as I'm speaking to you. And Trump is not making any efforts or attempts to make it seem like there's peace around the corner. That's something he's historically done since February 28th to now, really, or at least since the ceasefire began. It was always, hey, don't worry. They're talking. We have some guys on the phone now, yada, yada, yada. We're going to ensure that this is over before you even know it. And now Brent crude is approaching 120, which is that catastrophic mark. We've always spoken about that being the real emergency point. And Trump is not making any last-ditch effort to allude to peace, even though it's untrue. And that usually calms the markets, at least for a couple days, and give him some more time to recollect and come up with another excuse or idea to drag it on. So to me, and it could be wrong, it's purely speculation, maybe potential restart maybe this week, next week. I don't see any effort to calm the tension and calm the prices. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, at this point, the thing is that there's no, both parties are going to continue to make maximalist demands, and we can't really meet in the middle on any of this stuff. I will say here that something is different now, saying that there's one nuclear facility in the entire country. So that means that there might be some enrichment, which was something that they used to say all the time, no enrichment. So that's, I guess, kind of good. But, you know, yeah, I mean, they're not going to, of course, they're going to want sanctions released. Release of frozen assets, war damages compensation, recognition of Iran's sovereignty. Yeah, dude, this is no release of Iran's frozen assets. So for those of you guys that don't know, that's their money, by the way.
Yeah,
like that we've just had frozen forever. Yeah, this is, yeah, man, this is very. When it comes to peace, I just don't see any. They're gonna have to resume fighting, bro. More than likely.
Yeah, and look, that's the real only existing off-ramp, I say loosely, for Donald Trump. I mean, where else can he go from here? He either steps out of the war and Iran whoops his ass effectively, right? They chase us out of the Middle East, or he continues on and increases pressure so that they can capitulate to some of our demands, which, by the way, if we continue strikes and we get somewhere, maybe we hit infrastructure that's critical, we hit the energy plants, who knows if that happens, obviously the Middle East will be in turmoil, but our demands can increase in terms of how ballsy they are. We can make more maximalist demands if we deal with a weaker Iran after, let's say, 2 or 3 weeks of more bombing. Maybe then Iran will concede to something that it wasn't willing to concede to prior. That's also a possibility that might be on his mind. But really, I mean, look, if he starts bombing back up, to me, now the likelihood is much higher for critical infrastructure, like we said, the power grid. He's threatened to hit that twice or almost 3 times at this point, I think. I can't remember if he said it twice or 3 times. And then also the bridges, right? All of this key infrastructure that's responsible for moving goods, keeping the country afloat, you know, that might be in the agenda for the next bombing campaign, which if so, the Gulf countries are in for a ride. That's not going to be good for the entire nation or the entire GCC as a whole. So
I think that's what's been keeping him. I think that's what's been keeping him so worried.
100%.
You know,
100%. But it gets to a point, right? I mean, look, the ceasefire is proving to be beneficial for Iran and detrimental for the United States. Something's got to give. And so I don't know if that's a bombing campaign. I don't know if that's a ground invasion. Who knows what that looks like, you know? And look, a ground invasion is an element of attack or a style of attack that I don't think would warrant a bombing campaign against the Middle East like it did in February 28th. On February 28th, maybe Iran focuses elsewhere instead of hitting the Gulf countries if there's boots on ground. Just a possibility, but, you know, this is all speculation. We'll see what happens. But
yeah, and then obviously they're going to have this big meeting on Tuesday. Yeah, I mean, and again, Trump didn't want to do anything while he was obviously in China and before China. So you want to talk to China, kind of discuss what their options are. So like now, if he's going to do something, he's got the China visit out the way now. So
yeah, exactly.
We can watch the interview with Marco Rubio. Let's see what he's got to say.
Let's watch
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
I do want to start by asking you: are you surprised that you're even here in China? As a U.S. senator, you know you were sanctioned by China because of what you said, talking about China's record when it came to human rights abuses. You have never shied away from that. Yeah. Do you still feel the same way now that you're in this country?
Yeah, I mean, the difference is...
Yeah, we told you guys that the niggas pretty much banned this guy from the country.
My job now is no longer just to be a senator. My job is a different job. I'm the chief diplomat of the country, and I execute on the president's foreign policy. The second thing I would say is, irrespective of that, even in my time in the Senate, I would always acknowledge that the United States and China have to have a relationship. It's the 2 largest economies in the world, probably the 2 most powerful militaries in the world. And I think it's irresponsible for us not to have direct dialogue with them. In areas where we can find mutual cooperation, I think there's probably virtually no problem in the world that we can't solve if we work together on. But with 2 big, powerful countries like this,
Yeah, for those of you guys that don't know, China is very sensitive to ever being called, they don't care so much about being called communist. They don't like it though when people like talk about their human rights record and how it's kind of fucked up. They don't like that. You know, you could go to, like, for example, I showed you guys the picture of Tank Man. That picture is illegal in China. Okay, the infamous photo of the guy standing in front of the tank. For those of you that don't know, I'll quickly show you guys. This picture, to this day, is like illegal in China, right? Then for the infamous photo, and then obviously like the Uyghur genocide, any of that stuff.
Yep.
Whenever you talk about that stuff, they get pissed off, bro. So that is why they sanctioned the fuck out of Marco Rubio when he was saying that stuff, because that is something that's a weak point for China. As a matter of fact, if you guys remember, the mayor of Arcadia, California, got indicted for espionage, for basically being a foreign agent of China without being registered, because she made comments that were pro-China when it comes to the human rights violations, because she was told by a PRC intelligence officer to make certain comments about the human rights stuff and say that it was lies. And that's what got her jammed up actually by the FBI. So this is how much China cares about the image of not being, you know, human rights violators. So that's why they sanctioned the fuck out of Marco Rubio when he did that. And I'm actually shocked that he was able to come this time. But I do think that they had to kind of change his, I think his real name is still sanctioned. They had to give him, they had to create a travel document for him on a slightly altered name so that he could come into the country for this visit.
There's always going to be irritants. There's always going to be areas of disagreement. And it's our job, for the sake of our respective countries, but ultimately for the world, for the sake of the world.
Another thing you guys got to know about this country, they don't have like a free press, bro. So you say that type of shit for them is like, what'd you say, motherfucker?
Yeah,
like,
no freedom of speech, no freedom of press, none of that shit.
Yeah, there's none of that bullshit.
Shit. Yo, I told the story. My good friend, he's Syrian, he's Muslim. He went to China because, you know, he's into construction and stuff, and so I guess like a trade show, something like that, whatever. And when he was there, these niggas wanted to pray in the restaurant. Like, they wanted to pray, and the owner like had a heart attack. He was like, what do you mean pray? He was about to kick them niggas out. He's like, you can't pray in public because the cameras are constantly watched by the government or the local authority, and so they'll arrest you for any sort of public display of worship or anything like that. So, you know, people forget it's still a brutal state. It's very rigid. They don't play that shit.
Yeah.
They don't play that. Mr. Ferdinand, thank you for the
try
by
to
the way.
manage those areas of difference. You know, they've got red lines and things they never want to talk about, but we have them as well. And our job is to do and promote the policies that are in the best interest of the United States.
So for our viewers at home, there's so much going on in the world, and the world is watching what's happening here. What's the main takeaway you can tell our viewers at home? What was negotiated? What's been decided? How is it going to change their lives back in America?
Well, first and foremost, I mean, part of the problem we face in the United States for a long time is we've allowed our nation to be deindustrialized. If you think about factories, manufacturing, all kinds of key industries that have left the country, lithium batteries, that's something America invented, and China now dominates that market. So I always said it, and I always said it when I was in the Senate. China's doing what I would do if I were Chinese and I were a Chinese leader. They are trying to dominate the world in all these key industries of the future. We may not like it, but that's what they're going to do because they're acting in their best interest. We have to act in our best interest. I'm the Secretary of State of the United States, and before that, as you pointed out, a senator for the United States. I work for the President of the United States. Our job is to promote the interest of our country and to bring back as many of those industries as possible. So the areas we're always going to be talking to them about is unfair competition. You know, their control of critical supply chains. There's so many critical supply chains that we are reliant on, but not just us, the world, overly reliant. So I think what you'll see as a result, two things I think are resulting today. There is some agreement. They're going to buy more of certain things, which is important, like American airplanes, American jet engines. But I think the other thing that's important for us is to keep up the work of reindustrializing America, bringing back to the United States those industries that are key to us. The Chinese aren't going to like it because they want to dominate those industries, but that's what's good for the American people. The second point is just that engagement between the presidents of the respective countries is critically important because they were able to talk about the Straits of Hormuz. We were able to talk about North Korea. We were able to talk about all these other parts of the world where China plays a role as well.
So just to nail down some specifics here, we're talking about the purchasing of airplanes, Boeing airplanes, and then also there's been some reports about beef as well. Is there anything you can shed light on that?
Well, I think the details will be announced later today. I don't want to get ahead of the actual announcement by the trade representative, but there's going to be some agricultural purchases which are important, and they're important for our growers, and China needs those things. We hope in the future to expand it to energy purchase. You know, the United States is a net supplier of energy now to the world. We're one of the world's, if not the world's largest energy supplier at this point. Obviously, when it comes to the airplanes and the...
Yeah, but the problem is that we're not geographically located in an area that's like optimal for trade. You know what I mean? Like we're in our own hemisphere. It's great for defensive purposes and military strategy, right? It's actually what's kept us a world power for a very long time is that we're so far from our enemies and it takes so much for them to attack us. But that's also kind of, you know, made it a bit harder for us to be, you know, a great maker or industry-based country. We used to be, but not anymore. You know, now China makes everything. We don't really make shit anymore. So, yeah, we do have a lot of oil, but do we have enough to, you know, obviously support ourselves while simultaneously supporting the world with the Strait of Hormuz closed? Not really.
Yeah.
That's why the prices are still astronomically high. Like, I mean, sitting at 111. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah.
This is nuts.
And it's all cope.
Anything over 100 is crazy.
I was just talking about, I suppose is on the same topic. I was just talking about the whole angle of people saying, oh, well, the war in Iran inadvertently weakens China. And it's like, oh my God, are we doing this again? You know, and this plays into it. Obviously, geostrategically where the two countries are located, but really, you know, China runs, like we spoke on before, more so coal than anything else. They get tons of oil from Iran at super cheap prices because of sanctions. So that actually helps China in some sort of way. You've got the Strait of Hormuz being blockaded, except Chinese vessels are somehow able to get through. And we saw that they haven't been paying the same tolls at all. And China's been economically supporting Iran wherever they need to behind the walls. And Trump said on the White House lawn, oh, you know, they're not going to help Iran or whatever. You know, China wants this war to obviously end. They don't want a regional regional war going on because they still benefit from the Gulf countries being operational. They're not able to export oil to the Strait of Hormuz. But in totality, like anybody who has any semblance of knowledge of geopolitics knows this hurts the United States way more than it hurts China, obviously, right? So it's just such a silly angle.
They don't run on oil like we do. They run on coal. They're the #1 renewable energy country on Earth. Like 50 to 60% of their motor vehicles run on fucking electricity, right? They have a bunch of electric cars. There's a reason why they're banned in America.
And unfortunately, they make really good ones allegedly. So that's another thing too.
And cheaper too, cheaper than Tesla. Dumbass Elon Musk.
The engines, those are American factories and American workers that are making that. And so anytime you can gain access to a market as large as this one, that's a very positive thing. But there's a lot of work yet to be done.
The CEO of NVIDIA is here with you guys. He traveled with the president on Air Force One. Were AI chips discussed at all?
In the context of the president's conversation with President Xi, no, we didn't get into the level of specificity. We know what that is. I mean, at the end of the day, the United States remains a dominant player in the space of AI and in the space of semiconductors and chips. That said, the Chinese are investing billions and billions of dollars in their own industry. So that's going to be an area of competition.
Do you think AI chips should be sold to China?
Well, I think as you've seen, the president's announced that certain chips can be sold. Obviously, it's up to the Chinese to accept it. But I think we always have to establish our area of dominance. In essence, the cutting edge, the things that give us an advantage, it would be dumb and stupid for us to sell that to anybody, especially a country that's going to reverse engineer it and leapfrog us. So I think that's understood. Maturely speaking, there are things the United States still has dominant position in, and from our national security perspective, we should keep that dominance. We want to keep that dominance. The Chinese are going to do their best to catch us and even surpass us. We shouldn't make it easy for them, the way we kind of did for 20 years when we sort of had
Well, they've been doing this for a long time. A big reason why China's been able to catch up to us so quickly is because that's exactly what they do. China is like one of the biggest thefts of biggest thieves of American technology and reverse engineering. That's what they do. One of the things, they bootleg everything. They bootleg it, find a way to rig it, make it better, and then put it out on the market at a cheaper price.
Bro, you cannot beat the human capital, okay? You just can't beat how many goddamn people are in China. They're always going to be able to outproduce and outcreate. So long as they have some semblance of a blueprint, they could do what we do, unfortunately better for cheaper. And they're fake shoes. This is not that it's an off topic. Now they make my shoes are real before the chat goes crazy. But they make apparently these fake Jordans and all, you know what crowd of people are into that. That are so close to the real deal, they sometimes have less defects than the real ones. And this is the case with all the counterfeit merchandise, like the fake Louis Vuitton wallets, all the materialistic shit that people buy. They are now making replicas of that stuff that is even better than the original one because of the quality of production and the consistency of it. So because with the real stuff, sometimes you get the factory flaws and stuff. So even on a minute level, some of these lesser important things, even in that segment, the things that are exported to the United States, of course, with the tariffs, are better than some of the stuff we make at home or some of the stuff we export from European countries, like this designer merchant and luxury merchandise. So it's evident on all levels. Apparently they make a really good phone. I don't know all about that, but it's concerning. So Rubio's right. He's right. It is in our national security to kind of to curb some of that stuff.
Here, let me go. We'll go back right to it. Hold on. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna get off YouTube, guys. So come on over to Kick, guys. Okay, guys, come on over to Kick.
I got a chat while you're reading that. Prince Slime, I never got your Instagram, so make sure you put it back in the chat. But he says, thanks for the 10. He says, thoughts on Trump's visits to China? Well, we're doing that right now, actually, funny enough. And then
we're gonna cover it in a second.
Yeah, Israel's ability to nuke the whole world with them if they don't go down. It's possible, right, Samsung? And then 3, redo that skit you guys did on stream about Rubio/Trump at UFC debut. Or UFC about blocking the blockade. That was funny. That should have got clipped up more.
When they were
when you're acting like a drunk Marco Rubio. Drunko Rubio. In regards to Israel nuking the whole world, I mean, yeah, look, if they're threatened enough, then sure. But so long as the United States backs Israel closely, which I don't think will cease to be a reality anytime soon, they won't have to exercise that option, I suppose, right? We'll always have our security behind them. But yeah, that was a funny impersonation.
Yeah, no, I mean I be thinking to myself like, yo, what are these niggas doing in the fucking Oval Office sometimes? Cause like Trump will be that bro will write a tweet, write a Truth Social post, right? And you could tell like, wait, what? Like he's over here like the Bruce Springsteen one. Remember that one?
Yeah.
Yo, pull that one up, bro. Pull that one up, man. Come on, man. We'll just have a little bit of fun with this.
Guys,
come on over to Kick, niggas. Or go to my brother's YouTube. Go to either Kick or go to my brother's YouTube. Whichever one you guys want. I'm getting the fuck off YouTube, though. So either go to my brother's YouTube or come to my Kick. Kick.com/MyronGainsX. Or if you really fuck with us, you'll just open up a tab for both. Like you guys can see here, I got my brother's stream open on a tab. If you guys could do that for us, I'd really appreciate it as well. So do that for me. And then also, guys, we're going to be talking about unknown serial killers. We're going to be talking about Terry Rasmussen or later. Once I get off with my bro, we're going to do some true crime as well. So make sure to do that. Open up a tab. Look, it's very easy. You just open up YouTube. Bam. Right? Type in Ryad. Oh, look, he's right there, right in front of my page. I smash that like button. And then you can go ahead, kick.com/MyronGainsX. Boom. And then here I am, ninjas. Okay? So do both. Jump on both. Support the mission. And that's it. You just close it. Mute the tab and you're good to go. That helps a lot.
Shout out to you guys. Appreciate it. Yo, for some reason, my screen share is not working, but I sent you the link of the Truth Social post.
Okay. I got you right now.
So
I can share everything, bro. Don't even sweat it. I'll share everything.
Yeah, I sent you the Bruce Springsteen one. But yo, like, as you're pulling this up, if you go through Trump's Truth Social, I was having fun on stream earlier. Like, it's just AI slop. It's like, yo, he's just like, it's like a boomer who just found out he had a phone that could produce images, like with the request of an AI prompt. It's crazy. Like, we'll go through it in a second. It's really funny, but
hold on. Let me share this shit again. Okay. So, mind you, look at the day, guys. Okay, April 2nd, 2026, right? At 7:58 a.m. So, I know that the president gets briefed typically by the intel people around 8 a.m., 9 a.m., right? So 2 minutes before this nigga's about to get a briefing, right? In the middle of a war. Mind you, the ceasefire hadn't been done, chat. They were still bombing and shit like that at this point, right? This nigga writes this tweet. Bad and very, you know what? Let me see if I can do it in his voice. Actually, Ryad, you might have to read in his voice, bro. Come
Where
on,
is it? Bad and very boring singer Bruce Springsteen, who looks like a dried up prune who has suffered greatly from the work of a really bad Yo, this is crazy. Did we read this? Wait, I don't know if I read this.
I read it. I read
it. Crazy.
Yeah, you didn't see this shit?
Work of a really bad plastic surgeon has long had a horrible and incurable case of Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. The guy is a total loser who spews hate against a president who won a landslide election, including the popular vote, all 7 swing states, and 86% of the counties across America. Under Sleepy Joe and the Dems, our country was dead. Now we have the hottest country by far anywhere in the world. MAGA should boycott his overpriced concerts, which suck. Save your hard-earned money. America is back. President Donald J. Trump. That's funny. I don't know if I read that with you. That's actually hilarious.
Bro, yeah. So this is what had me dead. So we're in the middle of a war. This is before the ceasefire. 8 o'clock in the morning. Yo, I can imagine he's in the fucking briefing room, the classified security room. And you know they're briefing like, okay, Mr. President, we have these options on the table. We've destroyed this many people, blah, blah, blah. You know, how do you want to move? And he's just there like fucking typing, doing this shit, you know? And he's not even, Mr. President, you're not supposed to bring your phone into the skiff. Shut up. I got to do this. Very important. And he keeps going. And the thing that kills me is if you look at how he writes, right? Bad and very boring singer Bruce Springsteen looks like a dried up prune, blah, blah. He likes to capitalize random shit. Okay, landslide election. Like, why are you capitalizing that? So this nigga, has to fucking change and put the arrow, the big arrow on his iPhone, and he's doing this shit. So it takes longer for him to make this shit.
He interlopes the point he's trying to make with like 5 disses and roasts before he finishes the sentence. Like, you're confused sometimes reading it, like, oh, this is bad grammar. And then you finish the sentence and you go, oh, okay. He just shat on the nigga for 5 minutes before he finished his point. Go to the Thomas Massie post. It's recent on his feed. He does the same thing. Go to his profile, and if you scroll down right there. Ready for this? Ready, watch. third-rate Congressman Thomas Massie, a weak and pathetic rhino from the great Commonwealth of Kentucky, a place I love, and won big 6 times, including all primaries, must be thrown out of office ASAP. It's like, all right, nigga, you could have just said Thomas Massie needs to be thrown out of office. He has to do the big 6 times rhino from the Commonwealth. Like, bro, it's so extra, And like, yo, also, if you just go down his timeline, not far from where you are now, go back a page.
Go back a page? Okay.
Yeah, go back a page. And then you should be on the timeline now. Scroll down.
Let me make this shit a little.
Yeah, if you zoom out, just scroll a bit. And just like, look at this shit. Like, bro, what? Nigga put himself Space Force like he's commanding the universe, bro. Like, all right, bro. And then keep going. It gets better. Like, Space Force. You're really going to love the next one. Making fun of the Illinois government. He cooks Hakeem Jeffries here at some point. U.S. rep for immigration or something like that. Keep going. That one's actually Aura. I'll give him his credit. Attacking the Democrats. Hakeem Low IQ Jeffries.
They went after him. I remember for cleaning up the pool. Yeah. For those of you guys that don't know, I think it was NBC or one of them were like, "Oh, Mr. Trump, why are you spending all this money? Whatever." And he was like, "That's a stupid question. We need our country to look clean." And he went on a whole fucking tirade with this woman because someone from CBS, NBC, or ABC, one of these fucking leftist organizations, was grilling him on spending money to clean this shit, and he got pissed off at her. So that's why he posted this. And then Hakeem.
Yo, and this is how you guys know we're genuine. Yo, we shit on Trump so much for the war, but I can still laugh at like he's still funny, bro. He's still funny. Okay, you cannot take that shit away from him. If you go down his timeline, it's just straight AI slap. Like the dude just found out how to use ChatGPT or whatever AI he's using. Really quick, by the way, Tears and Pistols with the 10 gifted. Thank you so much, my friend. Now the Marco for you. Appreciate that. I didn't see that come in right away, so I apologize. Thank you so much for all the gifted. W's in the chat for Tears and Pistols. He's been supporting a lot. Myron just got massaded. Okay. Myron is no longer with us, so we'll get him back on. But while we're waiting, I will read these super chats. Yeah, we're gonna go into Massie in a second. I see you in the chat, Sar. We just lost Myron, so give me one moment. Oh, is this? Yo,
I was trying to add Sneako to the call, and the shit acted retarded.
Oh, here, I got you.
You could get him in?
It's gonna kick me out for a second, but I got it. Hold on.
Yeah, because I tried adding him.
Okay, I'm calling both of them now.
What up, guys? Can you hear me?
What's
Am I
up?
echoing?
Yeah, you're echoing. I think you gotta put your headphones on, but I can hear you.
Got it. What's up, man? Assalamu alaikum.
What's up? Walaikum salam, bro.
How you doing?
Pop
Myron here?
out.
Can you hear me?
He's loading in.
Okay, cool.
He should be getting the call. He's got to check his group. He's got to check the group chat. Hold on. Yo. What's up? There he is. Yo.
Hold on. Let me see.
What up, Myron?
Yeah, your people were spamming me in the chat, so I was trying to get you in, and then I didn't know.
W Sneako. What's good, bro?
W Ryad, the duo, the goat. Not trying to intrude on the new goated brotherly duo over here.
That's all good. What's up, man? What's up? Nice shirt.
Oh, thanks, man. It's a Batik. It's straight out of it's Indonesian, not Malaysian, apparently, but they have their own beef about who started it. It's not my
Southeast
issue.
Asian drip. I love it. How was Professor Zhang?
Sure. I think it went great. I think it was. People are saying it was their favorite interview so far. I thought there was a Matrix attack. Something. I think somebody tried to DDoS or shut down my stream. It randomly went down for like 5 minutes right in the beginning of the interview, and it wasn't my internet. It wasn't my system. But you guys are covering the news, right?
Yeah.
We were laughing at Trump a little bit. Sneako, bring your volume up a little bit. Your input. It's a little low.
Okay, let me fix it. Yeah, I saw some new things from his Truth Social. Am I better now?
That's perfect.
Okay. Yeah, I saw he was posting about the Nigerian attacks. He was saying that it's attacks on Christians. What was the new one?
No, we're laughing.
Making the Thomas Matt. We're going through True Social, kind of like laughing at like how bro, like just he just always says some crazy shit on True Social, just funny.
Yeah,
dude, he just found out how to use AI, And like if you go down his entire timeline on Truth Social, it's like AI slop. It's like him in this Space Force photo, like manning this like spaceship destroying the universe with bombs in the back and like US flags. Like it's actually hilarious. I think my brother's showing it now. He's making fun of like Hakeem Jeffries. Like it's just hilarious. Like they need to take one where he was from him.
Where he was calling Candace Owens a monkey or Obama a monkey. He was doing some AI. That was so he's spamming it recently. This is like a boomer on Facebook. Okay.
Yeah. It's like all this just like it just impulsively posting memes. Like I don't think he thinks any is him with an alien. Like I don't know what the fuck. They need to take his phone away from him. He can put Gavin Newsom in like a fucking asylum room or whatever, the padded room. Like it's kind of funny, I'm not gonna lie, but no,
this we were probably Grok. Elon probably showed him this in China, how to use Grok, and now he's spamming.
Yeah, it's been a little more than usual. I really was like, yo, this is a lot of AI slop. I was going down the timeline. But no, this is all stemming from his meeting in China and stuff. We were talking about Rubio's interview. Obviously, he was just in China. Did you have any takeaways from that? What was Professor Zhang telling you in regards to the whole China summit?
So yeah, I spoke with Lauren Chen about that extensively 2 days ago. I spoke a lot about it with Zhang today. It seems like they're partnering up on AI technology. That's why all the 30 billionaires went out there. People were wondering if the Iran war was going to come up. Obviously, that doesn't seem important to China at all. They're uniting off of the new tech world order instead of being reliant strictly on oil. It's a shift. This new world order is going to be based off of AI and tech, and China's a little more advanced, so they're going to try to work together and partner up. Tariff war's over.
Yeah, and we were just echoing the same rhetoric. We were saying, all of the MAGA base or a lot of these MAGATARs, they try to say, this war in Iran is detrimental for Myron. You froze. This war in Iran. Yeah. You saw it. This war in Iran is detrimental for China. Whatever. There's some strategic L to it. Whereas really, China's sitting back. I don't think they're so concerned about this war. But we're assuming that maybe Trump will resume strikes at this point against Iran because he kind of got China out of the way. My brother mentioned that. I thought that was a good point. As well as the fact that like oil right now is really expensive. So a barrel of oil is about $111. And every time oil got to that level, it seemed like Trump made up some lie on Truth Social to calm it down. Rather today, I think earlier this morning, he tweeted that Iran has like no time left, strikes are imminent. He kind of alluded to it. He didn't say that, but he pretty much implied it. So it seems like he doesn't care to calm the global oil market. Maybe strikes are imminent this week. Just a thought. That's some speculation he had going around.
That's just what Zhang said. He thinks that attack's going to happen this weekend. Makes sense too. They got the green light from China, but Trump's losing his edge. Like, look at this one here. Democrats love sewage. He thought that this was a good one. He used to have Lion Ted. He used to have some good slogans, right? He'd making fun of Ted Cruz's fat wife. This is what he said, not me. Now, Democrats, that's the new
Gavin Newsom.
Democrats.
Yeah, no, it appeals. Look, it appeals to the boomer audience. It appeals to like the Gen X millennials even. So, and right now, Thomas Massie's back is against the ropes, right? He's going against, what is his name? Ed Galrine, I think his name was. And this is like the biggest funding campaign against somebody who's held a seat in Congress, I think, ever by the GOP to run him out. So, this is the stuff that appeals to that base that will vote favorably for a Trump candidate. And I think right now, as we speak, Massie is behind on the polls. So
really,
it's kind of unfortunate. Yeah. I don't know if he'll lose. I don't know.
It's Kentucky, correct?
Kentucky's 4th congressional district, correct? Yeah.
Okay, let's go see what are the polls right now.
Yeah, and then he absolutely went nuclear on him on Truth Social. We were just reading that, kind of laughing at it. But
what is he saying about Massie? What is his attacks? Because he's not a leftist.
So the thing with Massie represents like that America First position. So for him, I believe when the Big Beautiful Bill came out, it was him and I think in Pennsylvania's 1st congressional district, something Fitzpatrick, I can't remember the first name, Ryan Fitzpatrick, I think it was. They both opposed the Big Beautiful Bill because of its favor for like big corporations. It was not this anti-establishment, like real America First Republican narrative that Trump had ran with in his first term. So Massie's always been like the kind of front runner, the heroic symbol of Congress. He's gone against the Epstein files. He's voted in favor of releasing the files. Him and Marjorie Greene kind of echo the same rhetoric. Obviously, Marjorie Greene stepped down previously. Massie's like the stronghold, one of the last forerunners really for like this whole idea of no new wars and what Trump campaigned on, but he's not a leftist in any regard. And in this tweet, he says Massie had voted for some favorability of transgender laws, where I think he's referring to, and this is disingenuous, that's referring to, I think, the Big Beautiful Bill, but he didn't go for the Big Beautiful Bill because it included some things that that weren't necessarily quote unquote like anti-establishment, very conservative base like. So, you know, Massie has now become a threat to the Trump organization, and all of these shadow PACs and very rich you-know-who people have now gotten behind the opponent of Massie. And it seems like, I'm not sure when everything is finalized, but it seems like he's behind. Do you have the polls in front of you?
Yeah, I'll show you right now. So it seems like he's trying the left-right thing. He's getting Massie on transgenderism. I'm trying to see where that is in here. But it's goofy because, you know, Trump has had support from the most famous transgender ever, right? Caitlyn Jenner, he seems to have embraced as a real Trump voter. So obviously his only strategy is to demonize leftists, but Massie isn't in that category. That's why I see it's super valuable to be critical of Israel and be on the right, because you're able to shut out people like Hassan Pike or Mehdi Hassan, say that there's a Marxist Islamist alignment. And that's why, like, when you're a Muslim and you're on the right, they can't really categorize you like that. Like Sky News Australia, they're calling me a jihadist Nazi, a terrorist neo-Nazi. And this disrupts the narrative. You see it from Tommy Robinson's protest. They keep saying the alliance between the people that are pushing abortion and the Islamists and the Muslims, right? And they get to point at Mamdani and Mehdi Hassan and Hassan Piker. But when you get somebody like us, like over here, it really gets confusing and they don't know what the attacks are. It seems like there's a similar problem with Massie, right? You're going to try to get him on transgenderism. Where does it even say it here? It says, where's the transgender part?
I think he made 2 posts on Thomas Massie. Here's one, and then I think he made another one earlier. Maybe the other one earlier, because he made one.
It's in that tweet. He said he is the worst Republican congressman in history, voting against tax cuts, the wall, law enforcement, and in favor of the transgender mutilization of our children. Yep, that one, third rate.
This one he made earlier today. This one he made a few hours ago. The other one was from earlier today too. He made 2 tweets on him, basically.
Yeah.
Which is so goofy because at his podcast with Jake Paul, Trump is talking about how he's saving the gays from Iran. So they use LGBT when it suits their agenda, and then they also demonize people when it suits their agenda. So, like, are you pro-gay or not? Because if you were anti-gay, then you wouldn't want to stop the ROGC from throwing gay people off the roof.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. No,
I mean, they're a political chess piece used to, garner votes, but at the same time, you disavow them when it's beneficial, but then you also support them when it's beneficial. They're a political chess piece, kind of like the black community, same shit.
Yeah, so weaponize it whenever they can. Go ahead.
I see one poll. It doesn't look that. It's from The Hill that posted it saying that he's trailing just days before the May 19th Republican primary. So
Tuesday.
According to The Hill, he's trailing. He's right behind.
Yeah, and there's being so much money pumped into this Gowron guy. Like I said, I think there's been records broken. But no, you made a good point just a moment ago about like, oh, we have an interesting position, like we're Muslims on the right, whatever. Even if you're Catholic or Christian, it's now gotten to a point where there's these overlapping interests with different political ideologies, and they all happen to be on the same thing, which is kind of like, hey, no more Israel, no more of these very rich Jewish oligarchs like paying people so much money to win and kind of counterfeiting or outright just ignoring the vote of the American people. And I think that's why there's this campaign against Massie, because the GOP or the MAGA administration really specifically senses like a grave threat from this like Massie, this pro-Massie rhetoric and this, anti-Epstein kind of like America first ideology that has now gotten mainstream. And it's like, you're saying the same thing. And I said this the other day, Anna Kasparian, you, Nick, you guys all have different ideologies, but when it comes to this, you're parallel. And so like, I think that's really the growing concern from the GOP is like, we've got to find a way to nip this in the bud before it catches way too much steam. But it's far too late. Remember Charlie Kirk had that letter sent out to Netanyahu just a few months before he was assassinated, and he said, hey, we're losing the media war. You need to figure something out so you can change the narrative on X, you can change the narrative on TikTok, because the youth is front-facingly the most consistent demographic here, and you're losing their support day by day. The pro-Palestine sentiment is growing stronger, or really the anti-Israel is more of an issue than anything. So that's completely true.
They know that the boomers make up the majority of the voting bloc, so they're really leaning into getting them on their side. But I would give a warning to the Catholics, especially. If you're seeing what's happening to the Muslims and how they're trying to classify them as Marxists and as leftists, this is happening to the Catholics too. If you saw the Tommy Robinson protest yesterday in the UK, they were separating themselves from the Pope. They're saying that the Catholic Church and the criticism from the bishops and all this. This is not what they believe in. So it really is Christian Zionists versus the rest of the world. Whoever fits into them, as long as you hate Iran, as long as you're pro-Israel, as long as you are pro-Western values, you're on this side. But when the Pope comes out and criticizes Iran war, they have no choice but to separate and to say that this person's bad. And that's going to be a major headache for them because, look, anti-Muslim propaganda, that's been pushed for so long, it's easier to get away with. But when you then separate from the Catholic Church, I don't think you're going to be as convincing. I think that there's going to be a lot more of a headache.
Yeah, 100%. That was maybe one of the final nails in the coffin for the GOP, like going against the Pope and the Catholic. And Marco Rubio, I think, traveled over to the Vatican and tried to repair some of that issue. But, it's futile. What's done is done. And now there's a guarantee that they're going to suffer some sort of crash and burn, likely in November, and some seats will flip in the House. So it's the result that everybody's expecting from poor decisions. But the Iran war was probably the final one. But the Pope has always been based, like, he's always spoken out against the genocide. He's always been adamant about the issues, or the previous Pope, I believe, was always adamant about the issues in the West Bank. And so, like, he's always been really based, and unfortunately, that goes directly against, like, the whole mainstream Republican narrative, which is to support Israel regardless of whatever they're doing. And that concern is growing every day. That's why J.D. Vance is struggling. Like, J.D. Vance, to me, in his campaign efforts, when he's at these, like, TPUSA events and talking to the youth, he is literally struggling to try and straddle the line of being for Trump and acknowledging that this war is beneficial, but also being America first and, like, based in the front runner for a new America and prioritizing the youth. And so, like, he has conflicting interests, and he has to kind of pick a side. One side means, yeah, he'll earn the favorability of the populace, but then that will seize all the donor money that's actually going to prop him forward for a legitimate campaign in 28. That's why I think maybe even Rubio, this guy who's coincidentally on the screen, Rubio might actually have maybe a better chance. That's where my thoughts are slightly.
I think that's why he's not involved in negotiations.
Exactly. Yeah, he's kind of staying out of it.
Job. He's the Secretary of State. He should be the one doing these negotiations. Why the fuck are Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff going? Like, they're not. The Secretary of State is the foreign face for the United States, and he should be the one running these negotiations, but he's not. Because I think it's because he knows that this war is wildly unpopular, just with the base as well. So, I mean, the only people that really support this war are idiots and Zionists. So it's going to be interesting when they campaign in 2028. Like, they're going to have to concede that this war was a mistake. And I don't know how they're going to be able to do that because everybody knows, and we'll have even more clear 2020 hindsight in 2028 that this war was catastrophic. So we'll see how they campaign on it with the Republican Party, because they're going to have to denounce this war, or at least if they want a chance of winning.
So what did Rubio say in this interview? I saw he was on the private jet. And
we can play it.
Okay, cool. And quick before he gets to this, what do you think of the strategy that Nick has in disrupting the GOP and voting for the left? I think it makes perfect sense. I think that's a smart strategy, but at the same time, I completely support Dan Bilzerian running against Randy Fine. That guy's a disgusting, in the words of Bilzerian, a fat Jew. Guy is using extremely divisive, terrible rhetoric, and he should not have a position in Washington. This guy needs to go. So what's your thoughts on looking forward to the midterms?
Me and my brother predicted that everyone would lose their minds. Like, yeah. We were on the phone, and I was like, watch everyone lose their minds that Nick said to vote Democrat, and they're going to completely lose the plot, think he means vote for them permanently. Not that it's a specific window, narrow usage of your vote to get leverage back and make the GOP do what we want. And it went down just like I thought. Everyone's saying, why would you say vote for the Democrats? And it's like, people have this inability to think outside the box. Now, just because, and let me be clear about this, would I vote for a Democrat? I don't know, but I still have the ability to understand his strategy and see, okay, that actually makes sense. I see what you're saying here. You want to, because here's the thing people got to understand. There's more to this. Nick didn't vote in the 2024 election. He said, you know what? Instead of voting, I'm just going to withhold my vote. Trump's going to go to war with Iran. He's going to support this IO lobby. He's not going to do the mass deportations. And he predicted everything correctly. So he said, I'm just going to withhold my vote. Now, what he's realizing is, like, withholding your vote might not be enough. What you might need to do instead of withholding your vote is vote for the opposition, because now instead of staying neutral and not helping or hurting, now you're going to help the opponent, which actually hurts the GOP. And then that's going to force them, hopefully that pain will force them or reinforce some different type of behavior to actually do what we want. So I see the strategy And the goal is obviously to get what we want in 2028. The 2026, voting of the Democrats and everything else like this is to effectuate some type of change in 2028. That's the goal. But obviously people are nearsighted. They don't see the bigger picture. And another thing also that I'll say that really woke me up, a lot of people don't understand civics. They don't understand American civics and don't understand how the government works. That's like, because everyone losing their minds, I was like, wow, a lot of you are fucking civically retarded. You don't understand how the country actually works. Because if you guys don't understand the strategy here, you're stupid. But I don't know. It is what it is.
The difference between House of Representatives and Congress. Yeah, you said that you're not sure if you vote for a Democrat. It's not even really voting for a Democrat. It's just voting strategically. We understand that they're both controlled by the same sides, and you're disrupting. It's not really, again, I keep saying it's not left and right. It's right and wrong. And so who is on the right side? If you're voting not for a Democrat, but against the GOP, that's the correct vote. That strategy makes perfect sense. It's
Well, I
third order thinking.
I said that to establish that even as someone who might not necessarily go with that strategy, I understand the strategy and I do think it's intelligent. That's what I'm saying. But other Republicans are retarded and can't see. Like, for example, I'll give you a perfect example. Like, Crowder grilled him on this for a while. And I was like, dude, Crowder, you're a smart guy, bro. Do you not see the reason why he's doing this? Trump ran on no new wars. We're in the middle of a war. Trump ran on more affordability. Gas prices are doubled. Like, clearly, he ran on mass deportations. We're not getting that. So the only way that you're going to force the GOP to change and get out of status quo is you might have to vote Democrat. And like, Crowder could not wrap his mind around this. And even for me, as someone who doesn't like Democrats and progressives in general, I'm able to understand the strategy and be like, oh, you know what? That's actually not a bad idea. But all the other Republicans are losing their fucking minds. And I was like, yo, like, this is like, that debate is like a perfect example of watching, like, it's just Republican cope from the Crowder side. It's insane. And it kind of was weird because I was like, come on, Crowder, you're smarter than a lot of these guys. You understand the civic process. You know what the strategy is here. You understand that this is an extremely specific and narrow window to vote Democrat to effectuate the change that we want for 2028. And you're still grilling them about this. Whereas like other people are too stupid to even know about the civic process. Most of these motherfuckers don't even know what midterms are. So, but I was able to understand that and these other people can't. So I just, and I predicted this. I knew they were going to lose their minds. As soon as you said, I'm going to vote Democrat, I was like, yeah, these dudes are going to be too stupid to understand the bigger picture.
We got to see that there's nothing that really separates. Go ahead, Ryad.
No, I was just going to quickly say, no, when I saw the clip on X, I spoke on the phone with my brother and we were like, yeah, everybody's going to go ape shit. And literally the next week was like a full-on attack. And look, I think I'll say this as well, just to finish this point off. I think a partial strategy, I don't know if it's intentional by Nick, it's almost like a litmus test, for Nick. And sometimes he plays the contrarian, not to be contrarian and be an asshole. I think it's to kind of highlight how much people don't understand power structure, or how they don't understand civics and the way the country works. So he says these like bombastic things that are a little bit more touchy, not because I think he's trying to be an asshole, but to really prove everybody doesn't actually get what's happening, which is why he's loose around certain topics and very tight on others. It's to really highlight how people's priorities are skewed. That's why the whole thing with midterms and Democrats in 26, it's not the same thing as 28. But when you look on the X timeline or you look at a lot of the disapproval for it, or even Steven Crowder, who knows how these things work, they're immediately angered and flustered. So he either highlights people who don't understand how anything works, and so like they're not important to the conversation, or people who are ideologically captured to the point where it actually goes against their interests, so where they'll actually vote for something that won't benefit the country long term. He just wants to open up the void for, again, this like very far right Caesar-like figure who will hopefully be opposite of the GOP, but be somebody who strategizes America first enough to actually earn the vote. I think that was the plan there. But
I'll give you an example. Someone in my chat just said, Nick supports Randy Fine. This is what I mean when I say you guys are smooth brain readers. He doesn't, dude.
That's a part of the litmus test. That's an example right there.
Someone in my kick, I literally said Nick supports Randy Fine. This is what I'm talking about when I say we're like America is filled with smooth brain fucking retards, bro. What you're referring to is I think it was a Kalishi poll or one of these fucking polls, these like polls that after Dan Bilzerian and Nick had their little falling out or whatever, I think Dan Bilzerian's chance of winning went down like 14% or whatever. Nick posted a picture of it and laughed at it, okay, and made like a sarcastic comment. That's not supporting Randy Fine, you fucking retard. Like, it's incredible to me how people don't understand sarcasm, and they don't understand jokes, they don't understand dark humor, and they take what he says at complete face value and have no ability to use critical thinking skills. Like, dude, you're stupid. Like, whoever it was again, and your name is 300-221. You're probably black and retarded. I don't know what to tell you. Chief fucking moron. Incredible.
We have to learn from our mistakes in the last election. Like, this is a perfect example. I wish Crowder would see that. I mean, this was all a disaster. The major one too was mass deportations, right? They just went over to China, and one of the main things that's going to happen, there's going to be so many Chinese students. Some of the top elite students are all going to come over to America. H-1B visas are being issued to so many Indian immigrants. They're not stopping mass immigration. They pretend that they care about it because they demonize Muslims. They're going to talk about Muslim immigration. There isn't any change. So if nothing that was campaigned about was, actually happen, you can't fall for the same mistakes again. Why would we allow this to happen twice? And they separate it, and there's people don't want to fall into be like, oh, I'm not a communist, I'm not a Marxist, I'm not pro-transgender. The separation between left and right, a lot of these are just social issues. It's like, wait, I don't like gay people. Okay, well, what's actually being changed? This is rhetoric. This is culture war stuff. This isn't what's actually pushing the country in the right direction. This is what just makes us think that we're on the right side of history. So I'm curious to what Rubio's saying here.
Yeah, no, I can. He talks about so what you missed here in the past 5 minutes or so is that he was talking about how, though he was sanctioned by China for, calling them out for humanitarian violations and shit like that, or human rights violations. He understands that the United States and China need to be global partners to some degree because they're the two biggest countries economically and militarily, and it'd be irresponsible to have some type of a discourse. And I think they did this interview while he was in China. So let's go ahead and keep playing it.
Our area of dominance, in essence, the cutting edge, the things that give us an advantage, it would be done.
You turn it up with the volume's low.
Yeah, turn it up right now.
Or I can turn it up.
No, I got it.
Let him do it.
So I think that's understood. Maturely speaking, there are things the United States still has dominant position in, and from our national security perspective, we should keep that dominance. We want to keep that dominance. The Chinese are going to do their best to catch us and even surpass us. We shouldn't make it easy for them, the way we kind of did for 20 years when we sort of had a different view of this relationship.
Yeah, I want to read you something. Your counterpart, the foreign minister, has put out a statement, which you may have seen or you may haven't seen. I want to make sure you hear about it. He says, quote, Taiwan independence and cross-strait peace are as irreconcilable as fire and water. Safeguarding peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait is the biggest common denominator between China and the U.S. And again, the context of all this is that President Xi stressed to President Trump that the Taiwan question is the most important issue in China-U.S. relations. Talk to me about that moment when that was discussed.
Well, they certainly feel that way, and they always raise that issue, and we understand they raise that issue. From our perspective, any forced change in the status quo and the situation that's there now would be bad for both countries. One of the things the Chinese emphasize, which we agree, is strategic stability in our relationship, a constructive relationship, but also one that establishes strategic stability.
So, fun fact: I did an interview with Cyrus Jansen about this. When I did an interview with Cyrus Jansen about this, who knows quite a bit about China. Some people say he's a China propagandist. I don't think it goes that far, but obviously a lot of Americans don't get the truth when it comes to China. Everyone, before you do trade with China, you have to acknowledge that Taiwan is a part of China. That's like a part of the agreement explicitly stated in there. So every country that does business with China kind of indirectly acknowledges China's ownership of Taiwan to some degree. So that was something I thought was very interesting that he mentioned during our interview, which a lot of people in the West aren't familiar with. So this is another reason too why I think when people say, "Oh yeah, we're going to step in and protect Taiwan," dude, I think if China invaded Taiwan tomorrow, bro, I don't know if we would actually step in as much as people think. I think this has kind of been exposed with the Iran war as well, that it's kind of been proven now that we can't defend our allies the way that we purport ourselves to be defensively.
I'm not sure if it was intelligence, but there were some news outlets that had reported that similar narrative saying, and this is 2 or 3 weeks ago, kind of towards the beginning of the ceasefire that started on April 7th, that U.S. interceptor systems like the Patriots and THAADs were kind of stretched thin and diminished to almost 50% in that region. And so that gives the heads up that, support for Taiwan or anything else would be a lot less likely than it would have been prior. So no, the United States is stretched far and wide across the entire Middle Eastern region, and that's going to expose a lot of weak points that we have throughout the world. And that's what I'm saying when I highlight on the fact that this is actually beneficial for China. If it's anything, and it can be inadvertent, right? I'm not saying we did this to bolster China, but that shows you this is bad policy. It's not helping China. One thing I'll say really quickly, not to be off topic, but Rubio, and I said this to my brother, but I'll say this for your audience, Sneako, Rubio's well-spoken. I don't think people give him credit for that. Yeah, Marco Rubio, whatever. He's well-spoken, he's polished, and he's a politician. He answers questions correctly. He answers them politically. And that's something that we've been missing for, you know, 4
he made
years,
a major
8
blunder
years.
at the beginning of the war. He said that we joined this war to support Israel. We preemptively attacked them, and then he backtracked the next day. He made a major error in his speech like not too long ago.
Well, he told the truth.
He did.
Yeah, and that was the error. You should not have played the hand, because then you forfeited the narrative that we're there to free Iran. He said something here too, which Zhang brought up. It's the idea of strategic stability. This seems to be China's new approach, and it mirrors the approach that we have in our military doctrine, which Hegseth is saying peace through strength. And it seems like they came to an agreement where, okay, divide and conquer is the method. This is how we maintain the petrodollar. The Chinese economy is intrinsically tied to the American economy. So there's some sort of agreement where, okay, the China empire and the American empire, we both can do our thing. We can start our wars as long as there's peace through strength, strategic stability, meaning we are not going to interrupt each other's wars. We're not going to get away of the foreign policy. We're going to cause our conflicts, and it's going to be peace through strength, strategically allowing conflicts that benefit and grow the American and Chinese empire. And what they have in common is the common interest to shift to a tech empire and to grow AI and to have a surveillance state. Although we demonize China for communism, this is clearly going to come into America as well. That's why you have Elon Musk, Larry Fink, and all these tech people here. That's how they came to an agreement. It's like, okay, we're not going to get in the way. China will interrupt the Iran war. U.S. won't get in the way of Taiwan. Strategically, peace through strength. The stability, no one will interrupt each other.
Yeah, and then this is a one-China policy right here. Diplomatic framework used by countries like the U.S. to manage relations with both the PRC and Taiwan. It actually maintains strategic ambiguity by acknowledging Beijing's claims over Taiwan without officially endorsing them. So, like, you know what I mean? And this is obviously not very well known in the West, but like, bro, we already covertly acknowledge their ownership, for lack of a better term, over Taiwan, right? And that's why we're able to do trade with them. And everyone has to acknowledge this if they do trade with China. So this whole like, oh yeah, we're gonna come in and defend Taiwan, blah blah blah. It's all a bunch of BS. And the other thing too is like, especially now, we can't do it. We just moved a bunch of our our hypersonic missiles out of the area. We moved a bunch of our Patriot batteries out of there to the Middle East. So if China were to attack like tomorrow, we wouldn't really be able to do too much, bro. We've completely moved a lot of our military assets out of the region for Iran. So yeah. It's a bunch of posturing. And think about it. Iran is a weaker military. I think they're the 16th ranked military in the world, and we're barely able to protect our allies from them. Could you imagine trying to protect our Taiwan from China, who's on par with us militarily to some degree? Like what? Like it would never happen. So it's just people need to get a dose of reality and understand that like we do not have the ability to protect Taiwan this way that we claim,
so that we don't have misunderstandings that could lead to broader conflict. And so we always reiterate the point. We hear them when they say this. We always respond by saying anything that would compel or force a change in what we have now would be problematic. And we would certainly, our policies on that have not changed. It's been pretty consistent across multiple presidential administrations and remains consistent now.
Did President Xi request to President Trump not to sell weapons to Taiwan?
Well, that topic has been discussed in the past. It did not feature prominently in today's discussion. We know what their position on that is already. Remember, Congress plays a role.
Yeah, they don't like that.
In that process as well. And we have sold them weapons in the past. That's existed as recently as December, which they were very upset about.
And that's a big reason why China sells weapons to Iran.
And that's a decision the president gets to make as Congress appropriates and as Congress decides what to do with those topics. We will respond accordingly.
But nothing has changed in the way the U.S. views the relationship with Taiwan. It will defend Taiwan, as has been.
Yeah, U.S. policy on the issue of Taiwan is unchanged as of today and as of the meeting that we had here today. It was raised. They always raise it on their side. We always make clear our position, and we move on to the other topics. We know where they stand, and I think they know where we stand.
Do you think China wants to invade Taiwan?
Well, I think China's preference is probably to have Taiwan willingly, voluntarily join them. In a perfect world, what they would want is some vote or a referendum in Taiwan that agrees to fold in. I think that's what they would prefer. Ultimately, there's
already a political party that's super pro-China that's more than likely going to probably take power. So, like, this whole argument when it comes to China, Taiwan, etc. It's kind of, I don't want to be like an asshole or whatever, but it's kind of a moot point, bro. Like it's kind of a waste of our time to even get involved with it because there's a significant amount of political pressure and an entire political party that wants to be aligned with China.
Featured prominently in President Xi.
It has quite a bit of support in Tehran as well.
Mandate in the time he's been in office, he's made clear that what they call reunification, that's what they call it, is something that has to happen at some point. We think it would be a terrible mistake to force that through force or anything of that nature. There would be repercussions for that globally, not just from the United States. And we kind of leave it there. That sort of ambiguity is what I think has defined the way we characterize this issue, and the reason being strategic ambiguities. We don't want to see conflict. We don't want to see something disruptive happen, because I think it would be very disruptive for the world and for both countries.
I know you're watching China. You don't think they're ramping up their military to do something in Taiwan?
Well, I think they're ramping up their military in general. The pace of growth in the Chinese military over the last 10 years has no precedent. None.
Oh yeah, really important. When Trump was there, and they had that little ceremony or whatever, China was absolutely doing that to flex their military. I don't know if you saw them having them march in unison. I'll pull the clip for you guys here in a second.
Just what they've done with their Navy alone over the last, they put billions and billions and billions of dollars in their system. So it's, you look at it, it's hard to ignore how fast and how big. So I don't think it's just limited to Taiwan. I think they have ambitions to ultimately be able to project power globally the way the U.S. does now. They're still behind us in that regard. But they are investing a lot of money. They are right now the world's second most powerful military, without a doubt.
Let's talk about Iran. Did President Trump raise the issue of Iran with China?
He did, and it was important because the Chinese side said they are not in favor of militarizing the Straits of Hormuz, and they're not in favor of a tolling system. And that's our position. We will never support an Iranian tolling system in the Straits of Hormuz, nor do we think they have a right to put mines in international waters. And so it's good that we have alliance, or at least agreement on that point. I think the fundamental question is, what are we going to do about it?
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you think or what you dislike or whatever. You guys basically forfeited that privilege once you attacked them on February 28th. Now they're not going to fucking allow you guys to. The Strait of Hormuz will never ever not be controlled by Iran and profitable for them ever again.
In Taiwan, it's just too expensive. And Ryad, you pointed it out. It's like we don't have the capabilities to protect and to intervene the way we used to. Xi Jinping told Trump, and Trump even repeated it, American empire is in decline. Although we're the world's bully, we don't have the capabilities or the money to invest time into Asia the way we used to. So you kind of just have to forfeit that region and let them do what they want and just concede.
Yeah, and then after he said that, Trump coped for like an essay on Truth Social and said, no, he was talking about Biden. He coped for like 5 or 6 paragraphs straight saying that he was talking about the former administration. But no, it's true. It's true. Now, I think the biggest thing that like is really concerning me is just the fact that like there's no off-ramp with the war, and Iran is going to continue to control the Strait. Like Iran has now realized the Strait is a greater weapon than I think they ever actually took for. And so now it's gotten to the point where they can always dangle that over the head of the Americans as a point of leverage. That'll be the last thing they let go of, and it's going to be very difficult for us to actually force them out of the Strait. That's their water at the end of the day. And there's things that they can do to even exacerbate the matter. There was an idea floated around, apparently coming from Iranian officials, that they may cut the internet cables underwater that supply internet to Mumbai and India. That's something they can do if the United States ramps up and restarts the war. They can also clog up the Red Sea. The Houthis can mobilize in the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which is kind of westward of the Strait of Hormuz that connects to the Suez Canal. That's critical for oil supply to Europe and goods and all that stuff. LNG, that comes from the Gulf. So again, like they have so many things that they can use to their advantage. That's why it's been detrimental to charge them up the way we have. Yeah, damn, they're in unison.
Yeah, so this is absolutely flexing. If you guys remember, I think we had our 250th anniversary with our military parade. Our guys looked like crap compared to these motherfuckers. Right.
Yeah, July 4th is coming up, the 250th anniversary.
And this is absolutely a big flex, right? Like,
yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that shit is based.
Our military is a bunch of Mexicans who want to get a Charger. It's not, they're a
bunch of niggas too.
They want to get a Camaro. They're like, yeah, it's better than college. But I don't know if it's a real threat militarily. They're just showing their capabilities. One problem that I think needs to be questioned is like, okay, so if you forfeit Taiwan and you get rid of presence of the U.S. Navy in that region, then the Strait of Malacca it's more controlled by China than it was before, right? They are not a big fan of Japan and South Korea. If they now control Taiwan or they control that area, then all the energy and all the food and everything that comes up from the Strait of Malacca, which is more powerful than even the Strait of Hormuz, that control is given over to China. They now have more presence there than they did before. So look what happened. Look at the problems we've had. Look at the problems we have with the Strait of Hormuz being closed. If China is now in control of the Strait of Malacca, 50% more, however percent more, that could be a major headache for our economy as well.
Yeah.
Look, and again, I don't say this to like be an asshole or whatever, but like you gotta understand your enemies. And this is one thing that really pisses me off about American politics or whatever. We have this like wild hubris where we think that we're untouchable and nobody can stop us. And that's exactly what's led to our enemies catching up and closing the fucking gap on us. And we need to be a bit more serious and assessing our adversaries or respecting our adversaries. I mean, look at Iran right now. We're having a whole bunch of fucking difficulty with subduing them, and they're the second weakest military. They're the second strongest military in the world, and we're supposed to be number one, and we can't even get them. We can't even get the Strait of Hormuz open. So, like, look, this is from one of the parades, right? This way, and then hold on. All right, so we'll look here. Here's China.
Wake up!
Yeah, let me show the marching real quick.
And over the music, marching through, the roar of these legendary Army helicopters takes to the air. The OH-6 Cayuse scout helped it survive. And
so here's our guys marching, right? This is from the last parade.
Bruh.
Right?
No aura, unfortunately.
Right?
Oh, yeah,
as they march by, a soldier's uniform signals their duty, their role.
I'm not saying this to be an asshole. I'm just being very honest here, man. Like we have to we are no longer the unipolar power of the world. This isn't 1990 after fucking, in the early 90s after Desert Storm 1. Like, Russia and China are here, okay? And they're catching up quickly.
And their readiness.
Yeah, that
and by
stuff
the
matters.
late 1850s, official regulations outlined distinct looks,
like you have to respect your enemies, dude. Like,
and function across the force. So,
like, look at this shit.
Inception. From parachuting behind enemy lines on D-Day to leading helicopter assaults in Vietnam, the 101st redefined modern warfare.
Yeah,
in the 50s, the Screaming Eagles.
And then you compare it to China, right?
Bruh. Mogged. Brutal mogged.
That's pretty crazy.
Frame mogged.
And look, let me be clear about this. Does this mean that they're a stronger military than us because they're marching in unison and we're not? No, of course not. We have a lot of capabilities that they don't. I still think we're the strongest military in the world. But what I am saying is that gap is slowly closing, and we need to be cognizant of that and move different. I mean, look at this shit.
I mean, look what's happening right now in Iran. The biggest detriment to this war has been the fact that.
And for the idiots that might try to sit there and say, oh, well, you guys are being anti-American in this assessment. No, we're actually being very pro-America because we respect our enemies and don't want this country to fail, right? It's the fucking coping idiots that have this level of hubris, which is what gets us into trouble. If we were honest, right? For example, let's say I was in fucking Donald Trump's cabinet. I would have told him, hey, bro, this isn't Venezuela. You're going to invade Iran. It's going to create a fucking problem. They are a very capable military. You're underestimating them. No, I'm going to do it anyway. Did it anyway. Now look at us. We're in a fucking political quagmire. People are paying twice as much for fucking gas because you underestimated them. He did not understand. He did not think that ballistic missile capabilities were that high. He didn't think that they would have the drone program on point like they did. He didn't think that they'd have the type of intelligence that they had to be able to do these precise strikes on Israel and all across the Gulf. And the crazy part is the thing that pisses me off the most about this. Iran warned the United States and told them, if you do this, we will do this. And they did everything that they said that they would do because they understand that this war is playing for keeps. So when I see, Trump chronically fucking underestimating our enemies, and then we have to foot the bill for it with double the gas prices, higher cost of living, other objectives not being achieved in the United States like mass deportations, etc. Keep in mind, he stopped the mass deportations to build the political, will and resolve to push this war. People forget that. He pulled out of Minneapolis. He pulled out of a lot of these blue cities, these sanctuary cities, doing the mass deportations to create the political resolve to go into this fucking war. That's why a big reason why I stopped the mass deportation. So you're stopping things that we need to work on domestically to focus on a foreign optional war with an enemy that you grossly underestimated. And now you thought it was going to be done in 96 hours. Now we might go on to fucking 96 days. Who's paying the cost for that? The American citizens are paying the cost for that.
I'm seeing people that are saying like, oh, it's just a march. It doesn't matter. Well, it's the political will. It's unification. And look at why we lost the Vietnam War. We lost because everybody was against it. People were protesting. It didn't matter that we had the greatest military. It was not that much longer after World War II. It's because the soldiers were getting high and they were smoking opium and listening to Led Zeppelin instead of really fighting against those farmers. This matters. If you ask any U.S. soldier why they're fighting, they're doing it to get a charger, a pension, because it's cheaper and it's better and there's a guarantee of some finances because they can't find a job elsewhere. If you ask other people, you ask the IRGC why they're doing it for the sake of Allah. They want to do it because this is their purpose. Although we have more firepower, we have these big helicopters, we have all this money, Look at how the Iranians fought back so quickly with drones. Like, yes, you have more equipment, but political will goes a long way. Asymmetrical warfare has been proven to be a really good way to win a war.
And then also, people need to understand this too. You go into war to achieve a strategic political W, right? You're going in, okay, we want XYZ. You won't give us XYZ. We can now solve this through diplomacy. So now we are going to go ahead and go to war. And this is the thing too, for all the idiots out there, the Fox News morons that don't remember, there were three main things that Israel and the United States wanted from Iran prior to the war. They were, number one, not funding the proxies. Number two, decreasing the capabilities of ballistic missiles to 300 to 400 kilometers so Israel would not be in threat. And then finally, no uranium enrichment whatsoever. Those were the three things that they said they needed in place to not attack Iran. Iran said, go pound sand. None of that is going to be on the table. The only thing we might discuss with you is uranium enrichment, but we are going to enrich, but we can go ahead and talk about not enriching to a higher level. U.S. said that's not good enough. In the middle of the negotiations, they had their last meeting in Oman on February 27th. They had something in place that was better than the JCPOA. They got rid of stockpiling, all these things. That's why the Omani guy, the diplomat, literally said, hey, we had a breakthrough. Next day, they're fucking bombing them at fucking 2 o'clock in the morning Eastern Standard Time. I remember that vividly. And then obviously that ruined everything. And then what did Trump say with Marco Rubio and everybody else? Oh, we're going to destroy their Navy and their Air Force. Bro, that's never been a part. The real threat. The real threat was the three things you guys mentioned before. Proxies being funded, ballistic missile program being neutered, and uranium enrichment being zero. Have they achieved any of those three strategic goals? No, zero. And I would argue they've actually emboldened Iran to enhance all three of them. They've made it worse. So two of the proxies already got activated with Hezbollah and the Houthis for the most part. And then on top of that, you have them. They definitely have the highly enriched uranium, the 60% hiding somewhere, and that's going to embolden them to want to enrich. You killed the guy that had the fatwa in place that wouldn't allow it to get into weapons grade. And then on top of that, now they have even more ballistic missiles, and they've ramped up production of those ballistic missiles because of the threat. So you've exacerbated the very three things you went to war with them for and achieved no strategic fucking W. And if you're not able to do that, you lost the war. People need to understand this. Myron, you're over here saying the U.S. lost the war, Iran won the war. Yeah, because a war is done for strategic benefit and W's, and we didn't get any of the strategic benefits that we wanted prior to the war. All of this, we're going to destroy the Navy, destroy the Air Force, all this other shit. That's all cope and was put there so that Trump can claim a W politically for everyone else that's an idiot. But anyone that understands this, this saga and the lore of why they really went to war, none of the three biggest things that the U.S. and Israel are concerned about have been dismantled or disrupted at all. If anything, they've become more powerful.
My favorite part is how they completely abandoned that narrative. Remember, not too long ago, it was all about freeing the people of Iran. That's gone. Have you seen anybody talk about that since then? They were going to save Iran. This is why they were funding these protests, and people were like, yes, Iran is saved. And you got Kaysan and the Iranian diaspora twerking for these bombs hitting their schools and hitting their citizens. Have you seen anybody in the Trump administration ever mention freeing Iran since then? It's gone.
I think he said some stuff on the White House lawn not too long ago. He was like, the Iranians are begging me to bomb their country again. The Iranians are like, where are the bombs? I don't see the bombs. He's been saying some of that, but yeah, it's ridiculous. You know what else is really bad? Go ahead.
I was going to say that went out the window once they said we're going to bomb them into the Stone Age. We're going to, send them back. We're going to bomb the power plants. All that. Once they said that stuff, even the I call the shotards that want the shot to come in. Even they were like, what the hell, dude? Sorry, Ryad, go ahead.
No, I'm just letting Sneako put hi. Thank you for the 5 gifted, Sneako. The real annoying part that no one is actually understanding is, like, we're losing our ability of deterrence or our ability to exercise brinksmanship. It used to be the case that we would have this presence in the Persian Gulf for the Strait of Hormuz. All of these ships, all of these Navy destroyers are amphibious assault vessels that are very capable, like the USS Gerald R. Ford and the others that had the laundry fire, if you remember, which was probably an Iranian drone. But that being there in and of itself was sometimes more than enough to really deter a country and get them to capitulate to some degree, at least. And so, like, we've lost that. We said this would only take 3 days. It's been almost 80. So, like, the next time the United States potentially enters a conflict, which may actually be a necessary one versus one that serves the benefit of Israel more than anybody, well, then are we going to still be able to exercise brinksmanship and not actually bring the country to the cusp of destruction before we stop? You know what I mean? It kind of forfeits our ability to look as powerful as we once did. Now Russia and China say, wow, the United States can't even defeat a middle power in 70 or 80 days after an aggressive bombing campaign, the first 40 of which were unsuccessful. And as a result, we only killed 3,000 plus people, killed the leader, and his son, who's more extreme than him, Mujtaba Khomeini, succeeded him, and he hates the United States. So, you know, it's an L across.
Let me get the receipts for that. Because I get so annoyed when Trump fucking says that shit, bro. Oh my God.
They are not in favor.
The thing that, you know, look, I don't get triggered often, but one of the things that does trigger me every time I watch a Trump interview when he talks about Iran is when he says that they're negotiating with more reasonable people now. And I'm like, dude, you literally killed the guy who didn't want nuclear weapons. You put his son into power, who you killed his fucking daughter and family. Like, these people are not more reasonable that are in power now. They're more pissed off. Like, what are you talking about? And Sneako, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Let me play this real quick so people can see this. Look at this.
Rajabi, who served America and Israel's, or at least the emergence of leaders more willing to bend to America and Israel's interests. In an address to the nation 1 month into the war, President Trump called the new leadership more reasonable. Jaber Rajabi, who served in the Revolutionary Guard and studied with Khamenei in a religious seminary in Qom before defecting in 2016.
When he says Khamenei, he's talking about his son, not Ali. He's talking about Mujtaba.
Warned Iran's Arab neighbors about him before his elevation.
If anyone is more, what is the most dangerous thing that can happen to Iran and the region? I'm speaking this for the people that are listening. The answer is Mujtaba Khomeini. This is a guy that studied with him, knew him very well, and he said the most dangerous thing that can happen to Iran is Mujtaba Khomeini. He said this in April of 2025. This is before the 12-day war, guys, by the way.
That guy looks like the Tinder swindler.
He does. His son, Mujtaba Khomeini, is 1,000 times more dangerous than Ali Khomeini. This guy's Arabic is pretty good, by the way, for an Iranian.
Aside from Khamenei,
I understand him clearly. Pretty good Arabic. But yeah, no, I mean, so this guy knows him personally. What is he saying? This guy is way worse than his dad, right? And then Trump is over here lying to the people saying, yeah, they have a more reasonable leadership now. He's only saying that because most Americans are too retarded to actually look up who's the leader of Iran. They might say, who's the president of Iran? See Pezeshkian and think that's the guy that runs the country. No, buddy. The person that runs the country and runs the IRGC, most importantly, is the supreme leader of Iran. And they don't understand this. So Trump is banking on you being stupid. To not know what's really going on. So whenever he says that, bro, I get so annoyed. I'm like, dude, you're lying to the American people saying that they have more reasonable leadership in play. You have a more hardline leadership in play that's going to probably push for a nuclear bomb at this point. So, yeah. And they weren't getting a nuclear bomb before. Scott Horton went on Joe Rogan, I think, was it today or yesterday?
It was yesterday. Yeah. And that was really, I listened to some of it and it was really good. And yo, speaking of Mujtaba Khomeini, now that he's in charge, the Iranian demands just seem to be getting more bold. Now they're saying ceasefire on all fronts, lifting of all sanctions, war damages compensation, release the assets, the frozen assets, and then they are now going to control the Strait further going. Like, that's it. It's done. The Strait is there. So, like, as they've had this new leader in succession of his dead father, their demands are going to continue to remain maximalist and extreme. And that's because the guy is charged up and they're facing an existential threat. You know, they have to guarantee the United States won't do this again. Iran can't afford like another 2 or 3 bombing campaigns. Maybe the first one they survived and narrowly, maybe one can argue, but this happens 2, 3, 4 more times over. That can really destroy the country for the long-term future. So for them, the most important thing is this not happening again, and that's another maximalist demand. Okay. But yeah, you could keep playing.
This thing is fucking putting some.
Nick has been doing this to me for 20 minutes, and I've been trying to keep it together.
This guy has no attention span, bro. This guy has no attention span, bro.
Myron, thanks for the 25 gifted. I appreciate you, Jurin.
I just noticed it because I was
on the goat.
Yeah, I was over here donating. I'm like, yo, why is this nigga got me on there and he's putting a bunch of stars on my shit?
Nigga, I've been laughing for like 20 minutes because Sneako keeps opening up my fucking camera and drawing a hairline on me. I'm like trying to lock in.
This nigga's
guys, focus up. This is important.
How are you doing that? How are you doing that?
What is Rubio saying? Let's
okay, whatever.
Yeah, this guy has no attention span, bro. The ADD checking in. Nigga got to do some doodling on the fucking stream.
Now before the United Nations, in which 100 and something countries have co-signed. The Bahrainis are the sponsor, but we're strongly behind it and been pushing very hard on it. And it very clearly.
All you loser niggas in Sneako's chat that are talking shit, I hope you enjoy the gifted subs, you fucking brokies.
I appreciate. They're not talking smack. I'd have these like weird people coming in saying you're Eskimo, bro. Like this is a Matrix attack, bro. I'm so sick of this stuff. I knew you. I could see Myron's face. I knew he saw. Wait, just play Rubio, bro. I'm so tired of this BS, bro. Wallahi, I don't want to talk about this.
But you dirty niggas in the chat talking shit.
makes those points. So we hope the Chinese will vote for it. So right now we haven't gotten their commitment to vote for it yet at the United Nations. Maybe that'll change after today's meeting. I don't know.
Can you help me understand what exactly did President Trump ask President Xi for when it comes to Iran?
He didn't ask him for anything. I mean, we're not asking for China's help. We don't need their help.
But he raises the issue.
We raise the issue to make clear what our position is and to make it clear so they understand, because I mean, it's logical we would talk about it given how dominant that issue is. Our position is very clear. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And that's what they were, they were on the verge of building a conventional capability where they had so many rockets, so many drones that you couldn't do anything against them. They would hide behind that conventional shield to do whatever they wanted with their nuclear program in the future.
This is a new point, by the way, that Marco Rubio created. And everyone's been using it. Pete Hegseth uses it. Every time I see Pete Hegseth talk and testify with, Kane, they use this. Now their argument is they were building up their ballistic missile program to shield their nuclear program. That's what they say every time.
Well, funny enough, like they started the war on the false pretext of Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. That was the whole motivation, which they told the American public. But attacking Iran, and I told Sneako this a minute ago, but attacking Iran while they're hedging at 60% is stupid, because that is the very thing that's actually going to push them to get to weapons grade 90% and make a bomb. Like, if there's any time that Iran was going to race to a nuke or make a bomb, it could be as we're all having this conversation right now or later on in the coming months. And that's what all the top analysts are saying, like Robert Pate, Scott Horn, and all these other guys. They're saying if there's any time that Iran actually bolsters up their enrichment, it's now. And look, they've had 50 days of peace. Effectively, maybe some tit-for-tat strikes in the Strait, but they've had 50 days to bolster up their missiles program, keep up their stockpile, move or excavate all of the rubble that covered the entrances for these underground cities where they access these missiles and these launchers, these mobile launchers. And so while they're doing that, who's to say they're also not enriching past 60%? They have every reason to do so. And what better time or motivation than now? If Iran becomes a nuclear power and they control the Strait of Hormuz, not only they're going to make tons of money and be a very powerful country, they might be the fourth most powerful country. And that's what all the analysts, the top guys, are saying. It'll be the United States, China, Russia, and then it will have to be Iran. And they'd be the only nuclear power in the Middle East next to Israel. And Pakistan's technically not in the Middle East, but next to Israel. And the United States just cannot freely attack them at their own will whenever they like. If they have a bomb, that would prove to be a disastrous decision.
And Israel expands there. They're right there in fifth place, and they take up everything that the U.S. lost in this war. All that, all those bases in the Middle East and all those information centers, that goes over and gets absorbed by Israel. Did you see Obama? Obama was flexing how the Iran nuclear deal, which Trump was demonizing so much. It seems like we're trying to get to that point now, and he's like, "Oh, I had it. Let me be clear. This was my deal." He makes a great point. It's like what we're trying to get to now is we had it clear. The Iran nuclear deal. I was the GOAT. I had him. Had him under my finger.
Yeah, I always give Obama credit for the JCPOA being probably the best way to handle that issue. Look, you're never going to be able to handle a problem like that fully without any type of weak points. But I would argue the JCPOA was probably the best route to do it. And then, just so you guys know, on February 27th, Trump had something that was better than the JCPOA, because they basically had everything what the JCPOA had, on top of no stockpiling. That is a key thing that the JCPOA did not have. So Trump could have gotten the political win and said, okay, I got a better deal than Obama, I got a better JCPOA, etc. But what I've always argued is that the nuclear bomb angle is simply it is a domestic strategic talking point that is utilized to rationalize the war in Iran for the dummies in America that don't understand foreign policy and geopolitics to a deep level. Because anyone that actually understands what the fuck is going on here knows how ridiculous the concept of attacking them for a nuclear bomb would be. They don't have intercontinental ballistic missiles to even deliver any of these things to the United States. They've always been a threshold state. And quite frankly, the real reason why we say that is because if you say nuclear bomb, they can't have a nuclear bomb, they're a bunch of crazy jihadis. Well, to an average American that's an idiot, that sounds good. That sounds okay, we're doing something good, blah, blah, blah. But the real reason that we really attacked them was, number one, to help secure Israel's overall security, because the 6-day war, the 12-day war proved that Tel Aviv was not untouchable. And then number two, we were trying to weaken China in a way by removing some of their, some of their energies, or one of their energy resources, which is Iran. But the problem with that, because this is what Trump's strategy was from the beginning. Trump thought, okay, I'm going to go into Venezuela, we're going to kidnap Maduro, take that shit, and then have control of Venezuela. Stole that shit, right? Then he was like, okay, that's going to make Cuba fail, because, and we're going to tell Mexico not to give them support anymore. So Venezuela taking over. We got the energy. Now Cuba is inevitably going to fall. Give it about 30 to 60 days. In that time span, I'm going to go ahead and bomb Iran. Hopefully, that'll lead to a revolution. 96 hours. We'll have a new regime in place. Then I come back and circle back to Cuba. Now that they're suffering, that they don't have any energy and they have 22 hours of, no power. Boom. We take over. We negotiate with Cuba, take them over. Then I go to China in a position of power because I control 3 countries that they used to have an enormous amount of influence in, Venezuela, China, and Cuba, and I can go to Xi Jinping and have a position of power when I negotiate. That was the original plan. And for those of you guys that don't know, Trump was originally supposed to go to China late March. That was the original plan. But he had to push it back damn near 2 months because of Iran took way longer than he thought. But the original plan was topple Venezuela, go to Iran, topple Iran, put in a friendly government, then come back, circle back, collect Cuba now that they're suffering with the energy crisis. And then I go to China with all 3 countries destabilized, no influence in our side of the hemisphere. And on top of that, one of your biggest people that you buy energy from, Iran and Venezuela, who you get a discount from with their oil, now I control them. What do you want to do? That was his goal and he failed.
Yeah. Wait, what? I just noticed that sign behind you, Myron. You have what says, "In this house, we believe women are dumb, trannies are mentally ill, blacks are crooks, Jews run America, Indians." Wait, can I say, you're on YouTube. Can I even read the sign?
Because I don't swear in it, so you got it. It's all insider stuff, so it's YouTube safe to a degree.
Okay. Wait, what about whites? You're missing. There's no white people on this one.
Whites get made fun of enough. I call them cucks for letting women run them around.
Come on, white guys aren't cucks, bro.
Bro, the biggest issue that white dudes have is they let their women run all over them.
That is true. I'm not gonna lie. Muslim niggas got their women in check.
That is my biggest criticism of white men is they let their women run shit, and that's why this country is failing. Because there's nothing worse than progressive liberal women, bro. They destroy the country.
Turn your camera on, Sneako.
It was just something was glitching.
That's why the president chose to act.
Yeah.
In response to that, Iran has decided that they're going to take an international waterway and turn it into theirs and charge tolls for it. We're not going to allow that to happen, and that's why there's a blockade. It's a direct result of what they've done. So if everyone's ships can't get out, Iran's ships can't get out. They can't be the only one that benefit from it. And I think on the issue of tolling and on militarizing, in essence, what Iran is doing, the Chinese side today was very clear that they oppose that.
They oppose exactly what?
They oppose what Iran is doing. I mean, they oppose the militarization of the Straits and which an international waterway, and they oppose charging a toll, which is what Iran is claiming to try to set up. They want to set up a system.
Yeah, that's diplomatic lip service.
That's exactly
diplomatic lip service.
Precisely. That's a great way to put it. They could care less because the Strait is not affecting them nearly as much as it's affecting everybody else, and that's because they've been strategic allies for 25 years. So whatever Iran needs to move through the Strait, Iran will make sure that or China needs to move through the Strait, Iran will make sure that happens, as well as the fact that they've been giving the weapons in the back door to fight against the United States. Arguably, I mean, what would you say, Myron? When that US-15, that F-15 jet was shot down like a few weeks ago, I don't know if you remember that, Sneako.
You think it was China?
No, I don't think it was China. I think Iran may have utilized some Chinese radar systems. That's something that they've been supplying them for a while. They used a surface-to-air missile. Maybe it was some radar that they used. However, the jet was really low. But all of the U.S. assets...
They might not even have needed it because the F-15, that's not even a stealth fighter jet. But yeah, they did purchase Chinese surface-to-air missiles and Chinese radars to detect stealth aircraft. So it's very probable that they used Chinese technology for that.
Yeah.
So why do you think this guy's an expert talker? Go ahead.
Yeah. I was gonna clarify that. It's not that. Look, I didn't say he was smart. I think he's a good orator, and I think the bar is really low for Trump. Like, I think when Rubio talks, it is unfortunately a breath of fresh air. Like, oh, this guy's coherent. He can string together a sentence. He knows how to answer something politically, which means giving you a satisfactory answer that doesn't actually meet the requirements of the question being given at hand. So, like, that's why he's better than J.D. Vance to me.
You got to remember, bro, that, like, most Americans, I'm going to be very blunt about this, are stupid about foreign policy. So when they hear someone like Marco Rubio speak, right, if you did not know all the lore, if you did not understand the Middle East and, you know, what's going on over there and the different proxy groups and everything else like that, and you're only relying on Fox News and you're only hearing their narrative, this sounds very convincing to someone who doesn't know. That's what my brother's saying, is that, like, Marco Rubio is a significantly better orator on their foreign policy and their strategy than Donald Trump is. He's not as...
Why would I listen to Marco Rubio? I need to go put money on Chud the Builder's head. I need to go advocate for his assassination. I don't want to listen to the Secretary of State. Chud the Builder is loose. I need to celebrate his jail.
Yeah, I mean, for anybody who actually listens, that's good. Anyone who actually listens to politics and stuff, I just think Marco Rubio answers questions the best from JD. I think JD Vance is like, I'm not saying he's stupid, but like when he talks, it's kind of painful. And I think Marco Rubio is like the perfect middle ground. Did you see Stephen A. Smith endorsed him? Like I'm seeing this weird alliance. Like I'm seeing a lot of people kind of come from the shadows and voice support for Marco Rubio. I see on TikTok all the time like comments under all of the clips of him answering questions on Air Force One and stuff. People are like, oh, this is the front runner for 2028. He's the best out of the GOP. Like there's some secret glaze.
He's an actual refined politician, right? He's a good politician,
bro. JD Vance had 2 years in the Senate. Marco Rubio has been doing this for a minute. He's ran for president before. I'm telling you, I hate him. I don't like him, but don't sleep.
Fans, though. Don't get it twisted, guys. We're not fans. We don't like Marco Rubio, but what I am saying is that he's a better speaker and orator than everyone else.
Vance.
Yeah,
there's a really good speech that did not age well from 10 years ago when he was running against Trump, and he predicts everything that happened today, giving too much power and giving the guy the nomination to somebody who had no experience, who was going to lead with his ego. He called out exactly how the Trump administration was going to go, and now look at him bend over and be a good boy.
Yeah, pretty much.
Score,
I mean,
best score.
I'm almost certain that Miriam Adelson was the one that asked for Marco Rubio to be Secretary of State. I'm almost certain that she asked Trump to appoint him as that.
Where ships have to pay Iran to use an international waterway, and now they got to do something.
Oh, he's also the only one that went through a Senate confirmation like smooth, no problems whatsoever. By the way, unlike Kash Patel, unlike fucking Robert RFK Jr., Kristi Noem, who else got beat up a little bit? Pam Bondi got beat up a bit. Pete Hegseth got killed. Like they went after him pretty hard.
I remember I liked him. I don't remember if you remember the Republican primary back in 2016. I remember liking Rubio before he started losing, but he was the closest front runner, I think. After Jeb dropped out, after Ted got called Lion Ted and his wife was fat, Rubio was the closest one because he was able to conduct himself in the right way.
I'm telling you. I'm not saying he's smart. Don't misconstrue that for credit or me. Or not credit, but me endorsing him. No, I hate him. I think he's just another product of the shit GOP administration. But I am saying like he's polished. Like he's polished. And you got
right. Maybe I'm just getting distracted. He reminds me of like every Cuban DJ, and his Botox is creeping me out. He looks like Laura Loomer on right now on my screen.
Yeah, his face does look oddly tight. That nigga looks weird.
It's pulled back. It's just freakish. It's really unsettling.
Dude, I never saw that until you mentioned it, man. Damn.
They should vote for our resolution at the UN.
Does China agree with the United States that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon?
And what they've said is that Iran is signatory to the Non-Proliferation Treaty, and so therefore they should not have a nuclear weapon. And they reiterated that point again today. Maybe not as forcefully as I'm making it, but they've certainly reiterated that in the past. Today it wouldn't the first time.
So the U.S.
and that is why they have the right to enrich uranium, my friend, according to international law. And that's why they're never going to concede on that. We keep trying to say you guys can't enrich, but like, bro, because Israel's position is they can't enrich at all because they look at it like, hey, if they have a civilian nuclear program. That could easily turn into, a weapons nuclear program.
China came to common ground with the fact that they both don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. I just want to make sure we're clear.
Yeah, but let me be clear on this. Yeah. I don't know if there's a country on the planet. I don't know about North Korea, but I don't know if there's a country on the planet that is in favor of this regime and Iran having nuclear weapons. I don't know of any. I think the difference is we actually are trying to do something about it. Other countries are against it, but they're not willing to do anything about it. So I think the Chinese simply reiterated what has been their position in the past, which is that they don't want to see them have a nuclear weapon. The Russians would say the same thing. Right. Certainly all of their Gulf neighbors would say the same thing.
That's diplomatic lip service again. That's always everyone's position is like, okay, we don't need more nuclear weapons. Like, that's what it is. But the reality is that let's deal with what's actually going on. Both Israel and the United States are nuclear armed powers, so it's like, and they're both attacking them. So
they reserve every right to say they want a nuclear weapon now.
Yeah,
you have to. It's not pro-Iranian rhetoric. It's not we're IRGC. You always have to put yourself in the opposition shoes. The United States and Israel just bombed the shit out of you for 40 days. They're playing games during ceasefire talks and bombing your coastline as a result. Bandar Abbas, Keshem Island, all these other provinces that were hit. And now they're saying Trump is not only threatening to end the civilization, he's threatening to send them back to the Stone Age. And just today, he said he's going to start the war back up. I mean, he may as well have just said it. He implied it. I mean, if you're Iran, like, what are you going to do with your uranium? Just look at it and go, I wonder if I can bring this to 90%.
And the big thing is Israel has an illegal nuclear program, and they're trying to tell you that you can't have one.
And it's hey, wait, it's unacknowledged. And Democrats just proposed a letter to the Trump administration to acknowledge it. And so that's another sign that
Democrats.
Exactly. In 2020, in November, seats are going to flip. The Democrats are weaponizing all the talking points the America First people are starving for. And they're going to take that to the bank.
Sneako, did I not tell you that when Zoran won, that is going to be the new Democrat political strategy is anti-Israel rhetoric? I called him Newsom.
He's like playing the fence about it. He was grifting it a little bit, then went away, but 100%. Yeah, you're right to call that out. But what's the pushback? So when they keep hammering home those talking points, they can't have a nuke, they can't have a nuke. Why don't they ever look at America and be like, okay, well, America nuked Hiroshima, Nagasaki, destroyed our ally. Japan's not our ally. We made a lot of mistakes, so many wars. Look at Iraq, look at Vietnam. Isn't it really easy to refute that point and be like, okay, so why should America have nukes if we are the ones that made mistakes with them? Unless we claim that Hiroshima, Nagasaki was necessary, why is it that Iran specifically can't have nukes? Does anybody ever question that, or is it just they say that?
It's a good question. I mean, look, for me, I wouldn't want Iran to get a nuke because, first of all, it's better if a country doesn't have it. But really, every country in the region will start an arms race. And so, like, Saudi Arabia will try and get a nuke. And then every other country, Qatar, will try to get a nuke. And Saudi Arabia has flirted with the idea. And Mohammed bin Salman, the crown prince, had said several times in previous interviews, if Iran obtains a nuke, all bets are off. We're next to get a nuke. So it's not even that like Iran having a nuke is the biggest deal in the world in and of itself. That's also a problem because of, you know, the GOP's talking points, which is the fact that they're Shia clerics, they're jihadi terrorists, whatever. The real issue is that every country in the Middle East is going to be very thirsty for a nuke because that's going to be the only further guarantee or subsequent guarantee of their sovereignty, of their security, that whole idea of mutually assured destruction. So that's the problem in why Iran can't get a nuke. And I'm with that. But if you don't want Iran to get a nuke, don't attack them when they're hedging at 60%. By the way, no country has ever gone past 30% and not made a nuke. And so Iran is right on the cusp, and all you're doing is poking the bear. So,
yo, Myron, nigga, you got fleas? What's going on, bro?
No, I got fucking hairs all over my hoodie because of Frank.
Oh, okay,
so,
okay.
Yeah.
He got like a lice infection or something.
No. Right? He sheds on my hoodie, bro. Sometimes. So as it is what it is. I'm brushing off the haters. But yeah, no. When it comes to Iran, bro, and the nuclear program, look, this might be a controversial take, but I do think that it would create a little bit of balance in the region because clearly Israel is a wild aggressor, and they've been a wild aggressor for a very long time, and the only country that can really curb their aggression is Iran. And quite frankly, I don't have a problem with Israel being reeled in a bit because their aggression is absolutely ridiculous. And they've been attacking Iran people forget that they've been, escalating and attacking Iran for a very long time, doing all kinds of bullshit, whether they bombed they bombed an embassy, bro. Like people forget that they bombed the Iranian embassy in Damascus and killed several generals, right? They did Operation Rising Lion, which led to the 12-day war with Mossad operatives and they assassinated and killed a bunch of people in there.
Under the Bush administration, they posed as United States citizens with the passports, and then the whole Jundullah stuff. They put us in the worst positions, yeah. They've done that all.
I would argue the Iranian government is far more measured and methodical and reasonable than the Israeli government. And people might say, Myron, I don't agree with that. Well, let me tell you why. October 7th, how many people died? 1,200. Let's round that down to, we know it was really 800 that died because 400 were service members, but let's just say 1,000. Let's meet in the middle, right? 1,000. We won't even talk about the Hamburg Directive, all the other bullshit that went down for October 7th. We could talk about the 12-day war. Israel killed roughly the same amount of people, 1,000, right? Okay, so one country, Iran, gets a sneak attack of Pearl Harbor. They do a 12-day war. They negotiate a ceasefire. And they do a symbolic strike on a U.S. base and tell them beforehand that they're going to do it, and they retaliate against Israel harshly, right? Israel does a genocide, launches a war into Lebanon, bombs Syria, bombs Yemen, bombs Iraq, and initiates a 12-day war. Okay, who is more measured with having the same amount of casualties? And like this is what I tell all the fucking dumb neocons. Like, if you want to talk about who's a more rational country, a more rational state actor, I would argue it's Iran 100%. Because if you look at the numbers, how did Israel react after October 7th versus how did Iran react after in June during the 12-day war? Iran's response was far more measured than Israel's.
So what do you think about Dan Bilzerian's campaign? He said straight up, he was asked, what would the first thing you do? What's the first legislation you get passed? He said, just basically, I'm going to declare war on Israel. He said it's straight up. Do you think that his campaign, do you endorse Dan Bilzerian?
I do. Has he done anything here yet? Or I know he's in town, but.
Done anything where?
Like, I know he had like a rally or something like that he was going to do.
Yeah, he started an event, I think. I don't know if he was there. He showed up. I think he showed up.
So he's living there now, right? I think it's the Daytona Beach area, which is the one that Fine is under control of.
Yeah, 5th congressional or 6th
congressional district. I think it's 6.
I know. I endorse it, man. I endorse anybody that will handle this problem that we have where we have like a 5th column running our foreign policy.
Here's the thing that's scary. I think Massie's district is like an average age of 40. I think Randy Fine's even older. So like that's the problem, is like people really underestimate the non-woke. I know it's cringe or cliche, like the non-woke boomer millennial, but not even the boomers, bro. I spend so much time around people who are not like politically involved or like saturated into like what's going on right now or this corner of the internet and our talking points. A lot of people still like want to vote for Republicans in 26, obviously, but like still vote Republican in 28. They don't care. They want anybody out of the GOP. They're going hard for Vance. Like even people my age, I've had these conversations with people at work and stuff. Like people are not privy to this shit. So to win these elections and stuff is a lot more difficult than you would think. Yeah, obviously James Fishback, Zohran Mamdani, the anti-Israel, America First talking points are collecting a lot more popularity than they ever have, and they're more acceptable. However, it's still like the minority. I still think a lot of people are stupid. They don't understand power structure. They don't understand how badly our government is hijacked. I think to a degree, a lot of young people go, all right, Israel's got something here and there, but they don't really have like a grasp or a true understanding of it. And I have these conversations with people that I'm friends with at work or like in passing and stuff. And it's always a good, kind of anecdotal for me because I can see what people outside of this like hub that we're in on X and everything and our side of social media think. And it's a lot more contrary than you would think. So like it's really hard to win these races and these local elections. And even James Fishback, it's going to be really hard for him going up against Byron Donalds. He is sponsored by Trump. Like when Trump endorses somebody, they're likely going to win. That's how it works. So, and obviously we see districts flipping.
Since young people are not as interested in like, elections that aren't the presidential election. They're like young people just do not care about midterms.
They don't even know that they can vote for their local rep. They don't even know that. Like people don't know that stuff.
And the people that vote, they always tend towards one group. I mean, look, the shift is very clear. It's why I think you have to conduct yourself the best way and dress properly and speak well. People get upset and they, lack of a better term, they chimp out when I criticize this stuff. But people have the propensity to want to promote the Western world, first world, Western civilization, civilized society. And they're tying that in with Israel. So if they want it pro-Western values, they want to see their country protected. They don't want to see more immigration. They want to see the things go back to the way it was. Israel is doing a far better job at tying their identity to that idea. Israel is becoming synonymous, Zionism is becoming synonymous with Western values. And they pointed everybody else to say it's third world. This is third world. This is communist. This is Marxist. This is part of the immigration. And people get tricked and they see the Israeli flag. And although they're aware of the genocide, they want things to go back to the way they were. And their marketing campaign, their Hezbollah, the strategy is to tie themselves to. That's why Netanyahu is going on podcasts and speaking in English, even though when he speaks in Hebrew, it's totally different rhetoric. Ben Shapiro just made a video about me saying, exposing Sneako, the anti-American manosphere, trying to make it seem like I'm a third worldist manipulating. This is why Matt Walsh for a year was calling me a communist jihadist, because people are like, Brown, bad, Israel good, Israel white, Netanyahu looks like me. So it's this trickery of color, and it's really easy to push that populist narrative.
It's working. Look, there's been a shift. Like the
it's amazing. Many of the
people don't get what I'm saying. Twisted. We'll watch that. It's funny. Don't get what I'm saying. Twisted.
Go ahead.
But the real thing is, like, you're completely right. They've tried to make like this third worldist brown like synonymous with like terrorism, anti-Western values, when really, like, actually, if you look at the numbers, people from Western Asia, like Arabs, they actually kind of assimilate pretty well. You have your fringe amount that's like whatever extremists and stuff. Half of that is ISIS. Half of that is Al-Qaeda, which are kind of funded or they were propped up by the United States and Israel at one time. Exactly. Yeah, the CIA involvement as well with those terrorist groups and Clinton and Obama in 2015, whatever, the whole lore. But like they want to take all these overlapping interests and disunite people who are against Israel. That's their campaign. That's like their new MO. They know they can't like cancel out the rhetoric like Charlie Kirk had asked Netanyahu to do. So now the new plan, you're completely right, I agree, is to kind of group everybody in with this like proxy connection of terroristic third world values, like we hate America, we hate Christmas and shit. And
exactly.
And it's like,
if you criticize Iran war, they're like, don't you hate America?
Exactly.
Why do you hate America?
That's the move now.
Have you noticed guys like Adam Sosnick, Shapiro, they're really repping American flags more and more. And then suddenly you see at a protest, they'll tie the Israeli flag with the British flag or with the American flag.
Bro,
this is us. It's us versus them.
At the beginning of this war, Patrick Bet-David was going nuclear on people who were against it. And now it's like, okay, so now I'm seeing the situation in Iran, and these guys like Sneako and Myron, and I talked to Myron, like they try and like group us as if, or group you guys as if you're like this fringe, terroristic, like crazy anti-Jewish conspiracy group, when really you're just pointing out the things that nobody in the mainstream has the balls to do. But it's very opportunistic for somebody like you or Myron, because if you're not white and you're not Christian, it's like, oh, boom, perfect. Group him in with a terrorist. We'll get rid of his talking points easily with a blanket statement over everything they do, which is terrorism, third worldism, he's brown, goodbye. But when really your opinions are overlapping with fundamental American interest, America first interest, they want to mute that. They really want to silence it. So it's dangerous for them. You're completely right. That's been the new move. Like, Muslims hate dogs. Like, the whole shit. Like, they're really trying hard. You know what I'm saying?
That's Frank's fault. You know, Frank gave me so much negative PR to this day on my birthday when he pooped on my rug. I still have to deal with that, and now people think I hate dogs.
No, that is triggering. If a dog shit on my rug,
Common Frank L. Wait, you want to see the short? I think this points it out.
Yeah. Please. My bad.
And for those that don't know, that was back in September of 2024 when I had just got Frank. Okay, he was still a puppy. He wasn't potty trained yet, and I was still training him, and he accidentally pooped on his carpet. But now Frank, bro, is like trained to a whole other level, bro. Bro is smart as hell. So he's I'm
not gonna lie, Frank Moggs is a good looking dog. There's some ugly ass dogs out there, bro.
He was only 3 months old when that happened before. So like, obviously he pooped on the thing, but I taught him though. He hasn't done that like since. So.
Yeah, Sneako's actually shooting Frank right now, so he's playing into the.
No, I would never. I love W Frank.
And for all the Haram police, just so you guys know, Frank is a protection dog as well as he is a guard dog. He can actually like attack people and shit like that. I trained him to do I trained him for everything, but I had to take him to a police canine to teach him how to like bite on command and shit like that. So I think
that was the last thing the Haram police were gonna go at you for. It was the dog.
No, they did not, because I looked at it. Oh, L dog Haram. Oh, and it's like, no, bro.
They're trolling, bro. They're not actually Haram policing you about a dog.
So, but I did train him though for that, so he can bite people and shit like that. But sorry, you want me to play this clip, or did you have something you want to show?
Yeah, I want to see.
Okay. Claiming foreign influence on President Trump are themselves acting as agents of foreign influence for propagandists of actual foreign regimes. It's pretty incredible, actually.
Does anyone feel insulted hearing him say this?
It's amazing.
Propagandists of foreign regimes. You see that? It's like every accusation is a confession.
Well, that's why
hearing. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, it's just how are we hearing about propaganda for a foreign regime from Ben Shapiro? It's like, it's so obvious. It hurts my feelings hearing him say that.
Like his thing is so here we go. I can play a little bit of this. But like the thing with Ben Shapiro, right, is like he doesn't realize he got exposed as a main propagandist, right? And that's why Daily Wire's been taking like such an L, because people are realizing like, wait, this guy isn't America first at all. This guy's always been Israel first. Him, Mark Levin, etc. And they all had to come out this way because all the press around Israel was so negative that they had to kind of fight. They had to like kind of jump out and expose themselves. But in doing so, they revealed where their real interest lies. So yeah, this is one of his criticisms, because you talk about Professor Zhang and this Russian guy. Let's see here.
Across Eurasia, and this becomes the basis of a new financial system, and this is all plausible. And I think this could be very good. The problem is that this would basically bankrupt America.
Okay, so again, the goal here is obvious. China, Russia, with their friends in America, like the Sneakos, and yes, like the Tucker Carlsons, who, by the way, is named by Dugin as an ally. They're linking hands across the aisle with people like Hassan Piker. The left, by the way, has decided that Hassan Piker is the new hero. Ezra Klein, who, again, I'm so disappointed in Ezra as a person, just as a normal, rational human being, for his defense of Hassan Piker. It's crazy. Hassan Piker defends legitimate terrorist groups, like full-scale genocidal terrorist groups. But Ezra Klein found a way.
Okay, but let's be honest here. Who's killed more people, the IDF or Hamas?
Yeah, it's uncomparable.
Who's killed more people? Who's killed more people, Hezbollah or the IDF? Like, bro, if you took all the resistance groups, you took, Palestine, the Hamas, Hezbollah, the Popular Mobilization Forces out of Iraq, the Houthis, the IDF has killed more people than all of them combined.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So who's the real terrorist organization here?
And they get away with it. Nobody ever calls. It's not mainstream to say that the IDF is a terrorist organization. They say that all the time about Hassan and others. They say that they support terrorist groups. It's like, okay, you make that point, but why is the same logic not applied to any Zionists, to any people? Why would you not put IDF in the same category? It's because they're more structured. It's what it really is because they're not Muslim. The propaganda runs that deep, and they're amplifying it so much. I was pointing it out at the beginning of the call. Trump is posting on Truth Social about Christians in Nigeria and how we need to stand up and help the Christians in Nigeria because who's the boogeyman in that situation, what they're trying to promote. Tommy Robinson's entire protest, the only uniting issue was just dunking on Muslims. They had every other flag. They're saying, we're against globalism. And then they had Iran flags, Israeli flags. They had Nigerian speakers, Korean speakers. The Korean guy comes out playing a violin. Wallahi, he puts 2 pieces of bacon on his shoulders to own the Muslims. That's the big own, as if it's kryptonite. Even though Jews can't eat bacon either. Even though Jesus didn't eat pork. It's goofy. They get the 3 French girls to be like, take it off. And they just strip naked of their burqa. This is so, and then look, they have the little kids there, 9 years old. They really want to go see the FA Cup final game. They're going, Allah, Allah, who is Allah? They're just chanting. They don't even know they don't know Jesus said Allah when he was talking about God. They are tricked into, instead of hating immigration, instead of loving their country, to just point the blame at Muslims while supporting the wars that caused the immigration. Why are you waving an Iran flag when immigrants are going to come in? You see people with these big posters up and they say, we support Tommy, he's helping the Iranian refugees. What about anti-immigration? What were you talking? So now you want Iranian refugees? Are you pro-immigration or not? The only uniting issue they have is demonizing Muslims, but I don't think it's not going to be as effective as it once was.
The first step, I always say this, the first step to actually uncovering the issue as to immigration and all the other things that people complain about, the Tommy Robinsons and everything else, is actually disarming this propaganda of Islamic terrorism. Once you unveil or you pull back that layer, it's just Zionism in front of you, really. And that's the whole reason why Islam is used as a shield to kind of protect Zionism and its expansion project. If we can demonize Muslims, then we'll always be given weapons by these countries that favor us so we can weaken these Muslim countries and so that we can ultimately fulfill our larger project of expansion from the Nile really to the Euphrates. That's the ultimate goal. So for Muslims to be the enemy, for Muslims to be the adversary is quintessential. It's a key ingredient for their ultimate doctrine or their motives. And right now, the propaganda is very strong. They can easily weaponize all these talking points against like Hassan Pike or you or anybody else. It's like bait for them. It's bait on the table. But this also speaks to what I said. We were talking about this the other day on stream about Chud the Builder and everything, but I was saying when Jake Lang had the Quran inside the pig head and then Muslims are like charging him and attacking him in the streets, it's like, no, don't do that. Actually ignore him. Yeah, like if you ignore him, then they don't have an enemy to fight. If you don't fight back, they don't have a fight. And then once that stops, all that fizzles out. There's no more views. There's no more clickbait. There's no more popular talking points. Iraqi kid punches Jake Lang in the face in Michigan. None of that. Now it's, wait, why is he doing this? And people will be able to peel that back themselves. But it does take a lot of, and I will admit, self-control, because these things are provocative. But if you ignore the antagonism, well, then right there, the enemy will fall flat on its face.
Bro, I was reading comments on, I think it was the academics video, and they're like, yeah, nigga, this is why Sneako get attacked in the street. This is why he get punched in the face. I'm like, do you not see that that's the whole point of you are supposed to ignore this? So because they're calling you low IQ, low impulse control, emotionally vulnerable, and you act out in violence. Yeah, that's why you get punched. Somebody should shoot that nigga. Okay, well done. Well done. The whole point is to ignore them so you don't prove the stereotypes that they think. They are saying that you're low IQ and that you're incapable of existing within the first world civilization, right? So don't play into their hand and start to get angry when a paid provocateur goes out in public trying to get a reaction. You turn the other way and ignore it. Instead, they're like, now we need to put money on his head. Go get that nigga. I'm like, bro, this is such a minor issue, and you're cortisol spiking and all focusing on this one streamer who would not even be famous if you didn't give him attention. If there wasn't any reactions, this guy wouldn't be popular. But they just get so, but slavery. I'm like, oh my God, bro, do you want to have this conversation? But there's so much emotion tied to it. It's hard to have that conversation.
Exactly what you're saying.
Well, academics fan base is retarded, bro. I'll be honest. Like,
no, they're not all retarded, but it's just like, it almost seems like a lost cause, bro.
Look, you don't have to say it. I will. I went over there one time to explain Middle Eastern foreign policy to these retarded fucking, baboon ass niggas, bro. They're like,
yo, bro, they're gonna call me a coon now for. Okay, great.
What's this nigga talking about the sand for? What's going on over here? Yo, they're retarded, bro. Those niggas.
No, they're not. Well, academics did say he's like, I don't give a fuck about Palestine. He's like, I don't give a fuck about Palestine.
Well,
I care about
issues.
issues.
That's
nigga, like, yo, like they don't even know Arabic's a language. Sad nigga, what? Oh.
Yo, I'm really not tripping if a non-Arab or a non-Muslim. If you don't care about Palestine, it's fine. Like that's not. Yo, what you're saying is so true. But people will hear you say that, and they'll go, "Oh, you're removing all the blame from Chud. You're making Chud." And it's like, no, we're recognizing Chud was provocative. He was antagonizing them. Shouldn't do that. Not a good idea. You know, it's slop. It's not the best kind of content. Whatever.
I've condemned it so many times, and they don't care. They're
worse.
like, "Why are you defending Chud? Why are you defending Chud?"
Yeah.
What?
They're not defending, but this is like the density of them. We're not defending Chud. We're just saying when you react, you are giving him exactly what he wants. You are giving the antidote to the cause. Like, you're the means to the end. So instead of reacting violently, which is illegal, ignore him on their end, an unfortunate right to say whatever the fuck he wants, because he has that ability. He can say whatever he wants. So it's better for them to ignore him. And I said this ad nauseum, and everybody, I won't do what you did, but I said this ad nauseum, and everybody was fucking shitting on me. So it is what it is. But no,
I don't think it's George Floyd. If you analyze George Floyd when it happened, then they would say, like, why are you supporting white supremacy? It's like, wait, no, did this guy have a fentanyl overdose? Like, why was he using a counterfeit bill? Wasn't he a violent offender? Wasn't he breaking and entering? Like, and if you question it at all, people just, they couldn't even, and this is going to be the same situation where people look back and like, oh yeah, I probably shouldn't have crashed out that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was, because I saw a little bit of your Abba and Priest debate with these guys. Like, bro, look, the reason why, like, you know, people, because look, bro, they try to say some dumb shit like black on black crime isn't real. Like, okay, man, now we're just not even like, and that's like some stupid progressive bullshit, right? And they're like, oh yeah, it's not real because the reality is that you're more than likely going to be killed by your own group of people. Okay, retard. Here's the difference. There's only one community that monetizes it, encourages it, puts it in the culture, reinforces it in every fucking way. They glorify it with gang violence, etc. There's only one group of people that does that, bro. I don't see fucking, you know, Chinese niggas running around like, oh, I Ryad. And then some other Chinese niggas like, I did Ryad. And they fight and they make rap songs about that shit and create an entire lucrative career. No, bro, there's only one group of people that does that shit and we know who the fuck it is. And it's like they don't want to deal with the elephant in the room that niggas are retarded. And, you know, going back to what you were saying with the whole academics thing, like, you know, the problem is that a lot of these Wakanda niggas, right? I call them Wakanda niggas, aka baboon retards, aka ape dumbasses. Like, they don't understand that everyone is tired of the bullshit, bro. Okay? People are tired of walking around, having to worry about getting mugged, having to worry about getting robbed, or having to worry about saying the wrong thing at the wrong time, being called a racist. It's like, bro, get the fuck out of here, man. People say they got black fatigue. Nigga, I got black exhaustion. I've been tired of these fucking monkeys for a while. So, whatever, man. Fuck it. Like, academics fans are retarded. I wouldn't put any stake in what they got to say. A lot of these niggas don't even know where Palestine is on a map. I'll never forget I was in there talking about fucking the war with Iran. Iran? What is that, nigga? Like, dudes are stupid. Dumb as fuck. What are you talking about, a bunch of sand niggas? Bro, I just want to talk about Drake and Iceman. Get the fuck out of here, you baboon fucking retard Donkey Kong fucks, man. Niggas are stupid. I don't even take them seriously. So, anyway.
And I was going to say this really quickly, too. The thing with Ak, he was like, yo, I'll be honest with you, I don't care about Palestine. I think it's important to highlight, like, all right, it's fine. He doesn't have a dog in that fight, I guess. Look, I'm Muslim, so Palestine means something to me. That's intimate,
right?
It's
a human issue, though. It's greater than being Muslim. It's just wrong. It's a humanity issue.
Wallah, it's a human issue. And if you don't acknowledge the genocide, you're a piece of shit. But what I'm trying to say is, I don't expect, like, somebody who's black, right, some black heritage person or an FBA, foundational black American, all the terms, to really be invested in like Middle Eastern foreign policy. It's fine. Care about the issues here and care about your people here. I'm not giving people the benefit of the doubt to be smart enough. But it is.
I mean, that's just being willfully ignorant. It's like, where are our tax dollars going? Our money is being spent on these bombs, killing these kids.
Sneako,
it's like,
the problem is you cannot give people way too much credit, more than what they are due. You expect somebody to be intelligent enough to really discern as to why the United States is struggling to maintain its #1 position in the world and why our economy is crashing all the time and why no president can actually take control of office. Like, a lot of people, I would love for everybody to understand that. I would love for ACT to understand what's happening in Gaza and everything. But like, you can't give people that much credit. They're only going to care about the cultural things at home a lot more. And so that's fine. But even then, when that's the case, Ak is like omitting the real issues with the community.
These are academics fans, nigga. These are
no, bro. W-Ak.
Yo, these are academic fans, nigga.
That's my son. Yeah.
booga.
What is that, like $1,000?
What is it, a prom celebration?
Yeah.
Hey, yo.
It's just gonna go
They turn
viral.
prom into a wedding. It's like, because
Hey, you know what the best part of this shit is? I never hear a male voice. You ain't hear no dads in this shit, nigga. Like, here's some more niggatry. Look at, what is this?
well, it's baby mama culture. There's no more weddings, right? It's like Rihanna and A$AP Rocky. They're not married. It's baby mama, baby daddy. So prom is the opportunity to have a wedding.
Bro,
That's
yeah,
the one-
this is perfect timing. What I was just trying to say, or the point that I was trying to elucidate, if you're not going to be concerned about that and you're going to address what's going on with blacks here, address the problems and the faults that we have within our own community, like these things, our over prioritization of materialistic things, like all that bullshit. At least have a word on that. If you're going to, I don't give a fuck about Palestine, nigga. All right, do you give a fuck about the fact that we're not earning nearly as much as any other immigrant class, any other people that have been here as long as we have? Like, that's not good. Like, we should address
No, I saw a streamer say the N-word. That's what I'm focused on.
All trivial shit. All trivial shit. So I'm not asking you to go crazy for Palestine, but it's like, nigga.
By the way, bro. I've seen hundreds of these fucking prom videos, by the way. Of these
I mean, and not to
like
people have chud fatigue in my chat. There was a reason that we got to this point. It was because I was going to ask you about Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley was speaking at that Tommy Rubenstein protest, and you can see the double standard. There's so many repeated examples. They keep talking about Pakistani grooming gangs. It's like, wait, Tommy Robinson, the organizer of this protest, this guy was found on the Epstein files. Epstein called him a cheap whore. So if you want to talk about pedos and politics, why don't you just look at the person organizing this protest? And Nick Shirley, this was super funny because in his speech, he's like, oh, my favorite issue, I saw some woman with a sign that was talking about no open borders. And you look at her sign and she spelled borders wrong. And I remembered he started his whole thing. He got famous because he was making fun of Leering Center, right? The Somali daycares, and they spelled Leering wrong. Look, they don't know how to leer. Okay, you just talked about open borders. She spelled it board like a wooden plank, like water boarding.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And the hypocrisy is right in front of this guy too. I think there's some genuine aspect to him. But did Nick Shirley, who's now with JD Vance, getting promoted by Elon Musk, who's with this cabal, with this team, he's getting promoted while Tyler Oliveira, who's uncovering fraud on a much more major scale in Lakewood, New Jersey, he gets demonetized from Patreon. He gets banned from Israel. Nick Shirley gets rewarded when he demonizes the Muslims. When Tyler Oliveira calls out the scamming from the Jews, he gets punished. Did Nick Shirley, is he partnered up? Does he know what's happening?
Well,
when Nick Shirley, I'll tell you this, they told that he put like expose them all when Tyler Oliveira posted something about exposing one of these scam things run by one of these Jewish groups. And they fucking went after him for that. They went after him for saying expose them all. So like they're okay only when Muslims are exposed, not anyone else.
Dude, Nick Shirley has got MAGA money in its pockets. It's obvious. Like he went straight for the Minnesota-Minneapolis thing with the Somalians, which I'll admit that was an issue. There was a lot of corruption there, but it was like the main headline, and he was spearheading it, and it was all of this problem. And the thing with him is, he's a part of like that weird MAGA unison base. Like there's all these influencers that the moment like something happens with Trump, they all say the same shit. Like after the White House correspondence shooting, they all said, build a ballroom, like literally within hours of one another. So he's a part of that like whole, like you said, MAGA cabal and stuff.
Well, they get a script. I mean, you saw from Turning Point, when they all had to attack Candace Owens, all the MAGA Peter Thiel influencers, they got the same script. They're supposed to say that Candace Owens is a demon, she's evil. And the next day they go on the podcast, and you know that graphic with all the news heads saying the exact same thing at the same time? The MAGA people were doing that to a T. And it really is funny because Nick Fuentes gets allegations for being a Fed. And I don't agree with this, and it's like I've known him for years, and there's no real evidence to support that. Besides, you don't like some of the stuff he says.
I made a whole 40-minute video debunking that shit.
He's not a Fed. There's no evidence to support that.
It's just when you disagree with somebody, you call him a Fed. It's like just say you don't.
Well, I'm not saying Nick Shirley is a Fed. I don't think that Nick Shirley is a Fed, but he certainly is partnered up with people that are Feds. He's certainly getting money, and he's getting like the most viewed video on X of all time is that Somali daycare video. That is like
the most viewed now?
I think it's the most viewed. Let me fact check that real quick. But then right after that, he's in the fraud program with JD Vance in the White House. He's there visiting DC. Elon Musk loves him. He's there photographed next to him. He's speaking at Tommy Rubenstein's event. He's speaking at Turning Point next to Erica Kirk twerking with the fireworks. Just like that. The guy's 23 years old. So people say, Nick Fuentes is a Fed. What about this guy here? who's partnered up with all the people that we know are blatant Zionists covering up for Epstein and pushing this Iran war. Is there any
they're
sort of... I think a lot of people aren't questioning it because they don't want to fumble the collab. They see as genuine and stuff. And I do too. And I'm not accusing him of anything. But, bro, look who he's around. It's like follow the money. It's the same thing every time. Let me look it up and see if that's the most viewed video next.
Yeah, here's a clip from it right here. This was the counter protest, I guess, to the Tommy Robinson thing. What the fuck?
Okay.
Get your clip elsewhere.
So they've just said that they want to hang Tommy Robinson and shoot him in the neck like Charlie Kirk.
That's crazy, bro. Yeah. Look, you don't gotta like Tommy like that,
problem,
but like,
bro, that's the problem.
Aggressive.
See, what we're doing right now is the high IQ. Like, this is the counter signal you need to like the Tommy Robinson propaganda. But then you go all the way left, and now they're doing the violent shit, and it's like, no,
yeah, the violence is
don't
always
that.
like, bro, no, that you disqualify your entire
the movement. No,
and this is what kills me with people, bro. Like anytime, because I've always said it, like the left is retarded because the problem with them is like they don't live in reality, and since they don't live in reality a lot of times, and they can't prove their points factually or statistically, they have to utilize violence because typically, think about it, it's in the word progress. To progress, a lot of the times, they understand that their ideologies might not necessarily garner enough support. Because conservatives want to conserve what they already have. Progressives want to progress. This is why progressives typically enact violence way more than conservatives. I don't care what anyone says. People try to sit there and say conservatives are more violent. That's not true. That's a whole bunch of ADL propaganda. Progressives are far more violent. And we know this because it's in the nature of them progressing. And anytime, and this is why I tell people all the time, yo, never ever encourage violence because you lose your entire like argument once you do that. And if you got the truth on your side, there's no need. Just have discussions, have debates, make them look like idiots, which tends to be people that are more left-leaning because they don't operate in reality, and you'll be good, man. There's no need for violence. It's the worst thing ever. But these, and that's the problem with a lot of these radical leftists, bro. They're totally okay with violence. They're totally okay with it. That's why they were like cheering and jumping up and down where Charlie got shot. Like, what is wrong with you? There was like this weird trend where people were doing like transitions to the sound effect when he got shot on TikTok. Like a lot of girls were doing this.
Prom transitions. Yeah, it's crazy. And that's the sickness of the left, is they're wildly violent if it means effectuating change, which is, like you said, in and of itself in the word. But, you know, that's what all these guys do. To call Nick a Fed and to completely ignore how Nick Shirley's got tons of money pumped into him. He's obviously this plant. It's just insane. And that's what they do. So but this has to do with the Massie situation. Trump and the GOP right now as it sits needs to fight a vicious propaganda war against the new anti-Israel narrative. It is the most debilitating thing to the GOP right now. And it's setting it up to where the only favorable candidate moving forward in the next 10, 20 years, in the next few generations, is going to be somebody who does not take Israeli money, who does not serve Israeli interests. That's going to be the next ideal candidate. And the administration and Republicans as a whole are trying very hard to slow that down and stick a fork in it. That's why you see all this race against Thomas Massie. This is the most funded campaign in any sort of primary in Kentucky in history, I believe. And all the other things, right? All these campaigns against James Fishback, the Adelsons going against James Fishback, like they're fighting very hard. Ben Shapiro, Daily Wire's crashing. He's still fighting. They're swimming against the current, and they're doing everything they can with the money they have. That's what they have over everybody else, is the money, to ensure they counter-signal this new, like, America First anti-Israel narrative. Because if this falls through, the Muslims, the Christians, the whatever the hell, they're all going to overlap for the greater good of, like, America First. And that kind of unification is unacceptable for any right-wing candidate if it means serving Israeli interests and actually getting elected. That's going to put a big fork in the plan for Israel and, you know, Trump as a whole. So that's why he's going sick on Thomas Massie right now, you know?
So it's important. I think it's important to stay on the right. I think in a way it's going to be more effective if we're associated on the right wing, because they can't shut you out the same way. The left, whatever, it is getting crazier, and violence is being promoted more than ever, and it's seen as actual radical political change. I think this whole thing with Chud is a good example. It's like, yeah, was he harassing people? Was he antagonizing? A lot of that stuff, yeah, absolutely. But when people are literally publicly putting money on his head, saying somebody should martyr themselves and attack him, What do you think? You can't win with words? You can't ignore? This is what we need to resort to. When that becomes the ideology, you're going to be written off. You know, they're just going to call you a terrorist. They're going to call you an insane person, and a lot of them would be right.
Yeah.
I know.
It's easy for the left to use that against you. Yeah. Go ahead, Myron. Oh.
No, I was just showing you guys some more academics fans how they get down when they're not watching him talk about the Drake album.
Shout out to Hack and his fans. I did see this earlier. Is this for the Swatch collab?
I don't know what the niggas is fighting at Chipotle, bro. That's crazy. Imagine fighting over guac, bro.
Well, Myron, it was probably gentrification, redlining.
Lil TJ almost lost his life to Chipotle lettuce, nigga. That's what these niggas is doing right now. Yeah, it's yeah.
Hey man, lots of oppression, man. Lots of oppression. This is white supremacy. Look, some white supremacy, bro. White supremacy. You know?
I spoke about this. There was the Daytona Beach shooting and spring break, and I say, like, you know, we congregate and issues ensue, and we got to be better, you know. But you can't say that. You know, you can't say that you're anti-black. You're for the white man if you acknowledge these problems. But I think if you acknowledge these problems, you actually care more. You know what I'm saying? You don't blame it on some systemic shit. Like, oh, but this is because, like, no, bro. Like, it's...
Bro, that video is so bad. It looks like... It's just... If I say what it looks like, people just are going to get really mad, dude. But it looks like...
it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. But
what, the orangutan exhibit at the Bronx Zoo?
Okay. Oh, my God.
The fucking ape exhibit at the fucking Bronx Zoo, bro? Is that what it is?
No, no,
I think that's what it looks like to me. No. It looks like I'm at the fucking primate exhibit, nigga. That's all I see when I open this shit up. Like, what the fuck is going on, bro? Like, what is this? This is Donkey Kong 64. Look at this shit, bro. Look at this shit, nigga. Hold on. You gotta look at this shit. Nigga picked up a chair. Oh shit, he got the tool. Oh damn. Hey yo. And it's kind of funny. It's like you're literally watching it with the glass there. So it's like you're literally at
this? Where is this?
This was at a Chipotle at Navy Yard, bruh.
That's a Chipotle?
It's a Chipotle.
I thought it was over the Swatch collab. You saw AP collab with Swatch.
Yeah, everybody was like, DDG was mad about that and shit. Yeah, I saw that.
Bro, all I see are niggas and Nikes. What the fuck?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, bro, it's really not a good look. Really not a good look. These are all like 15, 16-year-olds, by the way. These are high school kids.
Hey, man, redlining. It's redlining, though, bro. That's why they're fighting like this, nigga. It's redlining. It's systemic racism. It's white supremacy. Okay?
No. Maybe they were just excited about Iceman. I don't think maybe you don't know the lore.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, that's probably was. Yeah, they're probably listening to Iceman.
Yeah, they were ready for the new Drake. That's all. They were just really.
They should change the name of the song to Monkey Man. Diddy Kong Man.
On, really, dude? Monkey Man. Like,
Monkey Man, bro.
No, he said free Palestine on the track. I like that he made fun of DJ Khaled, who he's so fat that if he stopped eating, he could solve the famine crisis in Gaza. That needed to happen.
DJ Khaled's a bitch, bro. Big fucking pussy.
Well, look, Drake, I think
Drake. Shout out to Drake.
Drake stands with Palestine, if I'm not mistaken. There was some sort of Palestinian protest in Europe, and he came outside on like the balcony of his probably multi-million-dollar hotel or whatever, and he like did the little gesture like I stand with you guys. And
he said something right after October 7th too. He signed some legislation, but like, how bad is it in hip hop that the first person in hip hop to say "Free Palestine" in a song is the Jew? The Jew?
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
It's like, what else? What is everybody else talking about? It's like there used to be rappers, the woke rappers, lyrical, miracle, spiritual, individual. They would talk about oppression. I don't see them at all anymore. It's just all sexy red. What happened to the Joey, like some sort of poetic justice, the people with the
some
hat?
Messaging in music, something that actually has substance. No, that's gone. That's gone. And that's to tell that, everything has kind of lost its substance.
We live in a TikTok era, bro. We live in a TikTok era. Like, you young niggas don't care about lyrics like that. You guys are retarded.
Dopamine spike, short-term memory, short-term attention span kind of era. So if the beat doesn't sound fire in 5 seconds, no one's going to listen to somebody rap. I will admit I'm actually a part of the problem. Like, I can't listen to Kendrick. That nigga's
You know what? You want to know when this began? In 2005 with the crunk era. Like, once like the South started taking over, it just started going down. Like 05, like when Atlanta started to take over and all the,
I think it was solidified last year when the best song of all time got you banned everywhere. That song is the best protest song ever recorded.
Oh,
it embodies resistance. It literally is resistance. It's so powerful. Instead of all this lyrical miracle, it's just 3 words says it all right here. We had it, and then unfortunately, man, I mean, you know, he's on a different thing, but that was that song. It's like Eminem could talk about raping his mom and taking, you know, Percocets and driving his ex-girlfriend into an ocean, but you say something edgy about a leader in the 30s and then you just get ostracized and banned from the UK. It's incredible how much
they banned him from the UK too.
He wasn't allowed to perform at Wireless Fest.
Yeah. They didn't let him. Yeah, Keir Starmer made the whole announcement.
And banned from Australia.
These countries are so cocked, bro.
Now you can't
These
go to
countries
Australia.
are so goddamn cocked. And bro, apologize too. Like that's the crazy part. Like I said it before, that's why you can't apologize to these niggas, bro. Because even if you apologize, they're still gonna fucking like humiliate you and still get your
Israel started tweeting, making fun of the fact that they said that he's not allowed to perform at Coachella. Even though he apologized, Israel is still humiliating and tripling back and dunking on it. You know, and you can't really do anything because if you're apologizing, what are you going to do? Start to like attack Israel? It just makes it all void. So you just have to take it, unfortunately. But you know, he feels that way. I respect it. You're saying like you don't listen to Kendrick. Kendrick doesn't say anything about like what does he talk about? This dick ain't free. This dick ain't free.
As I'm saying, like niggas be on that truth teller rap.
He's not
like
woke.
Kendrick and no, I know, not. I'm just saying like music that has substance. Like they're actually talking about something. Like you know, they're talking about like a problem. Like I just rather listen to the brain rot like music. Like honestly, it's music, nigga. Like I don't want to hear that shit. Like I hate when rappers try to get political. Like shut the fuck up, nigga. Just rap, nigga. Just shut up and dribble. Just rap. Like I don't want to hear that shit. You know, I hate when people try to step out of their lane and like I'm gonna talk about this issue in my song. It's like, bro, I just want to bump, nigga. Like I just want to play the song in the car and enjoy. Like I don't need to hear that shit. Like I can fucking turn on the political stream and get loads of that. Like please, like it should be separated. By the way,
we chimp out to some music,
nigga. Yeah, I do, bro. I honestly, God, honest truth, bro. Sometimes I just want to play music, chimp out a little bit. Niggas talking about killing niggas. Sometimes it bumps. Wait, so you and Nick went out in New York last night. You guys went out somewhere,
bro. That was the first time I went out.
Booted out.
That was the first. No, bro. That was the first time I went out since the Club Accost, and we went to a spot. I was there hanging out with my Brazilian friend. It was literally first time since Club Accost that I went out again. Of course, it's with Nick. And the owner comes up and he's looking like this. He's like, hey, I'm the owner of this place. And I was ready for him to be like, get the fuck out of the establishment. But he just said, love your work. Love what you do. I was like,
wow.
Okay. It was all handshakes, all smiles.
Okay, good.
No hate. It was all good.
Wow.
Man. It was great. It was
nice.
Was he Arab or some shit?
I don't know. I think he was like Armenian or something. He looked kind of damn Bilzerian-y.
Okay. All right. That's
That'll
good.
do it. That'll do it. That makes sense. Yeah. Now that's really cool. You know, it's just funny because like now I think about you walking around New York City and I feel like, you know, people will try to be like, didn't you say that one thing or go to that club in Miami?
Oh yeah, with you guys, yeah.
Now people forgot about that club thing for the most part, but now like this Chud thing didn't help. They're like, yeah, this is why you need to get shot. That's why that nigga need to be hit.
Yeah.
Like, oh, bro, like, dude, okay.
Do you do you plan on streaming in real life again or IRL streaming, or is like are you kind of chilling off of that?
Dude, I wanted to do that. I was like, when I was on the plane back from Australia and I got the email saying my visa was revoked because I'm too anti-Semitic to fit their character standards. I was like, the first stream back should just be me like, I'm back, like I'm outside by myself, dolo, like I'm really outside.
I really like that.
I don't know if I will do it. No, it's been, you know, I went back on the street. I was trying to get some footage from the stores. Nobody wanted to help me. NYPD's not doing anything. I went there. The detective's like not at work that day. That's why New York sucks
joke, balls, bro. Yo, New York is fire.
I'm thinking about leaving, bro.
Money for what? For what? To get weirdos.
No, I will say, I love New York in doses. I really do, and it's like one of the best cities in the world. Like I will never not admit that, but to live there, I couldn't, bro. I couldn't. You can't even get help when you're fucking assaulted randomly. That's crazy.
The irony too, like people didn't see, but I got pepper sprayed as soon as I got up. And you look back at the video, the nigga was wearing a Dr. Pepper shirt. It's like, this is how I know it was a paid setup. And I know, it is. Obviously, it does hurt my feeling, but that is kind of funny that Dr. Pepper. Somebody must have set him up because he didn't say anything. Usually when people get upset like that and crash out, they're going to be like, this is for this, or because you said that. He didn't say anything.
It was really weird. I'll be honest. To me,
bro,
I felt like
and he pulls out the pepper spray immediately. Somebody must have paid a guy to do that. I want to figure out who it is.
You would have been able to use deadly force on him for doing that shit to you, bro. Pepper spray is very 100%. Like pepper spray. If you try to pepper spray a cop and see what happens, like yo,
that's
you will get
weapon.
fucking clap.
Yeah.
Like,
bro, I have Eric Adams' number, the former New York City mayor, you know, and I know he's well connected with the NYPD. I was going to reach out to him, and then I remember when he left office, he went to Tel Aviv, or no, he went to the Wall, and he's like,
yeah, nigga,
I was serving
might do
you
more damage than good. Maybe don't.
He was like, I was serving you as mayor, and then he did a Freemason. I'm like, okay, maybe I probably shouldn't ask this guy. He's going to set me up more. But it is what it is.
I never actually got to even speak to you about that, but I'm glad you're okay. That shit was very unsettling to see that clip. Yeah, I feel like it was calculated. There had to be something to it. It wasn't just random.
And people were like celebrating it too, bro. People are weirdos, bro. Like, people legitimately like think, oh yeah, anything bad happens to like Sneako, Nick, Myron, any of these people, like, bro, they just like they're waiting for us to get harmed. It's kind of weird, bro. It's kind of weird.
It's the Charlie Kirk. It's the Charlie Kirk effect. And I know I don't agree with so much of Charlie Kirk. I'm not like making him a martyr or a hero, but the people were celebrating it. They couldn't even figure out why. I saw that people were celebrating. They were viral tweets like, yeah, this what happens because he says crazy stuff. What did I say that upset you? Like, can you say exactly why somebody should pay to attack? Like, what did I say that makes you mad? What is against your belief system that you think is worth violence over? People don't say it. They're like, yeah, he says crazy stuff. Okay, like this is America.
Because people are sticking ahead, bro. Like, look, for example, let's say one of these like dumbass pro-black Wakanda niggas got hurt. I would not be celebrating them getting hurt. I'd be like, yo, what the fuck? Like, why would you attack somebody for their political views? Like, if somebody attacks Tariq Nasheed, I wouldn't be celebrating that shit like, ho, 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 yeah. I'd be like, yo, what the fuck? Like, you're a weirdo for doing that. Like, people are...
Charlie Kirk, I disagreed with him so much. I was making fun of his small head the day before he got shot, rest in peace. I made fun of him all the time, right? Because he was pushing Judeo-Christian values and he was wrong about so many things. When it happens, of course, it made me really upset. You know, we spoke about it on stream. That was a tragedy, really. I know a lot of people don't like him, but 100% this changed the temperature in the country. And now, look, even people like me are seeing the results of it.
Yeah, it did. It was kind of like a signaling that in some way violence is okay. Because look at how the left responded to that. They were like celebrating, and it's unsettling. That's the shit too. And yo, when you got attacked, bro, that shit was on TMZ. It was viral. Like that hit mainstream media. And some of the people in the comments, it's just like, it gave me that like relapse of the effect after Kirk was assassinated. It was like people were celebrating that you just got randomly attacked. You know, a good thing, obviously, you took the punch well. You got a good chin. You know, what if that guy knocked you out and you cracked your head open? Like, that was a possibility.
Yeah, what if I got shot?
Well,
I mean, what if he had a knife? Yeah.
What if he stabbed you? Yeah,
bro.
That's the shit that these people don't think about. So... It's a really good thing you were okay.
Look at how the media demonizes it too and encourages it. So this is the New York Post, and I did an interview with them, and I destroyed the Zionist, this girl Ricky Schlott. She's criticized Myron as well, the Manosphere stuff, and they didn't even upload the interview because she got demolished. And so instead, they just post an article and they put quotes where I said Hitler had aura because of his outfits. Okay, whoa, controversial take. Then I get attacked. Look at the article they post from the New York Post. Attention-seeking manosphere influencer Sneako thrown to the ground by stranger.
Wow, that
it's
is
not, hey, there was an attack.
Headline.
The attention-seeking manosphere influencer. One, I'm not in the manosphere. Two, what does attention-seeking have to do with it? Three, if you look at it, it was unprovoked. I didn't even see the guy. I was reading the chat. I was getting mad at Gooners, actually. I was telling them that, like, Gooners should be held by hung by the town square publicly for being Gooners, making a joke, and that's why I didn't see it. None of that's reported. In fact, the media dunks on it and celebrates it the same way these leftists are. But they're not leftist. It's obviously clear. I mean, look at that. Controversial, Hitler-praising manosphere influencer Sneako.
That's
the far-right provocateur.
That's crazy.
The far-right provocateur. So Matt Walsh is calling me a communist jihadist. Ben Shapiro is calling me a third worldist jihadist, immigration supporter. And then the New York Post is calling me a far-right Nazi. They're doing everything they can to put as much dirt on my name as possible so that somebody will feel vindicated if they do attack me. This is the nature of political discourse. They can't beat your argument, so they try to demonize you so much to inspire somebody crazy to fucking kill you. This is why, people are like, oh, you're too paranoid. Yeah, well, look at what the media is saying about me. Imagine how many people hate Hitler, hate far-right stuff, controversial Hitler praiser. And so if somebody, if I'm a Hitler-praising Nazi and I'm taken out, they see it as a win and they see it as something good. Mike Malak publicly said last year, Nazis should be punched in the face. What does Mike Malak even stand for? I like the guy, but he's having a strong political opinion, advocating for violence, and nobody pushes back on that. Then I get hit. And the media celebrates it, and they're saying the same things that people like Mike Malek are saying. Hitler praisers should be punched in the face. He was taken down. He's at a manosphere attention. Bro, Myron knows better than anybody. I've not been, how long has it been since they could really consider me a manosphere influencer? Even in that documentary, it's clear that I separated from that. They don't care. They will lie until you're fucking dead. They just want to kill you.
They have to pile on the buzz terms to demonize you as much as possible to push the narrative. And this
and that's why I don't fuck with the New York Post, bro. New York Post is on some bullshit.
This all stems
But it's not just the New York Post. Sky News Australia, bro. Sky News Australia said the same thing. They're saying he's a weird mix of neo-Nazi and jihadist. So I'm a terrorist and a Nazi. When have you heard of a Muslim Nazi before? That doesn't even make sense. I'm an ISIS supporting Nazi. Sky News Australia is saying this to try to signal to people, look, this guy's evil. Somebody do something. The government approved my visa when I enter Australia. They see Sky News, then my character doesn't fit anymore. Then I need to be revoked and banned. This is the world we live in now. It's extending far beyond just America. It's worldwide. You get banned from London. You get banned from London if you make a song called NHH. But then Tommy Robinson, who's saying Islam is the problem, they're stripping free of their burqas. They're on stage and they could do a major public protest. It's so clear who's allowed and who's not allowed, and still people blindly fall for the propaganda. If you support Zionism, you're good. You won't be banned. You will be welcome. The government's okay with you. You criticize it all, and they will do everything in their power to make sure you die.
Yeah. That's absolutely true.
And the crazy part is that was the New York. That's the New York Post, which the New York Post is supposed to be unbiased. Well, it's supposed to be right leaning. Which again, I've always said the New York Post is cosplay fucking conservatives. They're Trump retards, and they're only right wing if it's pro Trump. They're stupid as fuck.
There's no such thing as right wing and left wing anymore. It's gone. It's done. There's no Republican or Democrat. People need to stop getting their panties in a bunch when people like Nick say vote Democrat. It's over. All this stuff. Oh, transgenders. That's what's separating these culture war slop. It's anti-Israel or pro-Israel. That's the two-party issue. That's it. Everything else is all distraction. It's all a populist tool, and you're being baited to fall for their party. Anyway.
Yeah. No, you're completely right. I mean, it's infuriating when you got to worry about your safety all the time just for having an opinion. So, it's completely understandable. And nobody reprimanded that guy or condemned him. Like, I saw no condemnation from that guy except, like, your friends. Like, Nick, Myron were one of the only ones to actually condemn what that guy did. A couple other streamers that I'm not mentioning. Everybody else was, like, supportive of it. And even a lot of these, like, MAGA guys on X was like, oh, well, you had it coming. And it's just disgusting. It goes to show their double standard. When something happens to one of their guys... When something happens to one of their guys and there's a political motivation behind it, they're crying, the left is violent, they use all those same talking points, and then when it happens to somebody else who just happens to be critical of Israel, well, then it's like, oh, well, at the same time, he's, provocative and he's a reactionary, and so he had it coming. And that's what they do, but you guys have been resistant to it, and that's why they're terrified of all
they cited in the sources, they emailed me and they put 10 links as to why my character's unfit. One of them was a link to a summary of the Manosphere documentary by Louis Theroux. It's a Manosphere influencer. That was why I'm unfit, because of that Netflix documentary. And I'm not a criminal. I've never committed a crime. I've never been convicted. I've never been arrested. I haven't had any real, criminal allegations towards me. But look how I'm still treated as a criminal in the first world, the civilized first world with democracy, Western values, and free speech. I get banned for tweets they don't like, criticizing Zionism, for being in a documentary. They treat you like a criminal now. This is what happens when you exercise your rights, when you actually follow democracy, free speech, and try to speak up against tyranny. It's so clear who's in charge. It's almost mind-blowing to me that people still go to a Tommy Robinson protest who's all over the Epstein files and think that they're doing the right thing for the Western world. It's like, it's right in front of your face. But there was a shift in Myron. I'm sure you noticed it, and Ryad, I'm sure you noticed it too, where they don't need to censor anymore. I mean, look how blatant it is. We're back. I'm back on YouTube. Censorship has been relaxed. We're saying what's real. It's so obvious, and people still eat up the goy slop. They don't need to censor everybody. They realize that they can get away with it because of how goyim we are. We just love the populist slop they feed. We'll eat it up nice. Goy slop, Chipotle chair. We will still fall for it. It's sometimes it can be like.
No, sorry. I cannot understate. Like I know I overstate it. People really don't get it. They don't. I'm telling you, man. I still work a normal job. I'm still surrounded around, quote unquote normies. I think that's like a degrading term in a way, but you can say that effectively. the amount of people who do not understand this, who do not understand cancel policy, who do not understand the culture of the left, who do not understand what you can say, what you can't say, how that highlights who's in charge. Everybody's just like, yeah, Trump, yeah, the Muslims, Plano, Texas, too many mosques, dude. Dude, that shit in Michigan is crazy. Did you see that guy he kicked the ICE sign? That guy's fucking based. And it's like, you're such a goy. I'm like clawing and of course, I'm never hearing these people. I don't care, because I feel like I'm too privy to what's happening in the world, not to be conceited or arrogant. I would waste my breath. I would waste my breath trying to convince these people. I don't even bother, because it's like you're too far gone if you don't get some semblance of it yet. But I want to I want to gouge my own eyes out.
You need to be able to do a debate and defend your belief system. Like, if you're going to be, because here's the difference, right? Like, I'll say the shit that I say, but I have no problem stepping in and having a discussion with any of these pro-black idiots like Dr. Umar, Tariq, whatever. I can back up my claims that systemic racism is a scam, redlining is a scam, it's all bullshit, and you guys just have a perpetual I'm a pussy victim mindset. But these other guys like Jake Lang are fucking retards and can't actually defend their belief system. They just do shock jock bullshit, and they can't actually defend what they say or actually get into a debate. Like, it is honestly, like, look, I get along with Tommy Robinson, but he won't do a debate with anybody. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? Like, I've been trying to set this shit up with you and one of these Muslims. Like, you got to do a debate, nigga. Like, you can't just sit here and talk shit about Islam all day and not debate somebody. Like, then you just look like a bitch. You know, you have to be able to debate the people and have a conversation and defend your belief system within the crucible of debate. And a lot of these guys can't fucking do it, which is very annoying.
Yeah. Tommy Robinson, he's an enemy. He's a complete enemy. There's nothing to. It's so clear who is supporting him. Like, even when he takes money from people,
he needs to debate people. Like, my thing is, you want to talk shit about Muslims all day, no problem. But you need to fucking get in there and debate people. I've been trying to set something up with him and Suleiman or one of these guys forever, and he's just been like ducking it, bro, and it's very annoying.
He won't do it. I mean, it's just going to destroy it. So, yeah, I mean, they'll put bacon on themselves as a protest to own the Muslims, but they're not gonna.
They're clowns, bro. They're absolute clowns. They eat this shit up, and they're all gonna vote for JD Vance, and they're all gonna vote for Marco Rubio, and they're gonna follow Tommy Robinson on Twitter and push all their posts, and they're just idiots, bro. Like, there's so many young people have converted to the right side, but there's still so many stupid young people, and I'm talking like 25 to like 35. There's a lot of lost crowd in there. It's just unfortunate. It is unfortunate.
That's why I refuse to play
It's
into
a
this
painful,
division.
slow, grueling process. Things are changing, but we're in the midst of it, and it's not there yet. It's just not all the way there yet. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I saw people get mad. They're saying like, "Oh, Nick and Dan." It's like, dude, if you realized how many people we're up against, and you want me to pick sides over like such a stupid, petty issue, and they're comparing it to the Top Goy thing. It's like, this dude tried to ruin my career and my life by throwing me under the bus. I have to defend myself, and this is wrong. This thing with Nick and Dan, it's like this is ego fuel, and I think this stuff can be solved, and there's a separation there, right?
Are you gonna try to do something, or no?
I'm trying. Like, Jake reached out. I think that Jake has the opportunity. Dan is going to be harder. Dan's pretty hard-headed, but we'll see. But look, it's just, we're up against too many people. It's such a waste of energy. So when I see people, and I think both of those guys, Nick and Dan, they have faced enough adversity, and they showed that they have credibility. These are people that are willing to go into this fight. So I'm not gonna.
Has he dropped an ad or anything like that, man? I know he was in Florida. I'm trying to like see, like, has he done anything like the campaign, like any commercials, any?
He has a website up. He was just on Alex Jones. He's been doing a podcast tour. I've had him on my stream several times. You should have him on and interview him and support him, man. I support him.
He was supposed to. I haven't heard anything from them. I thought they were going to come this week. I haven't heard anything from his team or anything. So I don't know. So I'll see what's going on.
No, yeah, it's a good cause, but it's tough. It's tough for Fishback. It's tough for Bilzerian. You know, you're fighting money, bro. You know, it's a different game in the United States when you're fighting money. Coincidentally, right? That really shouldn't be the case, but you're fighting a lot of powerful billionaires and funders and the president. And the president is synonymous with Israel. The president is synonymous with the Jewish donating class. They are his powerhouse. They are his fuel source. So whoever he backs, it's hard. But going against them, whether you win or you don't, and hopefully you win, right? But going against them symbolically is important, right? And it helps. It pushes the needle in the right direction. Even if it's a couple inches, it goes a long way in the grand scheme of things. Pause. So, you know, it is what it is.
And that's what Tommy accused me of. Like for years, Tommy Roberts is like, Sneako's getting paid by Saudi Arabia and Qatar. He's probably getting contracts. He's getting contracts in it. And it's like, wait, you are taking all this money. His son is flexing all the donations they took. They pump and dumped a crypto coin. It flopped immediately. And he's on a private jet talking about how you can't afford to be on the jet. This is the money that you spent, the British Patriots, the England first. You spent it on this, on your son's private jet. And that's why he accuses it. Now we saw from the Epstein files, Epstein called him a cheap whore at any price. The reason he says Sneako's getting contracts is because he's getting contracts, because he's kissing the rabbi's ring in Israel, because he's getting funded by these. He's with the IDF shirt. In fact, like, there's no money on this side. They accuse me, oh, you're getting paid by Saudi. After the Iran war, you see the difference and whatever. I'm not going to get into that. I do want to visit Medina, but come on, people see what I'm saying. I've not gotten any emails. You know, you would think that there'd be money on this side, like some rich sheikh or somebody would be like, hey, man, good job, this stuff. Here's that. Nothing. No, I would be honest. Like, if people wanted to support and be like, hey, you know, you're on the side of truth and support, I'd be like, oh yeah, totally. I'm doing this shit for free, bro. You think I'm doing this because someone's paying? I'm doing it because it's the right thing to do. And it's actually like weird that there's not been any financial support.
Well, you know what it is? Some of these guys start out with the ideological base, like, oh, okay, Islam's bad, Islam is terrorist, whatever. They start out with the base, but then if they were to ever be converted to the right side, I mean, how many guys have started out with the anti-Islam rhetoric and now they're anti-Israel? Look at Megyn Kelly. Look at Tucker Carlson.
Yeah.
All of these guys started out with the whole war on terror, like 2003 narrative, but now they've converted. I feel like the only guys that are stagnant in the first position rather than the latter are those that have been infiltrated with the donation money. And so that's what you see. You do see Jake Lang. He's doing the whole Quran burning, Bible bacon thing, but then there's a picture of him like kissing the wall. And it's like, oh, okay. And that's what the Zionists salivate at. That's what Israel salivates, is somebody who's anti-Islam. You take that guy and you spin him for your own purpose. It's very opportunistic, because being anti-Islam politically is synonymous with the support of Israel if you cannot distinguish the difference in the Middle East. See, there's some guys that are anti-Islam just because they don't like Islam. Whatever, I suppose that's their prerogative. But more often than not, people try to group the anti-Islam with this like terroristic ideology, like the Quran has the semblance of terrorism, which motivates their thought process. But those are the dangerous talking points, because that serves the Zionist entity, and that's what they want. So they make it, you know, you have to be able to distinguish somebody who's just like apologetic or like into the theology, like whatever, they're just not going to like Islam for their own reasons, and that's a given. But when they try to point towards Islamic terrorism, the IRGC and all these Muslim countries funding terror and the proxy groups, and it's like, now you're using the Zionists, the Jewish talking points. And that's the distinction that you have to be very privy to, because there's a lot of guys that come off the top of my head now, I know they're getting paid, versus other guys it's like, I know they just don't like Islam, right? So you do draw out that distinction. But of course, with the whole like political anti-Islam narrative, that's way more popular. It's way more popular. So you can't give it any weight. You know, even if you don't like Islam, it serves your best interest to not go against it, because you are serving the adversary's interests. And I was like, easy for you to say as a Muslim, easy for you to say. It's true, though. It really is true. Like, don't wait. How much does Nick is Catholic? How much does he talk about Islam? Really rarely, only when he was going back and forth with you, but really rarely. It's because he understands what's important, and he knows if he goes against Islam all day long, he will inadvertently be serving their interests. It's also irrelevant. Yeah. Muslims are like 1.3% of the United States.
Alex Jones.
Muslims don't make up any sort of threatening majority of the United States. It's a fact. And so, like, if somebody's intelligent, they will immediately discern that difference and tell you, hey, wait, yeah, maybe I don't like Islam either, but that's actually not the problem. You know what I mean? So I wish I saw more of that. There's a shortage of that.
Yes. Yeah, Alex Jones, Dan Bilzerian and Nick did the same thing. Alex Jones came in, it's the Muslims. And they're both like, actually, no, it's not. That's stupid. And you're a boomer. These are George Bush talking points. The best thing you could do to fight back against this for the Muslims is use your character. What defeats this propaganda, we can yap a lot and it's effective in some sense. But you notice, when you listen to Kufar speak, or the people that don't know, they're like, wait, Muslims aren't terrorists. I know a Muslim guy at work and he's actually a nice guy. Oh, wait, Muslims aren't angry. I saw them praying, and it seems really peaceful. Your character goes so much further than anything you could really say, the way you conduct yourself. And I was trying to tell black people who are getting so, cortisol spiking over this thing, it's like character is what people look at. You could talk about this and say it's offensive, but people are going to look at the way you act. So if you start advocating for violence and freaking out and throwing chairs in Chipotle, it's like people remember this, and this is how they assess who you are and what you believe in. If you conduct yourself as a gentleman, and Malcolm X is the perfect example. He puts on a suit. He stops saying the N-word. He's no longer a drug dealer and a pimp. He is transcended. He's become somebody who's articulate, who's smart, who's a leader, who knows how to act in public, who can speak properly, who can interact with different races and different people. People look at this and their character goes much further. Muhammad Ali, same time, his name is Muhammad Ali, but they see the way he talks. And look at the way he talked back then. He was speaking in a poetic way. You don't see this anymore from the black community. I mean, people might get mad when you say this, but Muhammad Ali had a way with words that resonates with people. And even though his name is Muhammad Ali, today people are going to cortisol spike just about that. They remember his character where he says Allah is the greatest, or he has a matchbox in his pocket because he remembers how he's going to burn if he goes to hell. And his speeches after the fights. This is what sticks with people. Your character goes much further. So even though there's rage baiters, even though there's people that are trying to piss you off with a pig bacon on themselves, just hold yourself to a higher standard and you win.
Precisely.
If you lower yourself and argue, this is what I wish black people understood. It's like when your girl is chipping out at you and she's freaking out, why this, why that? If you act, and Myron knows better than anybody, if you go, no this, no that, you know what you've now done? You've validated her stupid argument. She's emotional, and if you act with the same level of emotion, you have now subconsciously told her, this is an okay way to act. You are correct to feel this way. When instead, if you go stone-faced stoic, no, you're wrong. She freaks out. Eventually, she's going to be like, okay, yeah, I was wrong. So when people are in public and Chud the Builder is there trying to get a rise out of you when he's chimping out, because he was, and you chimp out in response, you are validating him as a threat. You are turning him into somebody serious. You are saying that this guy should be considered. We should listen to him, when in fact, he's a rage baiter. This stuff is stupid. Don't give it the energy that they're looking for because you're lowering yourself to that standard. When Tommy Robinson is being a retard, you got to tell him he's a retard and act better. This is how you convince people.
Yeah. 100%. And that's what I was saying on your stream. I was talking about Black Excellence, Malcolm X, and look at how Malcolm X's intelligence overrided how extreme he was. Because he had an extreme ideology. A lot would quantify his ideology as extreme, but how eloquent and articulate he was, it shadowed everything else. And people just looked at him as an intellectual. And that shows you how far being intellectual and actually sharing meaningful conversation goes. That's why I said when the whole Jake Lang thing broke out a few months ago, I went on stream by myself and I said this. My brother wasn't on. I was filling in for him. I said, this is exactly what you must ignore. This is the perfect time to seize the opportunity of being the bigger person, because the average American will look at that and go, what the fuck's wrong with this Jake guy? Why is he doing that? But then when the Muslims, the Muslims start tweaking and, like you said, chimping out, then it validates it. So I 100% agree. You know, no one's going to open a Quran. You are a Quran. You are a Quran to somebody who's not Muslim. That's what Khabib Nurmagomedov said. And look how he changed the modern day perception of Islam. A lot of people saw how Khabib acted against Conor McGregor and all that stuff, and he didn't chimp out. He stayed calm. He said, hey, I'm going to smash this guy, alhamdulillah. And people went, what?
He chipped out. Dude, he flew like an eagle over the octagon. It was like it was a valid.
It was after the fact. But,
yeah.
But what I'm saying, leading up to the fight, he kept it. That's true. He kept it cool, and he didn't respond to the bait. And people went, "Wow, Muslims are calm." Wait, was everything I was told my whole life about Islam a lie? And it made people start questioning. So you're completely right. Yeah, he did chimp out after the fight, though. Bro hopped the octagon. But I mean, Conor really violated. He posted a picture of his wife with a burqa and said towel head. He charged him up bad. Like he really did.
And the people were threatening him directly. Dylan Dennis and the stuff. There's an argument there.
It was Dylan
that's
Dennis
probably the most
that.
Famous chimp out of all time is Khabib's chimp out. And yeah,
you can argue it was justified, though. You can argue it was pretty justified. And, you know, people try to do the same thing with Chud, but it's so obvious what Chud is doing, right? It's so obvious he's trying to get that out of you. He's streaming it for thousands of people to see.
The reason it's not justified is Chud the Builder is not Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor was the MMA titan, was the figurehead, and was the spokesperson. Somebody that you should take seriously, right? You chimp out when it's necessary and it makes sense, right? Asymmetrical warfare. Chipping out of this guy is just like, dude, you are letting them win. Now more racists are going to think that you're incapable of being civilized. So
yep. Yeah, no, I agree. It's an important conversation. They don't want to have it, but it is important to talk about these things, and hopefully it becomes widespread. Hey, we should, try to exercise some discipline. You know, I want intellectuals to fill the streets. I want Muslims to be intellectual. I want blacks to be intellectual. I want them to debate. I want them to share ideas. I want them to sit down at a table and talk about these things. That will further progression more than anything else. You know, we need the best of the blacks, the best of the Muslims to gain platforms, to sit at tables with the adversaries and dismantle them. That is it. You know, that is what's going to push the needle more than, and then getting powerful, obviously, right? But like that's something that an already certain group has figured out to a T. But you know, that's the second best thing there.
Yeah, I even would
and
say,
also,
go ahead, Myron.
No, I was just gonna say, like, if you look at like how blacks react versus how Jews react, what did the Jews do? They're intelligent. They get you canceled. They get you debanked. They hit you where it hurts. Versus like with the blacks, what do they do? Oh, we're gonna use violence. You go get punched in the face. We go find you. Like some idiot in my chat came in and said, I don't like the shit you say about black people. Come to Minnesota and say that to my face. Let's see what happens. I'm like, all right, bro. You just confirmed the very stereotype that I literally have been saying forever. You fucking retard. And it's like they're not even aware of their stupidity. So it's like, all right, dude, it is what it is. You guys can get mad at Chud the Builder all day or whatever, but like if I went to Brooklyn and I went to like, you know, where all the Jews are and I started saying a bunch of things about Jewish people, I don't have to really worry about getting shot or attacked. But if I do that in Harlem, I might get shot or attacked. And that's the big difference is how does every group respond to getting, you know, stereotypical racist things thrown at them? There's only one group that's going to physically attack you, you know, viciously. Or the most likely to attack you viciously, and they don't want to they want to use this excuse of like, oh well, you're rage baiting or whatever. That still doesn't justify the response.
Right. Oh, you call me low IQ, emotional, and violent? Well, say that to my face, and I'm gonna punch you.
Literally proving the point.
I'm low IQ, emotional, violent. Like what? You know, and it's like everyone that's getting mad about the Chud shit. It's like, all right, bro, look, we're not sitting here saying like what he did is right or good. It is funny in some ways. I'm not gonna lie, because I think racism is funny, but I can see why people will be offended by it. But like to be offended by it and then respond with violence just isn't like, there's no justification for that. And the more facts that are coming out with this whole shooting, the more it's starting to look more like self-defense, bro. There's been like people that are coming forward that were watching the actual stream and saw what went down, and went down the way that a lot of these people that were watching the actual stream and saw everything unfold. If it goes down the way that a lot of people are saying, he has a very strong self-defense case, bro. Very strong. So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, if he was attacked, it's a stand your ground state. Obviously, you have all the antagonism and stuff. I know that plays as weight in the law and stuff, but
and for all the idiots out there, like I remember when I defended Nick Fuentes when he pushed that fucking chick, and I was one of the few people that said, nah, it's self-defense, he's justified. And guess what? The case ended up getting dismissed because the prosecutor knew they didn't have anything on him, and it was a rational and justified use of force. And they obviously said, you know what, let's go ahead and just plead it down to a smaller charge. You know, it is what it is. There's a reason why. So like, and I think he had to do like some community service and like
you said this. You were saying this before the second angle. You were saying this from the pepper spray angle before, because no one knew he even. You said it from the jump. No one even knew like he absolutely launched her down the fucking steps.
I called
you
it
were
from
saying
the
this
jump.
from the first video.
Yeah. I was one of the first people to say that is justified and it's self-defense and they can't do shit to him. And everybody like dumbass Poetic Flacco, which by the way, I saw you guys send me that video. I'll cook his fat ass here soon too. Don't worry. Like all these niggas come out.
I'm supposed to do an interview with him. He just reached out to me. You don't like him?
No. Do the interview. I'm gonna debate him on black issues because he thinks he knows what he's talking about. And he doesn't. He's a stuttering retard. So like because like now I got because he's like made several videos on me, because he also was one of these people that came out and said that I was wrong with the whole Nick Fuentes thing with when he shoved that woman, and I ended up being right about that shit. So no, bro, do the interview. I'm not a hater or whatever. It's just that he said that he wants to have a discussion with me on this topic. Cool, let's do a debate, nigga, because you do these pre-recorded videos, you stutter like worse than fresh. Let's go and have this discussion, bro. Because honestly, at this point, like this shit's starting to get ridiculous. He's made several videos on me. Like these Wakanda niggas are out of control. They're annoying as fuck. So yeah, let's see what happens when the rubber meets the road. Now you're forced to defend your fucking ideologies, this pro-black stupid bullshit that you say about victimization constantly and all this other shit. Let's see you defend it real time, live, without edits, without jump cuts, without any of that bullshit. Like this shit is annoying at this point now, because he made several videos on me on this topic. When I was there at No Jumper and we had this discussion, he couldn't say anything, right?
The victim mentality is a major sickness. It holds you back more than anything of the oppression that people talk about.
It's insane. And it's like all I said. They're mad because I went on a rant about why people are like supporting Chud the Builder or whatever. Like these people can only get mad at me and say the shit that they say, but like I'm telling the truth that everyone else is scared to say. Like it's not a mistake or it didn't come out of nowhere that Chud exploded in popularity, bro. The reason why exploded in popularity is because everyone has black fatigue, bro. Like, and it's only the black community that's too stupid to realize this. Like I got to be the one to tell them, like, look, bro, people are kind of tired of like constantly seeing like black crime. People are kind of tired of walking around in these blue controlled cities where they can't even walk and enjoy the environment.
Guys, thank you for the super chats. I'm going to read them in a moment. I apologize.
Twitter feed and always seeing young niggas running around fighting at Chipotle's and shit. People are kind of tired of watching these teenagers march and ruin the fucking cities. Like, this is what it is. And you guys are acting like niggas are just mad because there's racism. No, bro, we're all tired of it. Everybody is. I got 1/3 of my audience is black, bro. And we're all tired of the fucking monkey behavior. Right? Like, niggas are tired of the fucking chimpanzee, orangutan, ape, like, dumb fucking behavior. And it is what it is.
Yo, and
like,
when
I gotta be the bad guy to say it.
When I or anybody else says, hey, violence is not the answer, no violence, people think that's like some sort of virtue signal. No, it's actually a predetermined or really like an antidote, some sort of remedy, so you don't increase the diminishing image of your people or you as a whole. That's the whole point of it, because what do we see every time somebody's violent? Their race or their religion or their whoever they represent are blamed as a whole. You know, black guy does something, all blacks are blamed. White guy does something, all whites end up being blamed. So it's like you're also carrying the image of your people. You don't know if an instant can go viral. You don't know what can happen. That's why we say violence is not the answer, not to virtual signal like, oh, don't be violent, don't be violent. Like, yeah, there's some of that too, but it's also because when you are violent in response to something that isn't violent, you increase the diminishing image of your people or you as a whole. Go ahead, you push back.
I don't know if that's true. You know, the first thing in Chud the Builder's bio says Christ is king. And have you ever seen anyone said Christian streamer? Have you seen anyone mention Christian attacker, Christian harasser? No. Imagine if his first thing said Allahu Akbar. You know what everyone would be talking about?
No, you're totally right. You're totally right. However,
if Chud the Builder was a Muslim, if his name was Muhammad the Builder, if that was Ahmed the Builder, oh, bro, are you kidding me?
Yeah, he'd be cooked. He'd be cooked.
Every single one of us would be facing that. But he says Christ is king in the bio, and not one person on the entire internet points that out. And rightfully so, they shouldn't. He should not represent all Christians.
Some people have said, like, hey, bro, like, you can't be doing this in the name of Christ. I've seen some people say that.
No, they criticize him, but they don't associate him with all Christians, right? There's negative perception about him, but people aren't using that to demonize Christians, right? If his name was Ahmed the Builder, best believe we'd all be hearing it.
No, bro, I agree 100%. When I said the white guy thing, you do have to understand as well, though, like, white nationalism is also very, very dangerous to the power structure as well. Like, the whole, like, KKK thing, the real danger of it was not the anti-black part to the mainstream power structure, to, like, the Jewish people who have influence. The most dangerous part of it was their anti-Semitic rhetoric. Like, that was the most dangerous. Like, white nationalism is seen as like, oop, right away, Nazi, like Hitler lover, like, get him out of here, take him out. So that's the dangerous with being like proud of being white. I will say though, yeah, if he was like, and that's why I say, like, if a white guy does something violent in the name of like maybe America First trying to represent Nick, immediately they're going to spin that on him. He's going to diminish the image of Groypers or like the America First movement. It's kind of like that similar parallel. But, you know, even in regards to if Chud the Builder was Muslim, no, 100%. Look, Muslims are a punching bag, bro. It's just too easy because it's like it's the most beautiful narrative. Like, Muslim guy, insert violent action, hits right away. It's like, oh, confirmation bias. Like, yep, that checks out. So it just plays into like the appetite of the brainwashed American public.
The Jewish supremacists.
No, just so you know though, like, he's gonna when you do your discussion with Poetic or whatever, just make sure he's just gonna come in with all the Wakanda talking points. So get ready.
Okay. The Jewish supremacist sees Christianity, they don't see it as an enemy. They see Islam as the enemy. That's why it's demonized all the time. They see Christianity.
I would push back. I don't think that's entirely true.
The Jewish supremacist right now sees Christianity as a populist tool. Look at Erica Kirk and what her narrative has been since Charlie Kirk passed away. She wears the cross. She goes on stage. She cries, Charlie Kirk's death was sad, but anti-Semitism really hurts my feelings. Tommy Robinson does a protest. They start handing out crosses and people are waving, Christ is king. And they're going to get drunk at a soccer game right after because the FA Cup was the same day. Are the majority of these people, are they going to church the next day? Let's be the vast majority of these people, absolutely not. They use it strategically to garner a movement and as a populist tool to create an us versus them mentality, to separate, to have, because this is how you always win, divide and conquer. You need to have a specific enemy, and it's always going to be the Muslims. The Jewish supremacy sees Christianity, and they're like, this is going to be my way to control the Goyim. I'm going to use this and be like, oh, we're the same. Judeo-Christian values. We're just like each other. I'm going to wave the Israeli flag next to the American flag, next to the British flag, and we're the same. It's the Muslims that are the problem. We're just like first world civilization, Jews and Christians. We love America.
Yeah, of course, there's a ton of that. That's partially correct, and I'll tell you why I agree and disagree. That's for evangelical Christian Zionism. However, true Christianity and an honest reading of the synoptics of the New Testament and how the Romans did what they did and who controlled the Romans, everything, right? That any Christian who has the true Catholic or Orthodox perspective of Christianity will immediately, via theology, be anti-Zionist. And so that's actually a big danger to the Jewish civilization, because if you look at medieval Europe, they were expunged, they were expelled from these like Catholic crusaders. They were the ones who persecuted them. They were the first real anti-Semites. The Jewish diaspora spreads, or it really stems, its origins do come from like white nationalism counterbalance or white national Christian counterbalances like these crusaders, these Catholics. And so that's why people like Nick are so nuclear to them, because it's not that he's trying to revive that per se, but they see that parallel and it terrifies them, because that was the very thing that propelled them into not having a homeland for hundreds of years. And it was the Palestinians who actually welcomed the Jewish people in. It was the Ottoman Empire who actually gave them safekeeping in the mid-century. However, there is that same thing that exists with Islam. Look at the UAE. The UAE is locked in like this with Israel. They're doing their bidding in Sudan, in Libya, all else. The political officials and political analysts in the UAE are hurling threats at Iran, saying they're not Muslim, going against them, siding with the Jews. There's UAE political analysts who literally tweet out, I think his name is Amjad Taha, I can't remember his name. He says the Arab-Israel axis is real. We will side with the Zionists against the Muslim extremists. Mohammed bin Zayed, the leader of the UAE, had a press conference, I believe, at the UN, and he said something along the lines of, the UK needs to expel all the Muslims because there's real terrorism harboring within your own Western walls. And so he's siding with the Zionists against this like anti-Muslim position. And so there is some parallel between these like cucked Gulf nations and Israel. So this is what Israel does. They weaponize the Gulf Arabs. They do their bidding, like the UAE and all these other ones. I don't want to name too many because I want to go to these places one day. The UAE is already off the list for me. And then you also have the Christian Zionists, the Erica Kirks, the Turning Point USA, the whole like kind of evangelical ideology as well. They both serve Jewish interests. But it's the real fundamental Islam and the fundamental Christians that are terrifying to the Jewish people. Today, though, the kinetic war is against the Muslims. But the media war, it's against like the nationalists and the Muslims and the white identitarians. That's the real issue. So it's like a little more convoluted.
Yeah. That's sure. Yeah. Netanyahu, he was on camera. He was reading this book about the Jews against Rome. And he said, because we lost the last one against the Romans, we're not going to lose it again. They are afraid of that getting together. But my point is, like right now, I mean, like the vast majority of Western media, when they talk about Christianity, are they talking about Catholicism? No, it's demonized. Trump separated himself from the Pope.
Yeah,
even Tommy Robinson at his speech, he says the same thing. He says, we don't agree with the Catholic Church, because the Pope is saying we are against Iran war. The Pope is saying free Palestine. The Pope is in Algeria in the Masjid saying, actually, we can coexist with Muslims. They hate that. They don't want to see the unity. And it does prophesize that in the end times, the Christians and Muslims are going to realize who the true enemy is and work together against these supremacists.
Isn't it crazy that these influencers are willing to go against the religious authoritarian if it means staying coincided with Zionist talking points? Like, this whole MAGA administration has backstabbed their religion for the sake of defending Israel. Like, that is actually crazy. That's actually crazy.
Their real religion is Trump. He just, what did he do? Erect a big gold statue right in Mar-a-Lago.
Well, he tweeted an image of him being Jesus, too. That was crazy. That was like a few
And then he said, actually, I was a Red Cross nurse. It's like, I've never seen a nurse look like Jesus. What hospitals are you going to? That's what they worship. They don't worship They know nothing about Christianity. Look at his spiritual advisor, Paula White. They all put their hands on Trump and turn him into a deity. When Hegseth is trying to galvanize the people to go and fight this war, they say Trump anointed Jesus to put a light on Trump to go and fight this war. This is a holy crusade.
Yeah.
The religion isn't following Jesus. It's worshiping Jews, really. I mean, like, look how the Bible was subverted for these evangelical Christians, for the Christian Zionists. Ted Cruz says, God must bless those that bless the state of Israel. It's like, why would Jesus want to bless a state that was created in 1948? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
And you look into the origins of this and when it was written and who it was written by. And that's my point about why it's just seen and why it's used so much as a populist tool, because people are getting tricked. And I think there should be more support and a separation and distinction between Catholics and Orthodox and these crazy
because they're completely different. They're not parallel. But no, you're right. I mean, look, Muslims are the axis of resistance, right? Like Iran, the IRGC, Hezbollah, like those are all Muslims, and they're the ones who are offering checks and balances to the power structure in the Middle East that is majority controlled by Israel. So no, you're right as well. But there are two sides to it, and they're fighting a multi-front war on the media front and in real life. So.
Speaking of which, you guys want to get back to the politics? I was going to go back to the Rubio thing and get back into Iran and China.
No, we segued. I'm not gonna lie, I got work in like 5 hours. So.
Oh, shit. All right. Okay. Then if you gotta call it, that's fine. No worries.
Brother, you have Fajr in 2 hours. It's what is it now? It's what's the word for the next 10 days we're supposed to fast? Ryad,
I forget. I know what you're talking. Dhul Hijjah? Is it Dhul Hijjah?
Yes.
Dhul Hijjah. Yeah.
You want to finish this Rubio thing then, and then you dip out after, or do you want to go now?
Please,
you gotta
no,
go now.
Let's do it. Let's finish on this. Yeah.
Let's finish it.
All right. We'll finish this right here. Let me go ahead and share it real quick. Give me 1 sec. All right. Okay.
Americans are spending more and more, and they're saving less and less. How do you explain to them, why is this taking so long in Iran?
Well, so I would say, obviously, it may seem like a long time from the perspective of other conflicts that we've seen in the past. It's only been weeks, not months, and certainly not years.
But longer than the president has told the American people.
Well, we achieved the missions of Epic.
Yeah, we thought it was going to be 96 hours.
Fury. We destroyed. There is no Iranian Navy. There is no Iranian Navy.
Bruh. They keep saying this, and honestly, I don't even know if that's true because they still got the submarines, bro. They still have the shallow submarines, which they just started deploying out now.
And by the way, arguably the speedboats were one of the main issues that drove the Navy destroyers out of the Strait of Hormuz. So it's like these shitty
and
assets
those speedboats
that belong.
are not a part of the navies. Those speedboats are part of the IRGC, by the way.
Yeah, and so like they're talking about how they like decapitated that part of the military. Like that part of the military is actually offering the most resistance to your plan and opening up the strait. So it's just funny.
Small little speedboats with a machine gun on it, but that's not a Navy. They're actual Navy, and they had a Navy. They had a Navy that had carriers on them.
So he admitted that those speedboats are not a part of the Navy.
Aircraft carriers traditionally, but the ones that could launch drones from those things are completely gone.
I understand, but the strait is closed. There's still uranium.
Well, the straits are closed is their reaction to the aftermath of Epic Fury. They decided they're going to take the world hostage. And my point is, what they're doing now with the straits, they would have done once they acquired a nuclear weapon, or once they built their conventional capabilities where they could hide behind to a certain level. Understand what I'm saying by this? If you have 20,000 missiles. You can't possibly shoot down 20,000 missiles. I mean, they would overwhelm your systems. Once they establish that point of immunity, not only could they hold the world.
Yeah, honestly, dude, they probably have. The people said that their stockpile's like 5,000 or 6,000. Dude, if Hezbollah has 150,000, imagine how many these guys have.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
if
Hezbollah has over 100,000 like they claim, imagine how much the Iranians have.
The CIA said 75%, and the Iranians themselves said 120. Right, and these stockpiles underground, man, they go deep. They go. Remember, we saw the videos.
Hostage with a nuclear.
Too many of them.
Their program. They could hold a world hostage with the straits. It's not the first time they've tried to control the straits. And what they're doing is illegal. It violates every law on the books in terms of international law, which all these countries in Europe and
Well, if you see, it's kind of funny. We use international law and it benefits or not. You did a strike when Iran was not a threat to you whatsoever. According to international law, that is also illegal.
Like to talk about. They have militarized the straits. They are threatening to sink commercial vessels that don't pay them a toll. That's unacceptable to the whole world, not just to us.
Will Project Freedom return? Are we going to start bombing Iran again?
The reason why Project Freedom stopped was at the request of Pakistan. And they said, the Pakistanis said...
This is Epic Hope, by the way. That's not the reason why.
That's not the reason. We know the reason why Operation or Epic Freedom, or whatever it's called, Epstein
Epic
file,
Fury.
Epic Freedom, Epic Fury.
Epstein Fury.
Project Freedom did not work. It's because Kuwait and Saudi Arabia denied giving us access to the military bases and airspace, which we possess and had ownership of, which is why they're buffer states for us. They told us no when it mattered the most, and then the next day, after we seized their operation, then they said, oh, you can come use it now, as if that mattered.
And they also hit some destroyers as well with some missiles. Some missiles got hit with subsonic cruise missiles. That's another reason too why they had to back out.
If you guys stop Project Freedom, we think we can get to a deal. And so in the interest of diplomacy, the president would prefer to have a diplomatic solution to this problem with Iran. We went ahead and agreed to stop it. By the way, we agreed to...
See, this is how you know it's bullshit. The Iranians' biggest grievance isn't them escorting ships. It's the fucking blockade. The blockade is still going on, but they're not escorting the ships. Why are they not escorting the ships? Because they get fucking hit with cruise missiles. Yeah. That's why. And drones. That is the real reason why they stopped Operation Freedom. It was putting the Navy in a significantly disadvantageous position where they can easily be attacked. Okay? That's why.
Stop it. We had destroyers.
This whole Pakistan shit is cope.
Inside the Persian Gulf. We said, okay, we're going to stop. We're moving our destroyers out. They get fired upon by the Iranians. And that's the activity you saw last week. We still... And
again, guys, they always say in every war, the first casualty is truth. Both sides are lying, right? Both sides. The United States as well as the Iranians. They're never going to tell you the real reason why, right? They do certain things or why they made, military decision a lot of times. They're going to say it in a way that's the most face-saving.
The president strongly prefers a diplomatic solution. We're going to continue to try to work on one. We've given this regime in Iran every opportunity to reach one. But part of the problem we're having, frankly, is they're divided internally. Within Iran, they're divided internally, and it makes it hard to get counter proposals from them.
On that point, is the new Ayatollah part of any part of this negotiations? Do you have any evidence? Is there any understanding that the new Ayatollah is active in advising Iranians' leadership?
Well, I think what's clear is that the people we're negotiating with, like their foreign minister, is not the decision maker. So he has to go back to their system. Now, whether that's a council or a supreme leader or what have you, it's not clear.
During the ceasefire talks right around the beginning or really middle of April when J.D. Vance joined the Middle Eastern envoy, there were reports that Abbas Araghchi, Mohammad Ghalibaf, and the rest of the delegation were calling the supreme leader during the decision-making process to get the final say. The same thing that the U.S. delegation was doing to Trump. And he has all the shots. The supreme leader calls all the shots, which is why their demands have stayed maximal despite them potentially wanting to cave because of how much economic pressure they've faced. And also, really quick, Marco Rubio says Trump has been desperate to chase diplomatic efforts. He wants to end this diplomatically. Then why did he block their blockade? Why did he block their ports? It's because he wants to exacerbate the issue. He wants to restart the war. He just needs a plausible reason to do it. Why did he try Project Freedom? He was banking that Iran would actually strike a U.S. vessel or hit the Gulf, so he had another reason to restart the war. So he's not desperate for diplomacy. He's desperate for another war. He wants to finish this.
But he goes back to someone and gets approval for what he's allowed to agree to and what not to agree to. In many cases, the feeling is we are negotiating with someone who then has to turn around and negotiate with someone.
Well, you know, it's kind of funny because Iranians on their side said J.D. Vance was making more phone calls than they did to talk to Trump.
Well,
to get it.
Bro, the thing is,
J.D. Vance was there and Trump was at fucking UFC with this guy getting drunk.
Marco Rubio.
Yeah, Marco drunk.
Faded.
I say we block the blockade. What do you think, Mr. President?
Yeah, we blocked the blockade. You know what? That's a good idea. Like, bro, that's probably they probably came up with that because the blockade happened after the UFC fight, if you guys remember.
After. Yeah.
In his own system and his own country. So oftentimes it takes 4 or 5 days to get responses from the Iranian side. That's been an impediment here. It also, I think, is insight to the weakness of this regime at this point and what they're facing internally. But nonetheless, we're going to keep working at it because we'd like to see a diplomatic solution. That is our preference. I'm not going to talk about what the options that the president has. He has options to do other things if these diplomacy fails, but we're going to give diplomacy every chance to succeed.
How much longer are Americans going to have to wait?
Well, I won't put a timeline on how long it'll take to reach a diplomatic solution.
Of course.
We want to reach one. I think what has to happen, irrespective, is the straits have to be reopened. Understand, once again, just to reiterate, what they have decided is there's this international waterway. It doesn't belong to them.
But can that happen without Iran's cooperation? Can that happen?
Well, it can happen one of two ways. It can happen because the world, either Iran decides to do it, or the whole world decides to impose a cost on them for what they're doing. And the whole 100-something countries at the UN have signed up and said we are against what they're doing. I think the job now is to get them to actually do something about it. Are they willing to diplomatically isolate Iran? Are they willing to impose sanctions on Iran to force them to remove those mines and stop shooting at ships that are going through the straits? Because let's be clear, it's hurt our consumers. There's no doubt about it, okay? We are not immune to global oil prices at some point because we do buy from the global market. But other countries around the world are paying a much higher price. They have as much or more to care about the Straits than we do. They've got to get involved in this as well.
As the president was leaving for China.
That's so disgusting.
That's why a lot of them. Or that's why a lot of them are lining up, though, to work with the Iranians instead of fight them, though.
So disgusting.
Japan, a bunch of our allies are lining up to work with them.
We cucked for Israel. Exactly, sorry. We cucked for Israel. Our soldiers are likely going to die for Israel if we start a ground element, which is critical for seizing the uranium that we're starting this war over. We're hell-bent about. And NATO and the EU not joining is a fault in of their own. And so forget them. They're paper tigers. They don't want to help us die for the Jewish state. Well, then, you know what? They're not our allies anymore. It's like just disgusting. And he's doing this whole thing. Iran's ambitions are growing. They're going to charge for the internet cables. They're going to make more money. They're towing the ships. It's just like, it falls on his face every single time, no matter how you slice it. You can keep going.
If you break it down, especially with everything we discussed today, there's so many elements to point to that the American empire is slowly collapsing because of this. And people are going to say that's anti-American. But look at that. We gave up a lot of power to China. True. We lost so many of our allies. We gave up our power in the Middle East, where our economy is in shambles. This was a major, major loss in every single aspect. But if we talk about, if you don't support the war, they say that you're the anti-American. But analyze it properly. This is where an empire starts collapsing.
Absolutely. Yeah. And that's what Xi Jinping was referring to. He brought up the Thucydides, whatever it's called, some theory where, like, when the rising power goes against the main power, if the main power does not concede and give that authority or really give the grace to the rising power, war always happens. And so he was loosely trying to imply, in simple terms, Xi Jinping pretty much said in front of Trump and the whole administration, we're going to fight at some point, and you better accept we'll be better than you, because if you don't, there will be war. That's literally what he told us. And as he's telling him that, we're in a forever war that's draining our pockets in the Middle East. $25 billion, probably going to be close to 50 by the end of the summer. All for what? You know, they know this. You can keep going.
Did he make a mistake when he told a reporter that America's financial situation isn't playing, quote, even a little bit of a role in his motivations to make a deal with Iran?
No, I think what the president is claiming.
I remember when he said that.
That
pissed a lot of people off.
Use that
Doesn't that sound out of touch, though? I mean, Americans are spending so much for gas.
Because I think what the president is making clear is that we're not going to let Iran use that as leverage. Think about what the Iranians are thinking. The Iranians, and they watch this. Remember, there's no free press. There is no you in Iran, right? There is no press in Iran that can criticize the regime or say, create any pressure on them. And I think what the president's making clear is, if the Iranians think that they are going to, use our domestic politics to pressure him into a bad deal, that's not going to happen.
That's a good answer,
actually. Taking extraordinary measures to keep gas.
Yeah, see, he's
coping, but he's running cover for Trump's.
I'm telling you, bro. I'm trying to tell you, he's more polished.
That's a smart answer. It's like, it's strategic in wartime. That's why he's saying he doesn't care about our finances.
I'm telling you, he spits the hot bar out real smoothly.
Yeah, see how this is the thing, bro. Remember, we're educated on this topic. We're like, okay, that's a good thing. Imagine if you're like a Fox News viewer only and you don't watch alternative media, you don't watch, other types of media and figure out what the hell's going on, and you don't understand foreign policy. Bro, this would sound like gospel to you. Like, you know what I mean? You gotta, like, I try to put myself in the shoes of like an average American. They're gonna listen to this like, damn right, yeah. Like, they don't know like what the fuck is going on in the Middle East. A lot of these idiots don't even know where Iran is on a map. And that goes for both idiotic academic fans that are apes, and then as well as dumb white niggas from the Midwest. Like,
you have beef with that?
Understand?
Academics fans.
No, I love Ack. I love Ack. His fan base is just retarded.
He's talking about the fans only.
Yeah, I love Ack, but like his fan base is by far the dumbest bunch of fucking chimpanzees ever. Niggas are retarded. But anyway, yeah, but like it goes both sides. You got the dumb hillbilly niggas in the Midwest that don't know what's going on. Then you got the dumbass niggas that don't even know what Iran is. Niggas are thinking about cardio when you say Iran. Idiots.
Yeah. Price is lower than they are in some other parts of the world. And
he probably was, bro. Lots of these politicians were lawyers before.
Yeah, bro. Like, he'll be able to.
It will go down. Those straits will be open, and we will see those.
Oh, go ahead.
Those prices go down. And
yo, what food did you get there, Sneako?
Talking tacos, actually. The halal tacos. They have it in New York, too.
Oh, shit. Okay. I didn't know they had those in New York. All right, that's good.
He was ready to roast me. He thought I got an acai bowl or something.
Who, me?
What did you think I got?
Wait, what's wrong with acai bowls?
I don't know. Probably some fried food. There's some shitty Haitian food or some shit like that. Some Caribbean bullshit. Some jerk chicken or some other fucking monkey shit like that.
You see how every day I get racially profiled for a different race? It's like you got the academics fans saying that I'm a sellout. He's saying that I'm eating fried chicken. I can't win. In the Philippines, they thought I was a white guy. I'm never gonna. Anyway.
Yo, I don't want to derail. We'll go right back to Rubio. I swear to God. Yo, do you cook? You just order all your food, right?
I have never used my oven once in over a year and a half in this apartment. Never.
Myron hasn't either. That's crazy.
Yeah, nah. Nah.
Broke, you can't relate. All right, just keep going.
Nigga, you better still be lifting, bro. Going to gym, nigga. You better not be slacking, man.
I went to the gym yesterday. Not today, though. I went yesterday.
Okay. Fire.
All right.
Let's get a gym session.
Because all of that pent.
Okay, swole. Looking big. Looking big.
Up oil that's being held hostage by Iran, once that reaches the marketplace, it'll have a very positive impact. But I would also say there's a price attached to a nuclear Iran. If Iran ever acquires a nuclear weapon, they will immediately, what would stop them from controlling the Straits then? And then forget about it being a 3-month or a 6-month problem. It could be a permanent one.
I want to turn to Cuba now. The State Department just re-upped the offer of $100
Ooh, here we go. This is going to be a good one.
million in aid to Cuba. Cuba's foreign minister says that's an absolute lie, that there is no money coming. Are there any strings attached to that $100 million in aid?
The only strings attached is that they have to be distributed by non-governmental sources like the Catholic Church. I was at the Vatican last week. I spoke with the Catholic Church again. They're willing to play that role.
So what's the holdup? Cuba's lying?
Cuba, they're their holdup. They're lying. They lie all the time.
So he was there, just like you said, Ryad. He was there to obviously, kind of calm the waters with the whole Pope situation, and then also to facilitate this potential $100 million aid. And it's kind of crazy because the CIA director Ratcliffe went down there,
which is very unorthodox. Yeah, that was crazy.
Weird.
Yeah.
CIA director?
No, we choked Cuba to death. It's I mean, a 5-year-old could tell what's about to happen from here on out. It's pretty obvious. We cut off their oil supply. They get 2 hours of power a day. They're cooked.
Crazy.
And Rubio's Cuban, which I think we seem to forget. This guy, that's his homeland. And look at how he's getting. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I've always said diaspora Cubans are kind of like diaspora Iranians. Like they're not as retarded, but they're equivalents.
It's worldwide. At the Tommy Robinson protest, there are British guys saying, "Trump, come save the UK." Venezuelans, Iranians, Cubans, British people were chanting USA, USA, begging Trump to help them. Like US wasn't the colony that seceded from the UK. It's so funny how they don't know any of their history. It's diasporas around the world, man. Trump has got the goyim in a chokehold.
The thing about people who are void of a homeland, they're so susceptible to bullshit and propaganda. So, of course, there's always the infiltration from the various powerful Zionist talking points to shift their opinions.
Like the other thing too, like when you look at like these diaspora Iranians, etc., like them, for example, a lot of them, like their families fled because the Islamic revolution, like kicked their family out because they were Shotard employees or some other bullshit like that. So they're obviously going to have generations of like pent up anger and frustration with that government. And then like it never leaves them. So like when they're in Sweden and the United States, whatever, and they're waving around the fucking lion flag like some retards cheering for the Israelis and the U.S. to destroy their former country, they don't know better. They haven't been there. They're out of touch. Same thing with Cubans, bro. Niggas are out of touch as well when they're here in the United States. And like, look, I get it. It is what it is. But I do think it's a little weird for you to be a citizen of the United States or a citizen of one of these Western countries and then like, try to sit there and be like, okay, I know what's best for my old homeland that I haven't been there in forever. Like, bro, like you're not a nationalist for your country, nigga. Shut the fuck up. Like, what? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
So
very true.
Yeah, like you have. It's like Patrick Bet-David, for example. He's I call him a shotard. Like he's a perfect shotard. Like, bro, you haven't been there since you were 10 years old. You obviously you're completely out of touch. I don't think you're in a position to really talk about local politics in the country that you were a child in and your family fled from or were kicked out of. So
it's an inferiority complex. They are begging for approval from daddy, who they think is in charge. They want to be accepted so badly. Little do they know that you're never going to be accepted. It's like nobody wants you here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
to them privately, we're not making it public.
There's parents. So they're so annoying. It's like every group. I don't want to call out every group and get people mad, but these groups that like that, actually I don't care. Like Assyrians and stuff, like they're great people, but they get annoying with that shit, bro. It's like, yo, bro, like you're losing the plot. But I digress.
Yeah, y'all niggas got no nation, bro. Fuck out here. Like, yo, the niggas are like Puerto Ricans, bro. The niggas got all this national pride with no country, man. Shut up.
$100 million. By the way, we've given them humanitarian aid. After the hurricane, we provided them $6 million of humanitarian aid, $3 million of which was distributed.
Yeah. How much?
$3 million of which is still being held up. But
you caught that, Myron?
Now we're saying.
I think he said $3 billion.
No.
Hold on. They're willing to play that role.
So what's you missed it?
Cuba. They're hold up. They're lying. They lie all the time.
How much aid?
How can he say it's not a real offer? We've made it to them privately. We're not making it public. There's $100 million. By the way, we've given them humanitarian aid. After the hurricane, we provided them $6 million of humanitarian aid.
Oh!
Okay. $6 million.
$3 million of which was distributed. 3 million of which is still being held up, but is
Sir, that's anti-Semitic to notice that.
available for them. Now we're saying here's $100 million of humanitarian aid. So I don't know if they watch your broadcast in Cuba, but if they are, the Cuban people should know there's $100 million of food and medicine available for them right now. And the only reason it's not reaching the Cuban people is because of the regime. Attached. The only string attached is it has to be distributed by non-governmental organizations. This can't be humanitarian aid that the government steals for itself.
In a year, will someone named Díaz-Canel or Castro be in charge in Cuba?
I don't know. I hope not, because if they are, then Cuba will probably not have progressed.
But is there still a plan for change in Cuba?
Sure. I mean, look, the change in Cuba is their economy doesn't function. It's not a functional economy.
No, I get that, but what is the U.S. plan? Don't understand the U.S. plan.
Well, I wouldn't tell you exactly what our plan is.
To take over and run the sphere of influence, bro. They want to kick out the Chinese and the Russians. That's the number one thing. Cuba, for a very long time, has been, a lot of people don't know this, the Cubans have a very robust and good intelligence program, and they've had it for a very many long time. And what the Cubans specialize in is they get intel from us, they steal intelligence from us, and they give it to all of our adversaries.
Yeah.
This is why they're such a critical component for the Russians and the Chinese. Cuban counter-espionage, bro, or counterintelligence is very, very good.
No, they're
Doesn't know what our plan is, but our plan for Cuba is
50 miles off the coast of Florida. So I mean, I'm not like
Cuban sellers secrets in the black market.
Bro, Cuban regime change versus Iranian regime change, like you could make a very good argument for Cuban regime change. You couldn't for Iran. So that's just true.
Yeah.
Prosperous future. That's what we want. It's in our national interest. And to have a prosperous Cuba, not to have a failed state 90 miles from our shores.
Translation, a prosperous Cuba under our auspice only.
Right, a failed state from our shore. Wait, so then what about Haiti? Like, why is that not an issue for them? A failed state 90, how many miles from the shore? It's the exact same. If they actually cared about saving
it, retarded, and they can't distill.
Well, they don't have intel. They don't give intel to Russia. That's not. But he's posing it like he's going to be the hero of the Western Hemisphere.
Niggas are doing voodoo, bro. Niggas are too busy doing voodoo to steal intel to become valuable, man. Niggas are retarded. Sorry, bro.
Bro, I want to make fun of Sudan so bad, but it's just like, that's too touchy. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it.
No,
I'm not going to do it. When I saw, bro, I thought it when Myron was talking about people don't have a state. I was like, wait, didn't Sudan just separate into two? But it's like, you know what? That's the free Sudan.
What? No, that's South Sudan. You're thinking of 2010. No. Yeah. Sudan's definitely we don't have no diaspora shit going on. We're just getting absolutely cooked with quote unquote civil war, aka the UAE funded proxy, the RSF. The UAE is pretty much fucking Sudan to death. That's what it is. You know? So.
But still better than Haiti, though.
Cubans, you know this. You understand this as well as I do because of where we come from. Cubans are successful.
No, it is. Hey, way better.
Is it?
Yeah, it's far more developed.
God put us out the voodoo niggas with the earthquakes, man.
Bro, I mean, do you really want to do that? And I'm going to look at people are going to chimp out because if I say something about Sudan, like that's what's going to happen.
People, no.
Do I have to start making fun of? Do I need to make fun of that? Like, if I respond properly, then I'd be making fun of genocide. I'm not going to do it.
No. Sudan pre-war or post-war? What are you talking about? Even
right now,
it still might mog Haiti, bro. Infrastructure-wise, development-wise, IQ-wise, I think Sudan's better, bro. Khartoum,
and infrastructure-wise, right now.
Bro, Haiti is a voodoo nigga.
Bro, the RSF has pretty much left the capital. They're just kind of remnants in the provinces and stuff, and they're still launching these drone attacks. But Sudan,
there's no drone attacks. There's no drone attacks in Haiti. There's no drone attacks in Haiti.
Yeah, you niggas don't need it. You think it's still cooked. But listen.
So you need the attacks? That sounds like the Iranian diaspora. Really, you needed to be attacked by the UAE?
No, I'm just saying Sudan started to suffer from an infrastructure perspective after the Gulf Arabs started fucking us. But before that, we were chilling.
Okay, yeah. There's no Arabs messing around in Haiti. Like there's no drones. There's no, there might be some voodoo and some stuff going on, an earthquake or something. But there's no attack. I mean, to compare, it's like, are we really doing this right now?
Well, no, okay, wait. Maybe I'm misconstruing what you're saying. I'm saying Sudan has suffered as a result of like Israeli UAE intervention, like destroying the country, which is why it is what it is now, contrary to what it was like over 4 years ago when the war first started. But like, what has led to Haiti's demise? Why are they so behind?
Bro, like, it was like a part of the clean break memo, man. The Jews and the U.S. were involved in destroying Sudan, bro. But did the Jews destroy Haiti? Nah, bro. There's no value over there.
Well, you don't know about the Clinton Foundation. You don't know how the U.S. has been also doing regime change there, killing the leaders there with different proxy groups.
I've heard of that. I'm not privy to it. I'm really not. I'm not educated on it. So if that's the case, all right, fine. I give you good grace.
I don't want to get clipped and people are going to say that I'm anti-Sudan.
Me too. And
my black PR is in the gutter right now, so I'm going to leave Sudan alone.
We love Sudan. We love Sudan. No, you're good, bro.
Great people.
They actually are. But no, all right.
Yeah,
get back.
yeah, for sure.
Cuba.
For sure.
And so that's what we want. We want Cubans not to have to leave that island in order to be successful. But they can't, because the current model they have is, it's not just them, it's broken. It doesn't work, and it'll never change as long as the people that are there now are running it. They are closed-minded, unfortunately. I hope I'm wrong. I would love for them to come to their senses and say, okay, we recognize this really has to change, and it has to change big. But right now, they don't seem to be indicating that. They seem to be digging in.
I have only a few more questions. I think we're getting close to time, but I'm going to be honest with you because I have the timer here.
Oh, wait, hold on, pause real quick. Where do you think is more likely for a Mr. Beast video to dig some wells in Sudan or Haiti? I think Mr. Beast is going to Sudan way quicker than he would go to Haiti, and I don't mean that as a compliment. So that is all I need to say without being disrespectful. Let's be real. When Chris Tyson going to show up digging a hole to try to get some water, and it's not going to be it's going to be in your homeland. So
I honestly think he would actually go to Haiti. He would not go to Sudan. He would go to Haiti.
Haiti's been fucked since inception of humankind, nigga. I don't think Haiti's ever had like advancement. I'm actually cooking it. I love Haitians. Wait, this is bad. Just keep doing the interview. Actually, I just realized what I was doing.
This is not helping. We're gonna get. You know, they're gonna. You understand the FBAs are gonna call us all.
It was all a joke. Right? It was all a joke. It was all a joke. We're Sneako. This is we're doing the bit, right?
No, they're not gonna care because we're tethers anyway, bro. Niggas are gonna say tethers, right?
Yeah, like we don't have ancestors here. Yo, I did a DNA test, Sneako. I'm 95% Sudanese, nigga. Purebred. Okay.
What's the other 5?
Ashkenazi. It's a joke. No, it's Egyptian, Arab Peninsula, and Italian Maltese, and then Cypriot.
Oh, you niggas are Arabs.
Me? I mean, I'm Sudan.
What do you mean me? You guys have the same DNA. You guys have the same exact genetic makeup, right?
So there's admixture, yeah. So after the 7th century Arabization of like Northern Africa, that's why we took in Islam because of trade, and then we became more Arab as a result. But there's different tribes in Sudan, and they have different DNA makeups. Like for example, obviously my brother got far more of the Arab gene than I did, which you can get different DNA passed down from either parent. Like I got like just the Afro, like the pure black gene. Yeah, I got the nigga genetics. He really like his hair and everything. Like he really looks Arab. Like you would think this nigga is like from Saudi Arabia, like from the deserts of Saudi Arabia. But like I didn't get any of that. He should do it next.
I thought he was. I thought Myron was a really tall Indian when I first met him. I didn't think he was.
He's gonna black out on you.
That was rage bait. That was rage bait. I knew that was gonna work too. I knew that, bro. I want Myron to chip out so bad over that. I thought
he was about to lose his shit.
Call me a G, bro. Call me a G, or what are these? Thank you. Come again, niggas, bro. Fuck out of here.
He's chipping out. He's chipping out.
I'm Indian out. I'm G. You know. That's actually your fan base. Don't you got a bunch of Indian niggas in your chat, bro?
Shout out to all the Indians, all the Pakistanis. Do you know that the Philippines was Muslim before the Spanish came and colonized it, and there was a lot of forced conversions?
There's still a lot there. There's still a lot of Muslims. Yeah, I knew that. There's still a lot there.
Yeah, a lot. About 6%. About 6%.
Those are your people. Filipino Muslims.
Yeah. Dude, I didn't know a lot of that. I learned so much when I was on that tour. You know, the capital, Manila, used to be called Aman Allah before the Spanish came in 1547. That was the name of the capital city. Yeah. And then they flip like this. The Philippines just gets colonized over and over and over again.
I ain't gonna lie, Spanish niggas was not rocking with Islam. Southern Spain too, Andalus, like Islam spread far and wide. A lot of Spanish conquest removed its influence from Europe. That's why it couldn't.
Spain used to be Muslim. Spain itself was Muslim.
That's what I'm saying. Andalus, yeah, that's what it was called. Yeah. That's what it was called. No, we'll get back to Rubio, but Sudanese, it is complicated. They're technically it's on the cusp of sub-Saharan, but then again, we were like coincided with Egyptians. So like they're Arab and they're black. It just depends on the tribe and like a certain Sudanese. Some Sudanese look
What's
like
the average Sudan IQ? Myron definitely. What is it?
I'm not gonna lie, that shit might be below.
You don't know that?
I don't know. I could look it up. You got it. Not South Sudan.
Wait, I don't think there's good enough data. Wait, can we get back to the interview?
IQ in Sudan average is between 71 and 77. Okay, let's see Haiti.
He just hit a soundboard too. Check Philippines.
What about Haiti? Fuck, bro. Haiti's lower, bro. Haiti average is 6'7".
That's oh my god.
Oh fuck.
Dude, do you know that's clinically retarded? What is it like? 65 is clinical retard, right?
What's retard IQ?
It's 60, 65.
Oh no, an IQ between below 70 and 75 is mental.
Oh.
No, there's not enough data. This is racist white supremacy.
Here we go. Yeah, that's what they all say.
It's inconclusive.
Okay. Yeah,
IQ scores are rigged to support white supremacy.
Yeah, whatever. No, I think Sudan is like somewhere in like the 75, But okay, this is gonna sound so biased, bro. I swear, wallahi, God is.
Wait, so you guys are retarded too?
Fuck off. Listen,
not us. But yeah, a lot of because I look like us are retarded. We'll admit that.
Bro, no, but I'm saying this without bias. I would never hesitate to admit the truth. Like, in your chat, let's see if your chat can account for this, Sneako, because you have I think a large Muslim audience. Sudanese
mostly
people,
Christian. It's mostly Christian.
Really? Okay. Sudanese people, in my experience, they're actually pretty smart. I'm not trying to. They're actually northern Sudanese people are pretty smart. Okay.
Classic Sudanese using anecdotal evidence.
I'm telling you, I would admit if they were retards. I can't say the same for Haitians. I got met a couple Haitian niggas. They weren't smart.
Haitians, okay, you're calling Haitians, you're calling my people retarded. We were the first independent slave nation.
Okay. It's good you guys freed yourselves from the shackles first, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but those French got the lick back with them earthquakes, nigga.
2 centuries later, but we were the OG Django Unchained. Okay, we left Master's house on fire.
Niggas struggle to deal with the devil to be free, and now y'all are free for real. The Richter scale.
It's like a fucking it's like a PS4 chat at 2 a.m. nigga.
Bro, I don't know what curse you got to get the Jews to like commit a genocide there. It's like, do you want me to say that?
They want our gold. They want our gold.
Of...
Does Haiti have resources? Sudan has tons of gold.
Does Sudan have rukia? If you had rukia, maybe the Jews wouldn't be. I don't want to get clipped, bro. I don't want to get clipped.
You need rukia. You're the one who has all the voodoo doll shit in your island. You need the fucking exorcism in your island. We're chilling. Sudan doesn't have a black magic problem. We just have a Gulf era problem. Anyways, all right. We're derailing.
Rubio.
Going back to China, did the president bring up the case of Jimmy Lai?
The president always raises that case and a couple others. And obviously, we'll hope to get a positive response from that. But some of these things are best handled outside of the spotlight, but it was raised. Those issues are always raised in our meetings.
Would the U.S. provide a safe haven for Jimmy Lai if China were to release him? Could he come to the United States?
I think we would like to see him released. The president's made that point publicly and in other meetings. We hope the Chinese system will be responsive to that, and we'd be open to any arrangement that would work for them as long as he's given us freedom. It's really, at this point, a humanitarian situation because of his age and health.
Yeah, 78. 2 more questions. There was a tweet that went viral. It was put out by communications staffer Steve Chung. It showed you in a Nike tracksuit, and it said that you were on Air Force One wearing the Nike Venezuela gear.
With the Maduro fit.
Talking about.
Yeah, he had the nigga outfit on, the New York City special.
Yeah,
was that some type of?
No, it's a company.
Were you trying to set a sign? What's the con?
You're frozen. You're frozen.
Oh, I'm frozen? Oh shit. Yeah. Okay. I'll fix it.
There's no context.
He looks locked in.
Yeah.
Bro, you're doing the Jew hands when you're frozen. Did you see that chat? He was frozen on the Oy Vey hands.
I'm so cooked. Okay, there we go. We got you.
Was maybe making a joke, but he was surveying the audience. And I know you're Secretary of State. You don't like to talk about your political future. But he asked a group of supporters to clap if they like Vice President J.D. Vance or if they liked you better. It sounded like it was pretty even. What do you think about that? Would you want to be president?
No, look, I know this is going to sound like a typical job. I'm going to be in this job for the next 2.5 years. I'm going to do that job. I'm going to finish the job for this president. I'm enjoying it very much. I think we're going to make a lot of good things happen. JD is a very good friend of mine. If JD runs for president, I think he'd be a phenomenal candidate. I've said it publicly, and I'll say it again. I'll be the first person to sign up and support him. I think JD would do great.
Would you want to be a vice president?
I want to be the Secretary of State, and I'll worry about the future in the future. I'm not saying, I'm not telling you that that's what I'm aiming for. I've been doing this for a long time, too. I was in the Senate starting in 2010, so I'd like to do some other things in my life at some point, although public service is an honor to be able to be in.
Good answer, though.
Okay. I do want to ask you, because we did so much reporting on Chinese EVs. There's 2 arguments against Chinese EVs in the U.S. One, from automakers, it'll cripple the industry because they're so cheap. But elected leaders have also said it's an issue of national security. Do you truly believe if China's EVs come to the U.S., it's an issue of national security?
Yes, because it'll wipe out.
Yeah, because they're better than Teslas, way better and cheaper.
Musk is
it's not just
because Elon Musk is a retard.
The EV, it's all of the other things that go into.
Does he actually do any engineering, or does he just tweet all day? When does he have time to engineer if he's tweeting all day long?
Bro, he is the biggest fraud ever. This guy, Greg Reese, did a fantastic fucking expose on him, bro. Like, Elon Musk is the type of guy, like, he's just been able to put himself in positions to just steal other people's fucking work, bro. That's really what it is. He's not as intelligent or as brilliant as he claims to be or purports himself to be. He's a fucking one of the biggest frauds ever, bro. He's just been there to kind of, take people's work, put his name on it, and be like, yeah, man, that's me. Like, the nigga doesn't do anything.
Like a South African Winklevoss twin, essentially just taking the formula away. Or no, like Zuckerberg from the Winklevoss people.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Zuck stole it from the Winklevosses. Yeah. So it's just like, bro, it's that's just what he's been able to do. Is like he's been able to, you know, steal it, put it under his brand. It's my idea, and that's what it is. Like Elon Musk is like. This is why he has like that very bad millennial humor. Like, let me go into Twitter with the sync to say, let it sink in. Like corny shit like that, man. Like he just tries really hard to be like funny and edgy and what's the word I want to use here?
Quirky.
He's like quirky, and he's also like he's very similar to Donald Trump, where he needs public praise all the time.
Yeah, he does.
He loves
Trump is actually Trump is funny. Elon. Well, I like Elon Musk. I think he's really funny. Shout out to X. I love free speech. He's good, man, and you know, all good, man. I love Grok and the hentai porn.
Okay, is that your disclaimers done?
Yeah, shout out to Elon Musk. W Elon.
Fuck Elon Musk.
That are related to other industries as well. But ask the Europeans. The Europeans right now, their EV model, they're being flooded with Chinese EVs. It is wiping out their industry over there. So again, we already have a lot of critical vulnerabilities.
That's a lie. It's not wiping out the industry. Like 50 to 60% of their cars are electric, bro. They don't rely on gas as much as we do.
There are already things we rely on in our economy where we get 95% of it or 85% of it from China. That's a vulnerability. We can't continue to allow it to expand to other fields.
Yeah. Mr. Secretary, we thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and the other thing too is like they know that if we got Chinese EV, it would literally put Tesla out of business immediately.
Yeah.
Because they have because I think the cheapest Tesla is like 40K. The cheapest electric car in China is 10K.
Wow.
Because they've mastered it so much where they can like literally
than a used Honda Accord. That's
bro,
crazy.
I'm telling you, dude. They've mastered it that much. They mass produced it that much that they can get it down to that price. 10,000 US is the cheapest electric car.
It's also a big threat not only to Elon Musk. It's a big threat to all the major car industries from Japan primarily. Like Honda, Toyota, they're all trying to make EVs. They're not going to be able to do it as well as these Chinese companies because they've been doing it for like 10, 20 years now at this, or not, sorry, like 10 or I think 11 years they've been starting this. So it's going to be problematic for them.
They've simply mastered and they're better at it than we are because they've been doing it for longer and they have a greater need and they don't want to have to depend on oil as much as we do. That's really what it comes down to because the United States does control a significant amount of oil and we make a lot of oil. So they're like, fuck that. Let's continue to run on coal. Let's continue to get energy cheap from Venezuela and Iran. That's why the United States was so gung-ho on taking control of Iran, of Venezuela, Iran, and then obviously eventually Cuba to get rid of the intel issue and then the energy issue because China was getting oil at significantly reduced prices from both Iran and from Venezuela. And that's what Trump was hoping to do when he went for the meeting in late March, but he failed.
Yeah.
So.
Well, can you argue that the Tesla prices are pretty good? 20K for EV in America. What is it over there in China?
You get the cheapest one for 10.
10. Oh, okay.
Like brand new. Like brand new. We're talking a used Tesla for around 20K.
Wait, I was gonna say a brand new Tesla, bro, is gonna be at least lowest is gonna be like 40.
Like 40 MSRP.
40 for wow.
Yeah, bro. There's no car that's gonna be 20K MSRP unless it's like some bullshit Hyundai Elantra, or like some real economy car. And you know that's the case with the Gulf countries too. They're trying to move away from oil. That's why they're harping on tourism and stuff. And when there's Iranian missiles flying over their heads, they're not going to be able to get any real estate investments or tourists in the country, and they're not going to make money that way as well. So the United States does have the older way of thinking. You know, fossil fuels will no longer be the future very soon. Maybe like in the next 20 years, I mean. But
yeah, well, China has all that EV and shit. I got my Hellcat twin. I'm spinning block, doing donuts and shit.
Wait, you have it in New York? You have it in New York?
Whole lot of gang slack. Haha, we outside with it. Gra. What's up, China?
Wait, you actually brought that shit with you to New York?
It's in Florida, but
okay. You just have the keys with you. What, okay, bro? Fair. What made you get a Hellcat? You didn't want to get like a BMW, and you know.
I mean, no matter what they say, man, there's still a little bit of the hard R.
Okay,
you're on YouTube. I was gonna call myself.
I hear you.
Yeah. Man, I like to chip out too. You like to listen to hip hop, man. I like to chip out of the vehicle, listen to Lil Durk, and blast it. I'm there in Florida. I got my Glock in my lap. You know, it's a fun GTA loadout. It's a different life.
Nah, yeah, I got that too. I got that. I be chimping out. You got to have a little bit of it to you know. So look at the new fro. You know, I'm with it.
Okay.
Yeah. So. But
yeah, you got that Pooh Shiesty lineup. Myron be chipping out of the gym listening to drill music. He listens to Pop Smoke. He likes to pretend to be against gangster music. As soon as he starts like doing some incline dumbbell presses, you hear the chip of Pop Smoke.
I've stopped listening to it, bro. I have.
Yeah, do you listen to drill anymore?
I've stopped, man.
That's good. Alhamdulillah.
Giving up. Yeah, I'm getting it up, bro. I was like, man, this shit retarded.
No, I'm past drill, but I still listen to like.
Got tired of hearing I got tired of hearing that shit, bro. I was like, man, I'm good. Every now and then I'll turn that shit on.
I was gonna say it goes crazy sometimes. Come on, it goes crazy sometimes.
Every now and then. Whenever I'm gonna go to check out the Bronx Zoo or some shit like that, I got a good soundtrack. But other than that, you know,
just had to throw that.
So that's racist, bro. I can't.
No, Hellcat's a cool car. Hellcat's a cool car, but I'd rather, you know, like German luxury. I don't know. I'm not.
Yeah, okay. This kind of crazy Sneako got a Hellcat, bro. Like,
yeah,
what kind
that's
of
really funny. That's really like.
Nigga got the monkey cat.
That's not even. That wasn't even clever. Like, how are you monkey cat? That wasn't. You should have said hell monkey because cat was in the word. Cat was the animal part.
It was a little funny.
Monkey cat. It would have been hell monkey, not hell. Like, why would you replace the word that's not animal?
Your chat is dying. Your chat is literally dying.
No, because it's so dumb. It's like that wasn't even clever, bro.
That's why it's funny.
That wasn't even clever.
It's not even funny what he said. It's just funny that he keeps doing the jabs. It's like every time he gets a chance, he just
But Myron, like I feel bad because Myron he says this monkey stuff, and then like 3 nights a week he has 10 OnlyFans girl like, man, my baby daddy be popping at Brooke. He's like having a debate with like 10 girls who are ready to listen to Sexy Red, and then you have Tink About This over here. Well, let's go to the club. Like, what are you talking about? What do you surround yourself with exactly what you make fun of? Like, that's your show, bro. What are we doing here?
All the time, nigga. What the fuck, man? The fuck? I'm just like sitting here, like literally, it's like a. You remember we used to be in elementary school. Niggas would give you the zoo books. Right, you get the zoo books every fucking month or whatever, bro. It's like I'm reading a zoo book magazine, nigga. It's like I just hear the women talking, yapping and shit. And I just like I'm in my head like, crikey, the woman's species is talking a bunch of stupid nigga apes. Oh, what's going on here? Like that's going on.
Myron sees like the average weight is 187. Oh, look at the size on that one. Crikey, look at the size on that one. Oi.
These fucking weave warrior, orangutan ape.
We're not beating the allegations, bro. That's it. Sneako, it's over for you, bro. All the attacks, they're about to triple. No,
I'm joking. I'm not like you. You guys are coons. I'm BLM, RIP, George Floyd. Okay. They can't divide us. What's the slogan? I don't know.
They're literally, they're going to fry us.
No, you know what's my favorite channel right now? I've been watching police activity quite a bit because you get all the body cams. Bro, I call that shit monkey activity now, nigga, because you just see fucking. Yo, them niggas really need to change the channel name, bro, to monkey activity, nigga. Because all it is just monkeys acting chimping out. Hey, I ain't resisting. What you? I didn't do nothing. It's like we might as well make a new muffin called the new muffin. What do you guys think about that one? Market it to fucking black people, niggas. Like, yo, Whoopa Zebra Cake got a business, nigga. Let's start a business. It's called the new nothing muffins. The new nothing muffins. And then we put niggas on there with I do nothing. Sell that shit, nigga. We making hella money.
Oh my god.
We sell them at bodegas. We sell them at bodegas, so when niggas are done smoking weed and shit like that, they get the munchies. They want to get the didn't do nothing muffins.
This is a
bro, Mike, you're not going to beat the coon allegation. How are there? You have every race on this bill. There's not one white mentioned. You could have added white people to this list: women, trannies, blacks, Jews, Indians. No white.
Well, it's mostly the women that I say. When I say white women, a lot of times I'm like thinking of white women because they're the main pushers of the bullshit propaganda of feminism.
Well, they're like kind of the most protected class. Like they could,
and they're the most protected class, and they're retarded.
White women are the most protected class.
No, yeah, bro. Okay, they're the second most. I get what you're saying. They run with whatever narrative they want, and they don't face cancellation unless it's like they don't.
We have a racial slur for white women that everybody uses, and there's no pushback. You can call a white woman a Karen, and no one says it's racist. It's a beautiful slur.
Karen. Oh,
beautiful.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is like they're able to double dip. What I mean by that is this is why I make fun of white women so much. They will demonize like white guilt and like it's the black people, the white men that get hit with it all the time. But then they'll come back and be like, well, I'm still able to benefit from DEI because I'm a woman, even though I'm white. They get the same upbringing as the white guy, but they're able to double dip and get the benefits that they fight for minorities to get because they get the benefit as well. So that's what I mean when I say white women are one of the most coddled classes, and that's why they're so fucking stupid and they don't live in reality because they're able to double dip and get both sides of the benefit.
Yeah, they can utilize both of those grievances.
They can utilize both.
So do you spin your Hellcat? Like, do you drift it like a you know what? Like, what do? Do you just drive it normally? Like, I feel like it's not fitting.
I'm phoning grave. I be doing donuts on a block.
You be spinning that shit, nigga. Yo, you be driving that motherfucker crazy.
Great, man. You know what I'm talking about? You go crazy in the cat. You go crazy in the cat.
Yeah,
you didn't want to see me on the road. I be outside. You feel me?
I'm trying to get me a scat pack for real. I'm trying to get me a scat pack. Drive that bitch. I done stole one of them shit. That nigga, he can't find his key and shit. Now I don't know. Hellcat's just I don't know. It's just
the most stolen car. Actually, it's statistically the most stolen car in America.
Oh, well.
They be reckless, bro. They break into Dodge dealerships and steal their shits, man. Like they don't give a shit, man. It'll be 1080p. They'll just go in there and break in and steal that shit. Yeah. It's crazy, bro.
Well, it's just a big ass boat with 4 wheels and a big fat engine. It's kind of
and there's multiple different kits you could get for it, right?
With the Hellcat, like a wide body and shit, it comes in different.
I got the wide body.
Do you have a wide body?
I got the.
You got the wide
body. Red eye to it. It goes. I got 130 on the dash.
You have a red eye?
Yes, sir.
Oh shit.
Okay. Oh, that nigga got the ape kit. Let's go, baby. That nigga got the ape kit.
I knew it was coming.
That was not clever, bro. Not even clever.
You nigga got the ape kit. Let's go, bro. Hey, you got to make it ape proof though, because is that shit stealable?
No,
I hope you have a fucking kill switch.
It's like a one car with one car that has like
you got the kill switch in there.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
Yeah. Sneako, we need you to something more refined, bro.
EBT. That nigga got the EBT repellent. Let's go, man.
More refined. You know what more refined means? That means a white. You want me to get an Italian car? That's what that meant.
God forbid I don't like a stupid ass rear wheel drive boat. No, get something.
Bro, that's the most fun car in the world. I don't care if people call it the Hood
That's
Supermobile.
Not true. That's just not true.
It's not the Hood Supercar. That car is insanely fun to drive. I don't want to drive anything else.
You sound like a Hellcat owner, nigga. No, bro.
Dude, nothing can beat it. It has like 800, 900 horsepower. Going straight, nobody could smoke you. It can spin. It's just too fun.
Yeah,
I love
try to
the way
take a turn
sits.
in that shit. You're gonna flip over that big ass fucking ship. Listen, I'm not okay. When I say more refined, like something that actually is luxurious, like a German car, AMG, you get performance and style. Hey, no, that's not the direction we're going.
You hear the coon talking?
Right.
I see. Poetic Flacco was right.
God forbid.
A nice German
God forbid
car.
I prefer German engineering. God forbid I prefer German engineering. Oh God forbid.
I'm the type of nigga to blast wide. I'm a globalist.
Yeah.
I pick it every single. I'm a worldwide, every race, everything.
All right, Sneako and his Hellcat, I guess. Sneako and his Hellcat, making fun of Sudanese, then driving a Hellcat. Crazy, whatever. Bro,
what do y'all niggas think about this right here, bro? I think this would be a fucking.
What do we think about this? What is this?
A great. Look, this we do. Didn't do nothing. Muffins.
Where did you find this?
Who made that so fast?
Bro, get this off my screen, bro.
What do y'all niggas think, bro? I think we'll make hella money with this. What do y'all think, bro?
Sneako's chat is fucking rolling.
That's not funny, dude.
We will make hella money, bro. We put this shit in every fucking 7-Eleven in the hood. Niggas get high. They show up at their fucking ape cat, and they fucking try to buy these shits, and we sell them at a good price point.
Ape cat, bro.
I'm telling you, man. What do you think?
It would work. I'd have to admit it would.
I think we'd make hella money with these shits, man. Milk chocolate, baby. Smooth and creamy shits. 6 individually wrapped.
It's kind of lucrative. I can't lie. I just want to know who made that so fast. That was somebody in the OSS.
Yeah. Sneako got that shit blurred on his side, bro. Come on, man. Why are you censoring me, man? Why are you censoring me? Nigga, I'm looking at your stream too. Nigga, censoring this.
Fuck free speech. Fuck free speech. This is racist. Fuck free speech.
Nigga's tight. He has that shit hidden. Well, anyway, yeah, I think Ryad, we can do this, man. Make the didn't do nothing muffins, man. Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
I'm probably cooked.
It'll be for all the potheads.
It's okay. It's over for me, anyways. No, no, it's a nice car, Sneako. I'm kidding with you. It's a good car.
Thank you. You got to be careful. They're going to start calling your podcast the Fresh and Coon podcast. You got to be aware of the nicknames. They're loading up. They're ready. They're
they're always gonna talk shit,
but
bro.
Sneako, you know something too? I'll tell you this, bro. This is actually being a little more serious. It's kind of funny. Like, Myron and I, and this happens to me as well. Like, you wouldn't believe it. And maybe it sounds like I'm LARPing. People always tell me like, "Oh, you're not black, you're Arab," and then people say, "Oh, you're Arab, you're not black," and like, they always get mad when I'm like trying to take some position. If I'm taking the position with you saying, "Oh, that guy shouldn't have attacked Chud," then it's, "Oh, he's not black, he can't say that." But then on the other side, it's like, "Oh, you're black, why are you not speaking up?" So you can't. I can't win. You know, people always have that like oh, you're.
Bro, you don't think I get that too?
East. No, I actually am preaching to the choir. No, I realize
I get brown
well,
in America and Philippines that think I'm a white guy. Like in America, the white supremacists they think I'm chimping out, and then the black people call me a coon and they revoke my N-word pass. It's like I know what it's like. They just do that strategically whenever you say something that doesn't fit with what they believe in.
Yeah, they jump in one basket and out the other. It's annoying. They kind of like double dip, as my brother was saying. So no, yeah, you probably actually get that way worse. You get called brown.
They call you a Chinese nigga.
Yeah, no, you get everything.
Yeah, and then remember when Myron remembers I'm 12% Ashkenazi, then he starts rubbing his hands together like he's doing right now. He's doing the hands right now.
You are Jew too.
Why did you just default to those hands? By the way, that's a little suspect. That was unintentional. That was the second. Yeah, you see, why does your hand? They revert exactly, and you're hunching over a little bit, like.
Yeah, but here's the thing, bro. I'm not Jewish, nigga. You are. You're actually Jewish. So that's the crazy part.
Are you really 12%, Sneako?
Yeah, he is, bro.
Oh, 10 to 12, I think so, yeah.
Damn, that's actually a lot. You know, after 10, it's no longer negligible.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Be careful.
This nigga's a dreidel
spinner. I guess I should be careful.
This nigga's a dreidel spinner.
See, I'm pure, though. Look. Let's see if that
focuses in. 95 sub-Saharan.
Yep.
Wait, what? Africa. Oh, shit.
Sudanese. That's you, Myron. Bro, what do you mean? That's your DNA, too.
What the fuck? We're sub-Saharan? Fuck. That means we're
what do you mean fuck, bro? What is this? That's nigga said fuck. How do you say fuck to your own DNA? What bro? That was crazy.
Look, there's
that was crazy, bro. That's why he doesn't have white on that list. Myron just said fuck to his own DNA test.
I didn't realize we would be sub-Saharan that high, nigga. Damn, that's not good. Damn, like, well, I guess we're really.
Be honest. What did you want it to be?
I thought we would have probably had more Arab. I don't know.
Well, no. Okay, no one listens to Ryad. No, I'm more Sudanese than I think he is. I think he has more Arab. Because it was like, I think 4%.
But wouldn't we have the same thing, Ryad? Like, we got the same pairs.
No,
like,
I don't think that's how it works. I think siblings can inherit different DNA traits, bro. I think that's how it works. If I'm not mistaken, somebody fact check me. Who studies this shit?
Well, good job. Now, nobody in the family, you just fucked it up for anybody that wants to become a serial killer. I'll tell you that, though. Niggas is
cool. No, they're going to track the DNA in 2 seconds.
Niggas better not be murderers, bro.
Yeah, see, they're saying I'm right. They're saying I'm right. You could have inherited way more of the Arab gene. And nigga, you did. Look at you. Look at you and look at me. I'm like very obviously black front-facingly. And no one would think that about you. They would think you're Arab or some shit. I rarely ever get called, like, no one would ever.
Yeah, it's kind of dark. I ain't gonna lie to y'all niggas. He's like fresh skin color, man.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm LARPing right now with the light. I'm kind of fraud maxing. These lights are very bright. If I turn these shits off, you won't see me anymore. But
yeah, this nigga Ryad is the darkness, bro.
Yeah, I see it now. Myron's mugshot looks like ISIS, and Ryad, yours looks like breaking in out of ring. It's very different between the two of you.
Exactly. We're different in that regard. So.
Yeah, literally, this guy Sneako tried to be funny. Nigga, you're literally a chopstick nigga. Like, real talk, you are a chopstick nigga, man.
You just switched again.
You are a chopstick nigga, man.
Dude, you want to be white. You just admitted you want to. You're not even comfortable being. Just be you.
No, I thought I would have been more Arab.
You.
I thought I would.
Okay, somebody in your chat just said you're Nubian, dumbass. Yeah, I fucking smart guy over here. I know I'm Nubian. Yeah, Kingdom of Kush. Yeah, I get it. That's sub-Saharan black. We're on the cusp. We're still fucking black. You stupid idiot.
Nubian. Anyway. Wait, so are you saying we was Kangs?
We was Kangs. We was Kangs. No, deadass. We have more pyramids than Egypt. We was Kangs and shit. Wait, hey, black people say that? Okay, Sudanese people were like, we were actually Kangs. We were.
Yeah, them niggas weren't, huh?
Yeah.
So we were the actual real Kangs?
We were the Kangs. Like, we did have like written language like before colonization. Like we were Kangs. Like.
Oh, you did? It just someone got rid of it?
Meanwhile, the rest of these stupid niggas couldn't even make a wheel.
Wait, what was your written language?
What is it? Starts with an N or something. We had written language.
It starts with an N. Oh my god, you're on YouTube.
Hey, stop. Hey, grow up.
Don't chip out. He's chipping out.
Where's he? Where'd he just go? Where'd he just go?
Yo,
nigga, your tacos are fucking cold, bro. Why have you not ate your tacos?
Mine's gonna come back look like Michael Jackson.
Oh my god, wait, what's he coming back, bro? I'm on YouTube. What is he about to do?
There's gonna be some costume. I'm about to leave if he.
No, wait. Just wait for him.
He's going in the closet, right?
Huh?
Okay, good.
Oh, okay.
We thought you were coming back with the clan hood or something.
No. I wouldn't do that to you.
We got nervous. I'm not gonna lie.
Everyone thinks people get nervous. remember this guy Sneako would answer the door purposely to make sure I didn't have like an outfit on or some shit like that when I used to go to a spot. Nigga be nervous.
I have trauma from that Rumble stream that Chris Pavlovsky got mad at me about.
Which one?
What do you mean, which one?
Which one?
I think I
Are you kidding?
know which one.
Bro, the clan
There
hood?
might be a couple of them, actually. I think there was a couple instances.
Huh?
You got mad about that one?
Bro, Rumble like got demonetized. But you know how many advertisers pulled out of Rumble because of that stream specifically? That was terrible for Rumble, bro.
The one when I made fun of Anus and Reach?
Yeah, the clan hood one.
Okay, I think I made fun of Anus and Reach in that one. Yo, did you see this nigga Anus getting exposed all over the place? AKA Abort and Preach?
I saw some of that, yeah.
Nigga, you should have roasted him about that in that debate. You should have been like, hey, nigga, you should be out here debating me on fucking blocks. You need to stop acting like one and fucking take care of your kids, bitch ass nigga.
That's not my thing. I'm not gonna get personal with that stuff. I didn't look into it.
No, bro, you didn't attack those niggas. They went after you for years. You see this girlfriend? She looked just like you, bro, with a wig. That shit crazy.
I'm not getting personal. You have your own African beef. It's like tribal between Myron. It's okay, Ethiopian, Sudanese, whatever. It's like that's some East African, whatever.
Bro,
you guys can go do it, bro.
Yeah, that is kind of funny.
On the girl at least, nigga. She looked just like you. Pause. With a wig. I'm telling you, man.
I did mention that part. I did mention that.
You did mention that, Tim?
Yes.
I'm not gonna lie. There was some resemblance. I'm not about to cap.
There's a lot of resemblance, man.
Well, y'all niggas is gay, bro. I'm at.
Yo,
the start getting cooked.
Yeah, to leave. That was funny. Yo.
All right.
Them tacos started getting room temp like that, like the Haitian IQ.
Yo, bro, started getting cooked. You could have taken it. All right. Fair enough.
That was good though. It's funny.
Yeah, very funny.
Okay. Are you doing true crime? I'm about to send everybody over to you. I have chats though. I gotta read these really quick before I.
Yeah. Go ahead and read them. I will. Go ahead and read them. Do what you got to do. I'm going to. I'm gonna. I could get off if you want me to. If you want to read it and then close off, or do you want me to stay?
I was gonna read with you, or it's up to you. I don't know.
Read them then. Yeah.
I'll run through them. I don't have too many. Okay. Wow, yeah, a lot of them came in. So, guys, anybody who sent one, I didn't see it. I apologize, but I remember where we were. Okay, Matt 99991. I hope you're still watching. If not, you replay this tomorrow. God bless, bro. Thank you for the 50. Says the Ford is out. Multiple boats moving out of the region. This could be the beginning of the end. Trump showed his cards, came back empty-handed. Beside boots on grounds and nuclear, we don't have options here, in my opinion, of those as next nuclear boots. Yeah, could be the case, but I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know if there's any off-ramp that will work for Trump. He's going to look really bad. YB Lit, $5. Thank you so much. Aaron Angus says, I love this collab. Wish all of you were in person. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, at some point we'll probably do it in person. Described voices. I'm really siding with Nick when he says the GOP betrayed us and needs to be punished, but I don't agree with Dan. They did. I don't agree with Dan saying go to war with Israel. Yeah. I mean,
that's just not realistic, bro. You don't go to war with them. You just cut them off financially, and then it's gonna force them to the table to negotiate with their enemies. That's how you deal with Israel.
That'd be the first step to actually exercise any diplomacy where we have control. War would never work. Will says, how you do one thing is how you do anything. Yeah, that's true. Described voices, and China has over 2 million active troops. Yeah, they got bodies. That's what they have. Sneako sent 5 gifted. Shout out to Sneako. God Logic versus Sneako debate. Christianity versus Islam. I mean, that's the fight of the night. Just throwing something out there. And then 13 Wheeler also says, scrap what I said. W donation. Shout out to the threesome panel. Haha, very funny. Thanks for the supers. No, I don't think Sneako would. That's like a very theological guy. Sneako doesn't do theology that strongly. So he would have to debate like. I know you debated Mohammed Hijab or like somebody like that.
It's an L, bro. Like, these religion debates are always an L, bro.
I really don't enjoy. I find no satisfaction watching those. Yeah. It's like the most cortisol spiking, emotional, silly slop. You want to figure out the religion, then read up on both of them from their own sources. I don't. The religious debates are kind of silly to me. It's always been some entertainment thing.
It's like it's good for views. I guess that people love it, but like. It doesn't go anywhere because no one's mind ever changes.
Yeah. It's more of an entertainment thing. It can be educational, but it takes somebody who's willing to act in good faith, and that's rare. This non-brain rot high IQ convo is so intellectually satisfying. I can't believe I just found this today. Hey, thank you so much for the 10, man. I'm glad you're here. It's good to have you. D Laguna Show, I think you know what that is, says 2 out of 3 for Amy on the stream, possibly 3 out of 3. Okay, I'm not sure what that means. Massad's Honeypot says, Ryad, you hit the nail on the head. I'm 29, and even people in my age group, 28 to 32, are still immature and don't know why society is the way it is now. Yeah, I know, man. I agree. I'm around it every day, so it's like really painful for me. And trust me, I see it. Shugs says, these right-wingers will attack Islam using leftist ideology, trying to say they oppress women, etc., etc., to psyop, to maintain progressive thought. There is much to respect and learn from Islam. All strong traditions have wisdom. I agree, my friend. Thank you so much for the 20. Wise words from you. Scribe Voices says, last thought, but only the U.S. has to concede defeat with Iran, but also has concede hegemony power to China, which is 2 enormous L's. Okay, I think you typed that wrong, but I get what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, well, if we get out of Iran, then it gives us more space to flex our power on China, right? 13th Wielder, I agree with Tommy Robinson needing to debate Muslims and vice versa to Sneako. I would want to see a Sneako versus God Logic debate next matchup. Okay, thank you. This chatter, JFW. Myron, a idiot. Chad didn't get big because of people having black fatigue. Chad got big because he's controversial. That's like saying Boot Gang. All right, yeah, we got a really triggered FBA in here. You want to respond to this?
What did he say?
Chad didn't get big because of people having black fatigue. Chad got big because he's controversial. That's like saying Boot Gang got big because people love to steal shit. Controversy sells. Yeah, controversy sells, but controversy only sells to something that's already a pressing issue, which is like the behavior of said people.
That no one can talk about, you dumb fuck. Like, yo, this is what I'm trying to say. Like, this is why you FBA niggas are functionally fucking retarded, okay? Like, you guys are just unaware of how everyone else resents you. Like, when you guys, like, and it's not regular black people, of course, but I'm saying, like, everyone else that isn't a criminal, isn't a dumb young nigga, isn't someone that's, like, doing some bullshit, like, you guys are completely unaware of the fact that, like, you guys are in your own echo chamber and everyone else is tired of the bullshit, bro. Like, it's incredible how unaware you motherfuckers are. It's crazy. But whatever.
Punisher 541 says, you ninjas roasting each other caused my ribs to break from laughter. W stream. By the way, tell Myron to sell me his Honda. Okay, you want to sell your Honda?
No, nigga. No, hell no.
He's not letting go. Thank you, Punisher, for the 5. Yeah, that was fun. We had some fun, man. It's late night. A little Xbox 360 party chat vibes. Niggas just
exactly.
frying each other. But yeah, it was a good time. But okay, that's it for me. I'm gonna get to bed. I'm gonna go ahead and take your link. You're still staying on, right?
Yeah, I'll stay on a bit longer. Yeah,
okay.
all you YouTube niggas, come on over. We're gonna stay on kick. I'm gonna cover some more news. I might go ahead and react to this Poetic Fatso real quick and read. I'm gonna read some chats. React to Poetic Fatso. See what he's got to say here, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys, go over and check out Myron. I'm gonna hop off. I just linked his stream in the chat and it's pinned. So go over there. He's gonna go for a little longer, and I'll be back with you on either Wednesday or Thursday. We'll figure it out though.
All right. Cool.
Wednesday or Thursday,
I'll see you, man.
And we'll go onwards. I'll see you, bro. Peace.
All right, man. Later.
All right. W stream. Love all of you. Someone said in my brother's chat, I'm gonna get 3 hours of sleep. Yeah, I'm cooked. Love all of you. It's really fun being on stream late sometimes. Good conversation. A little bit of a crazy one, but it's all good. Let me make sure I'm caught up on chats. Yeah, we're all good. Shout out to all of you. Love you guys. A fun conversation. You need a break from the politics and the political seriousness. Sometimes you need to have fun. So hopefully you guys enjoy the wind down, the jokes, the giggles, the cackling. It's a good time. It's a good time. Love Sneako. Sneako's a great friend of mine, so shout out to him. Of course, shout out to my brother Myron, and my hair is cooked. Nice. And yeah, be back here in the middle of the week, either Wednesday or Thursday, depending on how big the developments are in regards to Ukraine and Russia. I want to get into that a little bit more deeply. We'll follow the Massie race, and then we'll also pay attention to the conflict in Iran as we have been since the 28th of February. Love all of you guys, and I will be back towards the middle of the week. Have a great night.